by Alfred Owen Crozier. U.S. Money versus Corporation Currency. To Reverend Owen R. L. Crozier, now 92 years of age with clear mind, whose whole life has been an unselfish public service, this volume is affectionately inscribed by his son, the author. Before the Civil War, he and his good wife, Maria P. A. Crozier, who went to her final rest this year, were zealous for abolition of human bondage. During the 70s, they joined the movement to resist the growing aggression of Wall Street and the big banks, and preserve the life and integrity of government money. Author, born in the midst of conflict 1863, now gladly takes up the struggle they pioneered. Surely there can be no more inspiring mission than to fight for the things absolutely necessary to conserve popular government and preserve the Republic's life. Affidavit. Sworn proof as to letters. State of Wisconsin, County of Milwaukee. August Frey, of the Fairbanks Frey Engraving Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, having been duly sworn, says that he carefully examined the originals of the photographically reproduced letters printed in Alfred Owen Crozier's new book, U.S. Money versus Corporation Currency, and that his firm made the photographic reproductions and cuts of said letters as shown in said volume, and that same are accurate and genuine. Signed, August Frey. Subscribed and sworn to before me this 29th day of May, 1912. Signatures unclear. Stamped with the seal of the Civil Court of Milwaukee County. Central Money Trust. A warning. Wall Street and big banks promoting the Aldrich Plan. Patriotic bankers are fighting the measure. Will this new issue create a new political party, the National Progressive Party? Shall the people rule their money supply? The New York Chamber of Commerce is conceded to be the confederated brains of all the great interests of Wall Street. It was founded April 5, 1768. It is dominated by the masters of high finance and is the official voice of Wall Street on governmental action and financial policies. Frank A. Vanderlip, president of Standard Oil's National City Bank, and others comprised the Special Currency Committee of the Chamber. Its exhaustive report, adopted by the Chamber October 4, 1906, is given in this volume. It advocated a great central bank or association with the identical powers and functions proposed for the National Reserve Association under the pending Aldrich Plan. Wall Street's own views. Describing the precise power such a central financial institution issuing and controlling the volume of the public currency and fixing the discount or interest rates would have, such report significantly says, by the control of its rate of interest and of its issues of notes, it would be able to exert great influence upon the money market and upon public opinion. Such power is not possessed by any institution in the United States. This was a heart-to-heart talk by the committee with the other great financial leaders to induce them to join in promoting the scheme. It was showing them truthfully the power such an institution would put into the hands of those controlling same. The report bluntly said that such central institution not only could control the money market, but also the public opinion of the United States by arbitrarily increasing and decreasing interest rates and inflating and contracting its circulating notes or currency. This power to increase and decrease the supply or quantity of money and credit, and the interest or price charged for same, is the power of absolute life and death over the 24,392 banks and the business of every individual and corporation in the United States. If carried to extremes, it would cause general panic, disaster, bankruptcy, and ruin. By this means, it could at will raise and lower the prices of all securities, property, and human labor. The committee truthfully said, "Such a power is not now possessed by any institution in the United States." Even the federal government itself has no such enormous and dangerous power. It is power to do all these things that Wall Street seeks. With it, the few who will control this private corporation easily can soon own the entire republic and its 94 million inhabitants in fee simple. The pending Aldrich measure by far is the most daring and dangerous scheme ever introduced into Congress. Any unprejudiced person will so conclude from the plain evidence writer has accumulated by years of effort and thousands of dollars of expense, and now gives to the public in this volume. The facts are official and incontrovertible. They are documentary, from the public records and letters of the biggest banks and financiers in the country. Also, conflicting letters from various members of the Monetary Commission. The originals all are now in writer's possession. It is earnestly hoped that publicity of the true inwardness of this evil measure will render some public service by warning the people of their approaching danger. It is certain that the bill will become law and fasten upon the country for 50 years this great incorporated money trust, unless the rank and file of the people take matters into their own hands. The Wall Street and Bank Combine are now dickering for support with the management of both parties. It is said to be offering to finance the campaign of both sides if friendly candidates are nominated, and a real investigation of the money trust is prevented. It is willing to spend millions, because the play is for future billions, and the political control of the Republic for the next half-century. The people can defeat the measure only by making it the leading public issue in the 1912 campaign. It will be the secret issue anyway, engineered by Wall Street and the banks. The plan is to keep down all discussion in Congress or the campaign prior to election, and then force the bill through Congress under whip and spur before the expiration of the present session and presidential term, March 4th, 1913, or later if the interests control the nomination and election in 1912. The people should publicly pledge every delegate, candidate, and convention. Take no man, high or low, for granted. Count as secretly pledged to the bill every man refusing to declare against it publicly. There will be no neutrals. Talk with your friends and neighbors and beg them to immediately join in this fight. The entire money supply is at stake. Your business and the welfare of your family is involved. The issue will be government money versus corporate currency. Do the people want their government to continue to issue and control the public currency? Or shall Congress grant to a mere private corporation owned by the banks controlled by Wall Street an absolute monopoly of the printing and issuing of all public currency? Remember, those who have power to make money scarce or plenty have power over the business of every man, the happiness of every home, to make or break, to confer or destroy general prosperity. It gives them a hunger hold on every man, woman, and child. Shall this autocratic power be granted without reservation, effective regulation, or restraint for 50 years to just one private corporation? Even the suggestion is criminal. Yet, there is serious probability of its being done. Wall Street and the banks feel sure of it, and generally they know. The people can kill the scheme, but will they do it? Public sentiment, lashed to indignation and fury by knowledge of this dangerous and daring legislative holdup, can smash the entire conspiracy. But will the people wake up? Will they realize their peril and act in time? It must be war. If the Aldrich measure is passed, it cannot be repealed. It will be a contract, a vested right for 50 years. 94 million Americans and all their interests will, by act of Congress, be put in financial and political bondage for a half-century to a cold, calculating, merciless, greedy, and soulless incorporated money power, a central money trust. We are at the parting of the ways. Shall the country hereafter be ruled by the people or by a single private corporation? To a greater extent than during any national crisis since 1776, the life of the Republic is now in danger. Banks promoting Aldrich scheme. The American Bankers Association at New Orleans, in November 1911, by resolution officially committed itself and the banking fraternity to the Aldrich Private Central Bank Plan. This makes it proper and necessary to examine and publish the history and record of the national banking system and the conduct of bankers generally. Only in this way can the country determine whether it is safe by law to turn over to a private corporation owned by the banks a monopoly for 50 years of the entire public currency and the other enormous powers granted by the Aldrich Bill. By seeking thus vastly to increase their profits and power by act of Congress, the banks have made themselves and their practices a public political issue. Therefore, startling facts about banks and bankers will be revealed herein, plainly and without bias or apology. Wealth, honestly and fairly gained by individual effort, whatever the size, may put upon the owner a public responsibility, but no stigma. It should receive the full protection of the law. But law-made wealth, that obtained improperly by private interests through acts of Congress or state legislatures, if it tends to increase the burden upon the people for the profit of the few, should be either confiscated or strictly regulated for the public benefit. This line of distinction between law-made and individually earned wealth should ever be kept in mind. No honest person will be prejudiced against any man simply because he is a banker, or rich. On the other hand, because a man is a banker, rich and powerful, is no reason why he should be shielded or feared if he has been guilty of graft, fraud, and criminal conduct. Ryder's brother and many of his personal friends are bankers, so he has no class prejudice whatever. But a deep sense of duty impels the publication of the official evidence conclusively proving the existence of a great and dangerous conspiracy between Wall Street and the big banks for the creation of a giant central money trust that in time, through the 24,392 banks and their grip on all business, will rule the Republic and destroy genuine popular government. The gold standard no longer is an issue. It is firmly and permanently established. The silver question is gone forever, and no one wants fiat paper currency or irredeemable greenbacks. But the action of Wall Street and the big banks has precipitated on the country a new financial and political issue more important to the people than all former financial issues combined. There are two branches to this one new issue. 1. The trust question. Shall Congress take from government and the people all power to issue and regulate the quantity of the public currency, and grant it unreservedly for 50 years to a private corporation controlled by the big banks owned by Wall Street? Shall it, by law, create and turn loose for half a century a huge incorporated central money trust in private hands to monopolize and control without any effective regulation or restraint the country's entire supply of money and bank credit? 2. The money question. Shall the future currency of the country be full legal tender, lawful money, the direct obligation of the government, redeemable on demand in gold, secured by a reserve of at least 1/3 the volume in actual gold, issued through the banks on fair but business-like terms under strict legal regulations by a great and independent public institution so created as absolutely to exclude all Wall Street and political control? Or shall it be as proposed by the Monetary Commission, a partial legal tender, not lawful money, corporate paper currency, the mere obligation of a private corporation and not guaranteed by the government, issued for private profit without legal limit as to quantity by a corporation controlled by the big banks owned by Wall Street. Shall it be government money or corporate currency? Around this new financial and trust issue soon will be waged the greatest political contest since the Civil War. It touches the pocket interest of every citizen. The people will be on one side and the special interests on the other. It will be a finish fight. The victors will rule the Republic for all future time, the vanquished being subservient. It is history that no question so interests and stirs the American people as does the money issue. They are intelligently and wisely jealous of their money supply. Instinctively, they realize that whoever controls money and credit, the lifeblood of all business, soon can control everything else, including government itself. Therefore, the people will fight to the last ditch to retain in their government control of the issuance and volume of the public currency. Party lines are likely to be shattered and perhaps destroyed. If the present efforts of the promoters of the Aldrich scheme to control the nominations and policies of both parties are successful, the progressive and patriotic men and women of both parties may come together on this great issue, form the National Progressive Party, and in a whirlwind campaign sweep the country. Broadly, it is the same old issue. Shall the people rule? The contents of this volume is not an attack upon individual bankers or banks as such, or upon Wall Street and its financiers. It is only intended to lay bare the defects and evils of the present financial and banking systems, in the hope that by informing the people it will aid them to defeat the unpatriotic and dangerous Aldrich scheme that would financially and politically enslave for 50 years the banks, all American business, and the 94 million people of the United States. It is possible that slight errors in the large amount of data and figures herein produced have escaped author's notice in the short time allowed for its preparation. But in all essentials, it will be found substantially accurate and reliable. The sources of the astonishing official evidence being given, date, and page. This volume is not intended to be a scientific and technical financial treatise. It is chiefly issued to expose the dangerous designs of high finance and increase popular knowledge, thought, and discussion. U.S. Money versus Corporation Currency is a book of pregnant facts. Author's financial novel, The Magnet, was preliminary. That volume, written in 1906 and the early part of 1907, although in form of fiction, is almost an exact history in every detail of subsequent and current financial and political events. Its plot is woven around the identical private central bank scheme reported to Congress by the Monetary Commission on January 8, 1912. The chapter, The Artificial Panic, is a history of the panic of 1907, and yet it was all in type long before the panic occurred. These facts are here mentioned only to show the accuracy of the information obtained by author from Wall Street sources in 1906 that high finance and the big banks were about to promote a great central bank trust that would be a huge money monopoly, taking away from the federal government and putting into private hands all control over the issuance and volume of the public currency. Writer then believed, and does now, that if Congress creates such an institution, it will be the beginning of the end of real popular government. Therefore, he deliberately began the campaign that already has occupied 5 years to alarm the people and make them suspicious of Wall Street and the high finance banks that he knew then were secretly promoting the dangerous scheme and soon would bring it into the open and try to drive it through Congress. For that reason, he wrote The Magnet. For that purpose, he attended the currency conference of the National Civic Federation in New York on December 16, 1907, and there openly denounced the program of high finance and obtained from the prominent Wall Street bankers present the important public admission that they sought to obtain private control of the public currency. Other similar steps have been taken from time to time, and now that the measure actually has been introduced into Congress, and the lines are being formed for a final mighty struggle between the people and the interests over the control of the nation's entire supply of money and credit, this new volume and its serious contents is given to the public in the hope that it may aid the people in their unequal fight for financial, industrial, and political independence against the most powerful nationwide combine ever formed to accomplish the selfish conquest of a republic. Patriotic bankers oppose measure. Fortunately, there are many honest and patriotic bankers who refuse to barter away the interests of their customers, neighbors, and friends and the welfare of their communities and the nation for a little more profit that they do not need. The number of bankers opposed to the Aldrich Bill will increase as they come to realize the dangerous character of the measure. They will see that the alternative plan herein proposed confers all the benefits claimed for the Aldrich Plan, but avoids the very apparent grave evils. Andrew J. Frame, president of Waukesha National Bank, ex-president of the Wisconsin Bankers Association, and now a member of the Executive Council of the American Bankers Association, is recognized generally as a financial authority, speaker, and writer of the highest national standing. He is not a radical, but a strict conservative. He is utterly opposed to the pending Aldrich Central Bank Bill and considers it not only unpatriotic and evil, but highly dangerous to the banks. And in unmeasured terms, he denounces the means being used to promote the measure through Congress and the gag rule methods employed at New Orleans to force approval of the Aldrich scheme by the American Bankers Association. In an address, Diagnosis of the National Monetary Commission Bill, made on March 5, 1912, before the Bankers and Businessmen's Club of Memphis, Tennessee, Mr. Frame denounced the pending Aldrich Bill as opposed to independent banking, a move to create a great banking or money monopoly, a scheme for wild and dangerous currency and credit inflation certain to react on the banks and the country in the shape of frequent panics following periods of excessive expansion and speculation, and that the proposed remedy is worse than the claimed disease. He said he was invited to present the revised Aldrich Plan to the American Bankers Association at New Orleans for its approval, but refused to stultify himself by doing so. He favors a more elastic currency system, chiefly for emergencies instead of rediscounting for the convenience of banks in normal times, and urges centralization of bank reserves in one institution, but only for protective purposes. He says any solvent bank can now easily rediscount or sell at another bank any good paper. He warns the banks and the country, in effect, that destruction of the independent banking system and substitution of the Wall Street branch banking plan that means ultimately a universal banking trust to control the cash and credit of the entire country is the real aim and object of the pending Aldrich measure. He further said, Senator Aldrich submitted an amended tentative plan just before the American Bankers Association met in New Orleans in November. Without waiting for the bankers to calmly and deliberately digest the subject, as has been the custom for 10 years past under Ring control, the steamroller worked overtime and an ex parte miscarriage of justice occurred. A bombardment of attorneys for the prosecution, with no one invited to defend, took place. Another unqualified endorsement of the new plan passed with only one no, even if others, for diverse reasons, failed to vote at all. I simply cite these facts, not to air them in public, but to show the Congress the undignified and unfair methods pursued by the powers that be in the great American Bankers Association. I again assert that if the American Bankers Association is to preserve its usefulness, It will overturn ring control and make an open forum for fair discussion by both sides to any controversy and let the majority rule. Further, I appeal to the intelligent bankers of the country, even if the bill is complex, to ponder carefully this analysis before swallowing the bait, hook and all, as it takes 10 years after the bill is passed to amend it in any manner. Remember, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Do not sleep in the confident peace that your interests will be fully safeguarded by the Currency Committee of the American Bankers Association. It is a well-known fact that the guiding spirit of this committee, if in his power, would crush the independent banking system and substitute therefore branch banking and asset currency. The balance of the committee heretofore seems to have acquiesced. Tends towards a monopoly that sooner or later a second Andrew Jackson will throttle. The world is now agitated over high prices, partly caused by the wonderful production of gold in the last 25 years, which has exceeded in quantity the world's gold production since the discovery of America. In view of this, it is our bounden duty to limit running the printing presses to supply a fictitious substitute, except in emergencies, to prevent the paralyzing effects of cash suspension by banks. Heed the warning or compound the trouble. Therefore, give us a reserve bank that will be our servant and not our dictator. Give us a bank that under no circumstances will undermine our independent banking system, or serve to inflate either currency or credit. To quote an eminent authority, we certainly cannot cure defects by opening numerous doors to additional dangers. This terrific indictment of the Aldrich private central bank scheme, and the high finance ring or clique running the American Bankers Association that is said to have joined with Wall Street in a great conspiracy to force the sinister measure through Congress, is significant. It is made by a gentleman who for 50 years has been an eminent banker and actually is now a member of the Executive Council of the American Bankers Association. But he is of that independent and patriotic class of bankers who put the welfare of the community and the nation first. He is not one of those modern fly-by-night high-finance bankers who have seized control of big institutions containing vast accumulations of the deposit savings of the people which they freely use legally and illegally to bolster up their high-finance flotations and gambling ventures that rob the people, endanger the solvency of the banks, and menace the whole country with frequent panics that their practices cause or intensify. If the Wall Street element for 10 years has maintained ring control and flattened all opposition with the steamroller in the American Bankers Association, representing every bank in the country, when each bank has had an equal voice, as Mr. Frame declares, will not the same element establish ring rule in the National Reserve Association, where each bank does not have equal power, but only in proportion to the size of its capital stock? A Wall Street $25 million bank owning 1,000 times as much association stock as the $25,000 country bank. The central bank is rigged to rule absolutely each of the 24,392 national and state banks and trust companies. The big banks will control the central bank, and Wall Street owns the big banks. Thus will high finance obtain mastery over every bank, and through the banks of all American business, and establish a central money trust to legally corner and control, for private profit, every dollar of public currency and the bank credit of the whole United States for the next 50 years. It is to be a trust of the trusts, with imperial powers that will make it absolute dictator for half a century of all American finance, industry, and politics. Then we shall have only corporate currency, and a government of the corporations, by the corporations, and for the corporations. A soulless corporate republic. The Aldrich Plan. The bill in full reported to Congress by Monetary Commission analyzed. Amazing and dangerous jokers. 24,392 banks legally tied together in great money trust for 50 years. The bill attached to the National Monetary Commission's report to Congress, made January 8, 1912, now pending, is herein printed in full. After each section, the comments of writer analyzing the measure will be found. Only a few brief points are so made, because the entire contents of this volume in one way or another bears on some feature of the bill, or on subsequent conditions likely to prevail if the measure becomes law. Comparison of its provisions with those of the two plans for a central bank originated by the New York Chamber of Commerce, one in October 1906 and the other in January 1911, reproduced elsewhere in this book, will conclusively show that the proposed functions of the National Reserve Association and of such central bank are practically identical. The chief material change since 1906 is in the management or control. In 1906, Wall Street only proposed a government central bank, with the federal government in absolute and supreme control. In 1912, emboldened by the Panic of 1907 and its results, and belief that the administration and Congress can be induced to entirely surrender to Wall Street and the banks, it is now actually demanded that Congress create a private central bank named National Reserve Association, with the banks in absolute and supreme control, the government selecting 4 and the banks 42 of the 46 directors. The governmental function of issuing and regulating from day to day the volume of the entire public currency that in 1906 was to be granted because it was to be a public institution under absolute government control, is now to be delegated to and exercised by this mere private corporation. The Aldrich Plan bill is as follows. A bill to incorporate the National Reserve Association of the United States and for other purposes. Be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled, that the National Reserve Association of the United States be, and it is hereby, created and established for a term of 50 years from the date of filing with the Comptroller of the Currency, a certificate of paid-in capital stock as hereinafter provided. It shall have an authorized capital equal in amount to 20 per centum of the paid-in and unimpaired capital of all banks eligible for membership in said National Reserve Association. Before said association shall be authorized to commence business, $200 million of the capital stock shall be subscribed, and $100 million of its capital shall be paid in cash. The capital stock of said association shall be divided into shares of $100 each. The outstanding capital stock may be increased from time to time as subscribing banks increase their capital, or as additional banks become subscribers, or may be decreased as subscribing banks reduce their capital or leave the association by liquidation. The head office of the National Reserve Association shall be located in Washington, in the District of Columbia. June 7, 1911. The 24,392 reporting national and state banks and trust companies had a combined capital stock of $1,952,411,085. If all joined, the Reserve Association stock would be about $400 million. That size capital is authorized whether they all join or not. The figure is 20% of combined capital of all banks eligible for membership. If only the 7,331 national banks join, their combined capital on October 31st, 1911, being $1,032,632,131, the total Reserve Association stock will be about $200 million. The amount that must be subscribed, one half being paid in, before the association can commence business. Evidently, when the $200 million minimum was fixed, it was anticipated that probably only national banks would join, and possibly such state banks and trust companies as are directly controlled by national banks. Although there is no important advantage to be gained by state banks and trust companies by joining, and very serious disadvantages, it was necessary to make a show of impartiality to keep state institutions from fighting the scheme in Congress. Apparently, state institutions can join or not as they like. Subsequently, however, they will be forced to surrender and become a minor part of this universal banking trust, or see their deposits and business gradually diverted to national banks by the cry that only such banks as join the association have been made panic-proof by the government. Once the law is passed, every bank can be forced into the combination, and once in, they are powerless and never can get out, except by insolvency or liquidation. If necessary, another little panic easily can be sprung as an object lesson to accelerate the decision of all banks to join this Salvation Corporation. Elsewhere, we shall see that every bank joining must in everything submit to the orders of the central bank. A universal bank trust, a great money combine, is certain the moment Congress passes and the President approves this bill. The President has indicated that he will approve it, so Congress is the only protector of the country and the people against the imperial money monster this bill would bring into being. And the interests believe they can control a majority of the present Congress. If they can, then only the people can block the measure. The total capital of this financial colossus and its power is to automatically increase as new banks are organized or old banks increase their stock, Congress having no voice in the matter during the next 50 years. While the official head office is to be in Washington, of course, the real headquarters will be at the New York branch in Wall Street. The moment this bill becomes law, it will be an enforceable contract, a vested right that neither Congress or any other authority can cancel or change to the financial disadvantage of the corporation. A member of the Monetary Commission so stated to Ryder recently. Section 2. Upon duly making and filing with the Comptroller of the Currency the certificate hereinafter required, the National Reserve Association of the United States shall become a body corporate, and as such, and by that name shall have power, first, to adopt and use a corporate seal. Second, to have succession for a period of 50 years from the date of said certificate. Third, to make all contracts necessary and proper to carry out the purposes of this act. Fourth, to sue and be sued, complain and defend, in any court of law or equity, as fully as natural persons. Fifth, to elect or appoint directors and officers in the manner hereinafter provided and define their duties. Sixth, to adopt by its board of directors bylaws not inconsistent with this act, regulating the manner in which its property shall be transferred, its general business conducted, and the privileges granted to it by law, exercised and enjoyed. Seventh, to purchase, acquire, hold, and convey real estate as hereinafter provided. Eighth, to exercise by its board of directors or duly authorized committees, officers, or agent, subject to law, all the powers and privileges conferred upon the National Reserve Association by this act. This lax wildcat form of incorporation is enough to make corporations under the laws of New Jersey, Delaware, or Arizona turn green with envy. It was not considered by the fathers safe to allow even the federal government to exercise any functions or powers except such as were delegated to it by the states and specifically enumerated in the Constitution. Even with the people constantly in control for the benefit of the people. This private corporation, owned by the banks for the benefit of the banks, is granted life for 50 years, a half-century, almost half as long as the Republic has existed, and it is practically given legal power to do anything and everything without limitation, restraint, regulation, or serious government supervision, except as to a few minor and relatively unimportant things specifically mentioned. No public regulation or supervision of its investments or conduct is provided. Paragraphs 3rd, 6th, and 8th grant the corporation practically unlimited power and turn it loose to work its will and pleasure for 50 years. Granting its board of directors this wide-open power to adopt bylaws is giving the corporation legal authority for 50 years to legislate for itself on all subjects not expressly illegal, except that such bylaws must be not inconsistent with this act. The unconditional grant of power to make all contracts necessary and proper to carry out the purposes of this act enables it to do practically everything, for almost anything can be made necessary and proper by the bylaws. The two former central banks, abolished by Congress refusing to renew their charters because of their political activity and because they had too much power, did not have a tenth of the power this bill would confer upon this corporation, and the length of their charters was but 20 years. In the whole measure, there is not provided even one criminal penalty upon any officer, director, or agent of the association or any of its branches, or upon the corporation itself for the violation of one or all of the provisions of the bill. Paragraph 2 almost confers immortality on this soulless corporation, and 4th seems to grant it human rights as well as corporate powers by making it equal to natural persons. Individuals do not have corporate powers, and ordinary corporations do not have natural human rights. But this bill seems to endow this money octopus with both corporate powers and human rights. It was unnecessary expressly to say that it shall be equal to omnipotence in authority, because that is practically assured by the other sections of the bill. Section 3. All national banks and all banks or trust companies chartered by the laws of any state of the United States or of the District of Columbia, complying with the requirements for membership in the said National Reserve Association, hereinafter set forth, may subscribe to its capital to an amount equal to 20% of the paid-in and unimpaired capital of the subscribing bank, and not more nor less, and each of such subscribing banks shall become a member of a local association as hereinafter provided. 50% of the subscriptions to the capital stock of the National Reserve Association shall be fully paid in. The remainder of the subscriptions, or any part thereof, shall become a liability of the subscribers, subject to call and payment thereof whenever necessary to meet the obligations of the National Reserve Association, under such terms and in accordance with such regulations as the Board of Directors of the National Reserve Association may prescribe. The subscriptions of a bank or trust company incorporated under the laws of any state or of the District of Columbia to the capital stock of the National Reserve Association shall be made subject to the following conditions. First, that A. If a bank, it shall have a paid-in and unimpaired capital of not less than that required for a national bank in the same locality, and that B. If a trust company, it shall have an unimpaired surplus of not less than 20% of its capital, and if located in a place having a population of 6,000 inhabitants or less, shall have a paid-in and unimpaired capital or not less than $50,000. If located in a city having a population of more than 6,000 inhabitants and not more than 50,000 inhabitants, shall have a paid-in and unimpaired capital of not less than $100,000. If located in a city having a population of more than 50,000 inhabitants and not more than 200,000 inhabitants, shall have a paid-in and unimpaired capital of not less than $200,000. If located in a city having a population of more than 200,000 inhabitants and not more than 300,000 inhabitants, shall have a paid-in and unimpaired capital of not less than $300,000. If located in a city having a population of more than 300,000 inhabitants and not more than 400,000 inhabitants, shall have a paid-in and unimpaired capital of not less than $400,000. And if located in a city having a population of more than 400,000 inhabitants, shall have a paid-in and unimpaired capital of not less than $500,000. Second, that it shall have and agree to maintain against its demand deposits of reserve of like character and proportion to that required by law of a national bank in the same locality, provided, however, that deposits which it may have with any subscribing national bank, state bank, or trust company in a city designated in the national banking laws as a reserve city or central reserve city, shall count as reserve in like manner, and to the same extent as similar deposits of a national bank with national banks in such cities. Third, that it shall have and agree to maintain against other classes of deposits the percentages of reserve required by this Act. Fourth, that it shall agree to submit to such examinations and to make such reports as are required by law, and to comply with the requirements and conditions imposed by this Act and regulations made in conformity therewith. The words subscribing banks, when used hereafter in this Act, shall be understood to refer to such national banks and banks or trust companies chartered by the laws of any state of the United States or of the District of Columbia, as shall comply with the requirements for membership herein defined. Paragraph 2 of Section 3 indicates that bank reserves are to be as now kept in other banks and reserve cities instead of in the central reservoir of the National Reserve Association, as had been represented. In fact, this bill seems to force all joining state banks and trust companies to send their reserves to Wall Street, or to put the same in the national banks that now are constantly sending hundreds of millions of dollars of the deposit savings of the people to Wall Street, and thus are depriving the communities where such deposits are owned of their use. Paragraph 4 legally binds all joining state banks and trust companies to forever comply with the requirements and conditions imposed by this Act and regulations made in conformity therewith. The Association is empowered to adopt bylaws containing such regulations as it may from time to time care to impose. The courts will compel all banks and trust companies to obey the regulations or orders of the Central Association, for each in advance by adopted resolution, and in writing legally binds itself to do so. Every act of each bank thus can be regulated or dictated by the association, such as interest rates paid to depositors or charged on loans, investments, loans made, securities bought, expansion and contraction of the volume of its loans, etc. Under this power, a mere circular order or round robin to the banks by the association can suddenly contract the volume of bank loans to businessmen to the extent of billions of dollars. The power of the association over every bank and trust company is about as great as it would be if it owned all of the stock of each bank and trust company. Instead of the association being a subsidiary of the banks, the 24,392 banks all are to be mere helpless subsidiaries of the National Reserve Association. Thus, the newborn child is stronger than its parents. Through this clever means, the big banks, controlled by Wall Street, that will dominate the association, will be able to rule every individual bank and trust company in the United States. Country bankers thereafter will be mere clerks for Wall Street. There never was such a big, powerful, nationwide, complete combine in all trust annals. It will be a trust of the trusts, and it is all to be done by act of Congress. And yet, in his message endorsing this measure, President Taft said, "And I trust also that the new legislation will carefully and completely protect and assure the individuality and independence of each bank, to the end that any tendency there may ever be toward a consolidation of the money or banking power of the nation shall be defeated." If he meant what he says, he will have to veto this bill. If he did not mean it, why did he say it? Did he, in a public message to Congress, endorse a measure of great importance without knowing its provisions, and this only a few days before the bill was introduced into Congress? Or did Aldrich conceal from the President the already prepared bill while inducing him to publicly endorse the same? Section 4. The Secretary of the Treasury, the Secretary of Agriculture, the Secretary of Commerce and Labor, and the Comptroller of the Currency are hereby designated a committee to effect the organization of the National Reserve Association, and the necessary expenses of said committee shall be payable out of the Treasury upon vouchers approved by the members of said committee, and the Treasury shall be reimbursed by the National Reserve Association to the full amount paid out therefor. Within 60 days after the passage of this act, said committee shall provide for the opening of books for subscriptions to the capital stock of said National Reserve Association in such places as the said committee may designate. Before the subscription of any bank to the capital stock of the National Reserve Association shall be accepted, said bank shall file with the Organization Committee, or after organization with the National Reserve Association, a certified copy of a resolution adopted by the Board of Directors of said bank, accepting all the provisions and liabilities imposed by this act, and authorizing the president or cashier of said bank to subscribe for said stock. This and other provisions tend to give the impression that the association is a public institution, being promoted by the government, when it is only a mere private corporation. Morally, it binds the government, which is to have responsibility without power. The government should not go into partnership with, or loan its credit or influence to, any private individual or corporation. It is deceiving the people into believing that the association and its paper currency has behind it the credit of the government, which it is claimed is not a fact. Under this bill, the government has no stock or financial interest in, or the slightest effective control over the private corporation to which Congress is asked to grant power to issue and regulate the volume of the public currency. Making 4 appointed public officers ex officio directors in a board of 46, and allowing the president to appoint the governor, but only from a list of 3 nominated by such board, gives not the slightest power of public control. It is intended to mislead the people, and if it is made to appear a government action, the banks more generally may promptly respond by joining. There is no legitimate reason why members of the President's cabinet should solicit subscriptions to the stock of this private corporation and have the expenses paid from the public treasury. It is, of course, a mere bluff. Section 5. When the subscriptions to the capital stock of the National Reserve Association shall amount to the sum of $200 million, the Organization Committee hereinbefore provided shall forthwith proceed to select 15 cities in the United States for the location of the branches of said National Reserve Association, provided that one branch shall be located in the New England states, including the states of Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut. 2 branches in the eastern states, including the states of New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Delaware. 4 branches in the southern states, including the states of Maryland, Virginia, West Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Texas, Arkansas, Kentucky, Tennessee, and also the District of Columbia. 4 branches in the middle western states, including the states of Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa, and Missouri. 4 branches in the western and Pacific states, including the states of North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, New Mexico, Oklahoma, Washington, Oregon, California, Idaho, Utah, Nevada, and Arizona. When the cities in which the branches are to be located have been selected, the Organization Committee shall forthwith divide the entire country into 15 districts, with 1 branch of the National Reserve Association in each district, provided that the districts shall be apportioned with due regard to the convenient and customary course of business and not necessarily along state lines. The districts may be readjusted, and new districts and new branches may from time to time be created by the directors of the National Reserve Association whenever, in their opinion, the business of the country requires. it is made to appear that the government is to control the dividing of the country up into districts. It is loudly claimed that Wall Street control is forever barred by this particular arrangement of districts. But the directors of the association expressly are given power to change the districts at will. In other words, they can immediately readjust so Wall Street will have complete control. And these district associations choose the directors of the National Reserve Association. Section 6. All subscribing banks within a district shall be grouped by the organization committee or, after organization, by the National Reserve Association into local associations of not less than 10 banks, with an aggregate capital and surplus of at least $5 million, for the purposes hereinafter prescribed. Provided that the territory included in each association shall be contiguous, and that in apportioning the territory due regard shall be had for the customary course of business, and for the convenience of the banks forming the association. Provided further, that in apportioning the territory to local associations comprising a district, every bank and all of the territory within said district shall be located within the boundaries of some local association. And provided further, that every subscribing bank shall become a member only of the local association of the territory in which it is situated. The banks uniting to form a local association shall, by their presidents or vice presidents, under authority from the board of directors, execute a certificate in triplicate, setting forth the name of the association, the names of the banks composing it, its principal place of business, its territorial limits, and the purposes for which it is organized. One copy of this certificate shall be filed with the Comptroller of the Currency, one copy shall be filed with the National Reserve Association, and one copy shall be filed with the branch of the National Reserve Association of the district in which the local association is included. Upon the filing of such certificates, the local association therein named shall become a body corporate, and by the name so designated may sue and be sued, and exercise the powers of a body corporate for the purposes mentioned in this Act, and not otherwise. The local associations in each district may be readjusted from time to time, and new associations may be authorized by the directors of the National Reserve Association. Local associations with their boasted Republican form of government can be changed, readjusted at will by the Imperial Board of Directors of the Central Association. The whole management is despotism disguised as a democracy. Section 7. Each local association shall have a board of directors, the number to be determined by the bylaws of the local association. 3/5 of that number shall be elected by ballot cast by the representatives of the banks that are members of the local association, each bank having one representative, and each representative one vote for each of the positions to be filled, without reference to the number of shares which the bank holds in the National Reserve Association. 2/5 of the whole number of directors of the local association shall be elected by the same representatives of the several banks that are members of the association, but in voting for these additional directors, each representative shall be entitled to as many votes as the bank which he represents holds shares in the National Reserve Association. Provided that in case 40% of the capital stock in any subscribing bank is owned directly or indirectly by any other subscribing bank, or in case 40% of the capital stock in each of 2 or more subscribing banks, being members of the same local association, is owned directly or indirectly by the same person, persons, co-partnership, voluntary association, trustee, or corporation, then, and in either of such cases, neither of such banks shall be entitled to vote separately, as a unit, or upon its stock, except that such banks acting together, as one unit, shall be entitled to one vote, for the election of the board of directors of such local association. In no case shall voting by proxy be allowed. The authorized representative of a bank as herein provided shall be its president, vice president, or cashier. Each director shall take an oath that he will, so far as the duty devolves upon him, diligently and honestly administer the affairs of such association, and will not knowingly violate or willingly permit to be violated any of the provisions of this Act. The directors originally elected shall hold office until the second Tuesday in February immediately following their election, and thereafter the directors shall be elected annually on that date, and shall hold office for the term of 1 year. The Board of Directors of the local association shall have authority to make bylaws, not inconsistent with law, which shall be subject to the approval of the National Reserve Association. If Congress exists to serve the people instead of the banks, it will consider immaterial the method of electing directors so long as the banks select all and the people none for the local associations. The whole scheme is for the benefit of the banks and not the people. All local bylaws must be approved by the Supreme Association. Section 7 seems to authorize ownership of one bank by another. Branch banking, now illegal. 40, 51, or 75% of a bank's stock could be put in one or more cooperating holding companies and thus easily evade the restriction. Each director of a local, a branch, or of the National Association must take an oath that he will faithfully perform his duties. This is a joke, in view of the U.S. Comptroller's charges that about 40,000 bank officers and directors almost every day knowingly violate their oaths, which all take as bank officials. This oath is to serve the bank or the association, not the government. No penalty or method of impeachment is provided in the Bank Act or this bill against directors who break their oaths. The provision is a mere bluff. There should be a penalty of fine and imprisonment against bank officers and directors who knowingly violate their sworn duty. This would at least modify the evils and somewhat improve administration. The Central Association can approve or veto the bylaws of local associations. It is the autocrat. Section 8. Each of the branches of the National Reserve Association shall have a board of directors, the number, not less than 12 in addition to the ex officio member, to be fixed by the bylaws of the branch. These directors shall be elected in the following manner. The board of directors of each local association shall elect by ballot a voting representative. 1/2 of the elected directors of the branch shall be elected by the vote of such representatives, each representative having 1 vote for each of the positions to be filled, without reference to the number of shares which the banks composing the association which he represents holds in the National Reserve Association. 1/3 of the elected directors shall be elected by the same voting representatives, but each voting representative in this case shall have a number of votes equal to the number of shares in the National Reserve Association held by all the banks composing the local association which he represents. The remaining 1/6 of the directors shall be chosen by the directors already elected and shall fairly represent the agricultural, commercial, industrial, and other interests of the district, and shall not be officers nor, while serving, directors of banks, trust companies, insurance companies, or other financial institutions. The manager of the branch shall be ex officio a member of the board of directors of the branch and shall be chairman of the board. Each director shall take an oath that he will, so far as the duty devolves upon him, diligently and honestly administer the affairs of such association and will not knowingly violate or willingly permit to be violated any of the provisions of this act. All the members of the board of directors of the branch except the ex officio member shall at the first meeting of the board be divided into 3 classes. 1/3 of the directors shall hold office until the first Tuesday in March immediately following the election. 1/3 of the directors shall hold office for an additional period of 1 year after the first Tuesday in March immediately following the election. The remaining 1/3 of the directors shall hold office for an additional period of 2 years after the first Tuesday in March immediately following the election. All elections shall be held on the first Tuesday in March of each year, and after the first election all directors shall be elected for a term of 3 years, provided that the bylaws of the National Reserve Association shall provide for the manner of filling any vacancies which may occur in the board of directors of the branches. The board of directors of the branch shall have authority to make bylaws, not inconsistent with law, which shall be subject to the approval of the National Reserve Association. 1/6 of the directors of branch boards shall fairly represent the agricultural, commercial, industrial, etc. This is advisory only, not mandatory, because there is no way provided to determine, and no penalty if it is not done. It is largely bunkum, for the banks will select only such men for 1/6 as the banking 5/6 consider friendly. The entire 24 directors of the Great Bank of England are all from these classes. No bankers can be on that board. This is because that bank issues the public currency and regulates the discount rate for the whole nation. It was feared that bankers, if directors, would manipulate the currency supply and discount rates for selfish objects, as surely they will do with this association. The Central Association may approve or veto the bylaws of branch associations. Section 9. The National Reserve Association shall have a board of directors, to be chosen in the following manner. First, 15 directors shall be elected, one by the board of directors of each branch of the National Reserve Association. In case the number of districts shall be increased hereafter, each additional district shall be entitled to elect an additional director of this class. Second, 15 additional directors shall be elected, one by the board of directors of each branch of the National Reserve Association, who shall fairly represent the agricultural, commercial, industrial, and other interests of the district, and who shall not be officers nor, while serving, directors of banks, trust companies, insurance companies, or other financial institutions. In case the number of districts shall be increased hereafter, each additional district shall be entitled to elect an additional director of this class. Third, 9 additional directors shall be elected by voting representatives chosen by the boards of directors of the various branches, each of whom shall cast a number of votes equal to the number of shares in the National Reserve Association held by the banks in the branch which he represents. Not more than one of the directors of this class shall be chosen from one district. Directors of each of the 3 classes named above shall be residents of the district from which they are elected. Fourth, there shall be 7 ex officio members of the board of directors, namely, the governor of the National Reserve Association, who shall be chairman of the board, 2 deputy governors of the National Reserve Association, the Secretary of the Treasury, the Secretary of Agriculture, the Secretary of Commerce and Labor, and the Comptroller of the Currency. No member of any national or state legislative body shall be a director of the National Reserve Association, nor any of its branches, nor of any local association. All the members of the board, except the ex officio members, shall at the first meeting of the board be divided into 3 classes. 1/3 of the directors shall hold office until the first Tuesday in April, immediately following the election. 1/3 of the directors shall hold office for an additional period of 1 year after the first Tuesday in April, immediately following the election. The remaining 1/3 of the directors shall hold office for an additional period of 2 years after the first Tuesday in April, immediately following the election. All elections shall be held on the first Tuesday in April of each year, and after the first election all directors shall be elected for a term of 3 years. Provided that all directors provided for in Sections 7, 8, and 9 of this Act shall serve until their successors have qualified, and provided further that the bylaws of the National Reserve Association shall provide for the manner of filling any vacancies which may occur in the Board of Directors of the National Reserve Association. Each director shall take an oath that he will, so far as the duty devolves upon him, diligently and honestly administer the affairs of such association, and will not knowingly violate or willingly permit to be violated any of the provisions of this Act. The Board of Directors of the National Reserve Association shall have authority to make bylaws not inconsistent with law, which shall prescribe the manner in which the business of said association shall be conducted, and the privileges granted to it by law exercised and enjoyed. The public is not interested in the complicated and confusing method of voting or choosing directors. It is an affair of the banks only. The people have no hand or voice in the selection of the governing board of this private association or syndicate that is to control their entire money supply and fix the interest rates that the whole country must pay. Of the 46 directors, 42 are chosen by the banking fraternity. The other 4 are appointed public officials, ex officio directors. Congressmen and legislators, officials for whom the people have voted, are blacklisted. They cannot be upon local, branch, or national boards. Yet, the people's elected congressmen are expected to grant all these privileges and powers to the banks. But there is nothing to prevent Wall Street high financiers being directors. Directors of the National Association serve until their successors are chosen, and they determine how vacancies shall be filled. Could not vacancies be induced to change control, the board filling the vacancies? As they can revise and perhaps abolish the local and branch associations, there is nothing to prevent the first board constituting itself an autocratic, self-perpetuating body in absolute control of a 50-year charter. A legally enforceable vested right, giving imperial power over all banks, controlling the public currency, and enjoying privileges obtained free that former Secretary of the Treasury Shaw is reported as saying are worth to the private interests in control more than the entire national debt, about $1 billion. The power to make bylaws is a grant practically unlimited. The effect, if not the design of the complicated system of electing directors, is to confuse and divert public attention away from other provisions of the bill that really are important and dangerous. Section 10. The executive officers of the National Reserve Association shall consist of a governor, 2 deputy governors, a secretary, and such subordinate officers as may be provided by the bylaws. The governor of the National Reserve Association shall be selected by the President of the United States from a list of not less than 3 submitted to him by the Board of Directors of said association. The person so selected shall thereupon be appointed by the said board as governor of the National Reserve Association for a term of 10 years, subject to removal for cause by a 2/3 vote of the board. There shall be 2 deputy governors to be elected by the board for a term of 7 years, subject to removal for cause by a majority vote of the board. The 2 deputy governors first elected shall serve for terms of 4 years and 7 years respectively. In case of any vacancy in the office of deputy governor, his successor shall be elected to fill the unexpired term. In the absence of the governor, or his inability to act, the deputy who is senior in point of service shall act as governor. The board of directors shall have authority to appoint such other officers as may be provided for by the bylaws. 3 men will be selected by the banking interests. The president can say which of the 3 shall be governor. No doubt the other 2 will be the 2 deputy governors. This puts a serious responsibility upon the president and government without power of free discretion. He should not mix in the matter unless he can select whom he thinks best suited in the public interest. If he appoints the governor, he should both deputies and have power of removal. Otherwise, the association should have the entire responsibility, the government and all public officials keeping out, so not to even morally bind the government to policies and acts that it is powerless to block, regulate, or execute. The government should have full and supreme control, or no part whatever in the management. There can be no safe compromise on this point. Even a bare majority would not be safe. It must be a genuine public institution or an absolute private corporation. A mixed deal will be dangerous, if not utterly unlawful. The plan of having the president appoint the governor from a list of 3 furnished him by the banking fraternity would be matched if the law was so changed that the president must appoint the comptroller who supervises and regulates the banks from a list of 3 persons given to him by the banks to be regulated. In France, the chief of state selects as governor of the Bank of France a man of his own choice, and it is conceded that no disadvantage to the bank or the country therefrom ever has been experienced. The promoters intend that the association shall be the government, exclusive, supreme, and imperial, in the world of banking, business, and finance.
Section 11. When the National Reserve Association is duly organized, its board of directors shall call upon the subscribing banks for a payment of 50% on the amount of their subscription to the capital stock of said association. When $100 million of capital have been paid in, the Board of Directors shall at once proceed to execute and file with the Secretary of State a certificate showing the payment of $100 million on capital stock, and they shall further file with the Comptroller of the Currency a certificate showing the title and location of each bank which has subscribed to the capital stock of the National Reserve Association, the number of shares subscribed by each, and the amount paid thereon. $100 million probably is all the banks will ever pay in. The balance of the money needed will be manufactured on the association's printing press, circulating notes of the association, corporate currency, which it is to be authorized to issue without limit. This $100 million no doubt will be paid in U.S. bonds, under Section 49, the association getting with the bonds the $100 million banknote currency based thereon. The association can hand this currency back to the banks for their free use permanently, except 1.5% tax. And, lo and behold, the banks have bought and own $200 million Reserve Association stock, on which they have paid $100 million. The association has obtained $100 million of assets in shape of U.S. bonds, has deposited the bonds with the U.S. Treasury, and obtained $100 million of banknote currency, which it has permanently loaned to the banks for the mere government tax, and the whole thing is completed without the banks supplying a single dollar of their money. Then the banks, through their association, will get the 2% interest on the deposited $100 million U.S. bonds, will receive 4% or 5% on the $100 million of association stock, and say 6% for use of $100 million banknote currency when loaned to customers, less 1.5% tax. This confederated banking fraternity invests $100 million, but gets interest on $300 million. That's financiering. The joker is the fact that the government issues the $100 million of currency, hands it over to the banks, allows the banks to have the interest on the bonds and what they can get loaning out the money, and then charges banks only a nominal tax. Under the present system, banks get 2 profits, but under the Aldrich Plan they get 3. In fact, under Section 23, the government must deposit all its public monies with this corporation immediately, and then keep on doing so without interest. This fixes it so that as soon as the association is formed, the government must hand over about $150 million of cash belonging to the people, 50% more than the $100 million paid in by the banks, same to be loaned out at 6% to the people through the banks for the profit of the banks association. And based on this $150 million of public money, if it is put into bank cash reserves, the banks actually can loan an additional $1,500 million credit to the people at 6%. Or better yet, the association can hold this $150 million of government money, using it as its own cash reserve instead of gold, issue based on this reserve $450 million of its own corporate currency, and hand this $450 million of corporate paper currency over to its banks to be held by them as their legal cash reserve, on which the banks then lawfully can loan $4,500 million of additional credit loans to the people at 6%. This huge increase of bank loans is based wholly upon the original $150 million of government money belonging to the people of the United States, and the banks are enabled to increase the quantity of their bank loans over $4 billion, and to collect 6% thereon from the people each year, just because the People's Congress authorizes by law this astonishing power. And for all of this enormous increase of the profits of banks through use of public revenues, the Aldrich Bill does not propose to ensure 1 cent of compensation to the government or the people. There is no objection to the government using the banks as a means of putting currency into circulation among the people, but the government should receive the full value to the banks of the currency it so supplies. If this had been done continuously in the past, it would have yielded to the government, without unfair burden on the banks, enough to have paid off the entire national debt, now nearly $1 billion. Much loud talk by Aldrich has conveyed the impression that banks would make only 4%. We now see they will get at least double that profit direct and vastly more indirectly. Section 12. Shares of the capital stock of the National Reserve Association shall not be transferable, and under no circumstances shall they be hypothecated, nor shall they be owned otherwise than by subscribing banks, nor shall they be owned by any such bank other than in the proportion herein provided. In case a subscribing bank increases its capital, it shall thereupon subscribe for an additional amount of the capital of the National Reserve Association equal to 20% of the bank's increase of capital, paying therefore its then book value as shown by the last published statement of said association. A bank applying for membership in the National Reserve Association at any time after its formation must subscribe for an amount of the capital of said association equal to 20% of the capital of said subscribing bank, paying therefore its then book value as shown by the last published statement of said association. When the capital of the National Reserve Association has been increased either on account of the increase of capital of the banks in said association, or on account of the increase in the membership of said association, the Board of Directors shall make and execute a certificate showing said increase in capital, the amount paid in, and by whom paid. This certificate shall be filed in the office of the Comptroller of the Currency. In case a subscribing bank reduces its capital, it shall surrender a proportionate amount of its holdings in the capital of said association, and if a bank goes into voluntary liquidation, it shall surrender all of its holdings of the capital of said association. In either case, the shares surrendered shall be cancelled, and the bank shall receive in payment therefore a sum equal to their then book value, as shown by the last published statement of said association. If any member of the National Reserve Association shall become insolvent and a receiver be appointed, the stock held by it in said association shall be cancelled, and the balance, after paying all debts due by such insolvent bank to said association, such debts being hereby declared to be a first lien upon the paid-in capital stock, shall be paid to the receiver of the insolvent bank. Whenever the capital stock of the National Reserve Association is reduced, either on account of the reduction in capital of members of said association, or the liquidation or insolvency of any member, the Board of Directors shall make and execute a certificate showing such reduction of capital stock and the amount repaid to each bank. This certificate shall be filed in the office of the Comptroller of the Currency. The association and the banks, instead of the government, get the excess profits going to surplus in addition to the 4 or 5% cumulative dividends, by figuring the basis as book value instead of par. Membership, which is a privilege and not an enforceable legal right, is forfeited just as soon as a bank gets into trouble and a receiver is appointed. The association has a first lien, a head of depositors, on the funds of a bank associated in association stock for any debt of the bank to the association. It is by law to be made a preferred creditor. Section 13. The National Reserve Association and its branches and the local associations shall be exempt from local and state taxation, except in respect to taxes upon real estate. This creature corporation of the banks may become a ready means, under this section, for dodging local taxes on hundreds of millions and perhaps billions of dollars of otherwise taxable assets. Many big banks and bankers are said to now evade taxes by tricks of bookkeeping, thus increasing the taxes of other people. Section 14. The directors of the National Reserve Association shall annually elect from their number an executive committee and such other committees as the bylaws of the National Reserve Association may provide. The executive committee shall consist of 9 members, of which the governor of the National Reserve Association shall be ex officio chairman, and the 2 deputy governors and the comptroller of the currency ex officio members, but not more than one of the elected members shall be chosen from any one district. The Executive Committee shall have all the authority which is vested in the Board of Directors, except the power of nomination, appointment, and removal of the Governor and Deputy Governors, and except such as may be specifically delegated by the Board to other committees, or to the executive officers, or such as may be specifically reserved or retained by the Board. The states reserved all power not expressly delegated to the federal government. Congress by law is to grant all power to this Executive Committee of 9 that is not specifically reserved by action of the Board of 46 Directors of the Reserve Association. The Executive Committee of 9 is to be given all the power over the business and operations possessed by the 46 Directors, and 5 is a working majority. 24 of the 46 Directors can select this committee, and 5 members of the committee, the Governor, 2 Deputy Governors, and 2 others. Just 5 persons will absolutely rule the National Reserve Association and wield its limitless and dangerous powers. This will be the secret Holy of Holies, and these 5 men will be selected by and ever do the will of Wall Street. These 5 men will decide from day to day the amount of money 94 million people shall have for their use and the interest rate they must pay. They will have power to rediscount or aid any and every bank, and to refuse to do so. They will each day determine the quantity of bank credit the business of the country can borrow, who shall have it, and what must be paid therefor. These 5 men, without prior public notice, will be able suddenly to contract and cancel, say $500 million of corporate currency, and thus force the federated banks to contract their loans of credit, and make their customers pay up immediately $5 billion of their debts to the banks. This is the power to wreck prices, slaughter securities and property, shut down industries, forcing labor into idleness, causing general bankruptcy, panic, ruin. These 5 will be the executioners, the headsmen, of all American business. Congress is asked to grant power to do all these things to 5 irresponsible men, who are certain to be the dummies of the high financiers, and who, with all power and no public responsibility, in secret, will sit in unchallenged final judgment with life and death power over the welfare and very existence of every bank, and through the banks, over the business of every individual and corporation in the United States. And as is usual in such cases, one man, probably the Governor, perhaps dominated from the outside by special interests, will rule the 5 and be sole master of the association and all its vast powers. Do businessmen want Congress to grant for 50 years to 5 persons whom they do not know and never will see, absolute power to crush their business by subtle means any time without a moment's notice? Section 15. There shall be a Board of Examination, elected annually by the Board of Directors from among their number, excluding the members of the Executive Committee, of which the Secretary of the Treasury shall be ex officio chairman. It shall be the duty of this board to carefully examine the condition and the business of the National Reserve Association and of its branches, and to make a public statement of the result of such examination at least once a year. The association thus is empowered to regulate itself. No public regulation or control is provided. The corporation is to be independent of government, supreme. Section 16. Each branch shall have a manager and a deputy manager appointed from the district by the Governor of the National Reserve Association, with the approval of the Executive Committee of said association and the Board of Directors of the branch, and subject to removal at any time by the Governor with the approval of the Executive Committee of the National Reserve Association. The powers and duties of the manager and deputy manager and of the various committees of the branches shall be prescribed by the bylaws of the National Reserve Association. Section 17. The directors of each local association shall annually elect from their number a president, a vice president, and an executive committee, whose powers and duties shall be determined by the bylaws of the local association, subject, however, to the approval of the National Reserve Association. Section 18. The National Reserve Association shall cause to be kept at all times, at the head office of the association, a full and correct list of the names of the banks owning stock in the association, and the number of shares held by each. Such list shall be subject to the inspection of all the shareholders of the association, and a copy thereof, on the first Monday of July of each year, shall be transmitted to the Comptroller of the Currency. The association rules absolutely its branches and the local associations. The government and the people have no effective voice in this private corporation that is to get the free use of all public moneys, and for 50 years issue and control for their own profit all public currency. Section 19. The earnings of the National Reserve Association shall be disposed of in the following manner. After the payment of all expenses and the franchise and other taxes not provided for in this section, the shareholders shall be entitled to receive an annual dividend of 4 per centum on the paid-in capital, which dividend shall be cumulative. Further annual net earnings shall be disposed of as follows. First, a contingent fund shall be created, which shall be maintained at an amount equal to 1 per centum on the paid-in capital, and shall not exceed in any event $2 million, and shall be used to meet any possible losses. Such fund shall, upon the final dissolution of the National Reserve Association, be paid to the United States, and shall not under any circumstances be included in the book value of the stock, or be paid to the shareholders. Second, 1/2 of additional net earnings shall be paid into the surplus fund of the National Reserve Association until said fund shall amount to 20 per centum of the paid-in capital, 1/4 shall be paid to the United States as a franchise tax, and 1/4 shall be paid to the shareholders, until the shareholders' dividend shall amount to 5 per centum per annum on the paid-in capital, provided that no such dividends, exclusive of the cumulative dividends above provided for, shall at any time be paid in excess of 5 per centum in any 1 year. Whenever and so long as the contingent fund has been provided for, and the 5 per centum dividend has been paid to shareholders, 1/2 of the additional earnings shall be added to the surplus fund, and 1/2 shall be paid to the United States as a franchise tax. Whenever and so long as the surplus fund of the National Reserve Association amounts to 20 per centum of the paid-in capital, and the shareholders shall have received dividends not exceeding 5 per centum, all excess earnings shall be paid to the United States as a franchise tax. Right here the game of euchre begins, the government getting plenty of experience, but the banks taking all the tricks. This reads like the government might get a lot of money as its share of the partnership profits, but under the above provision, probably it will never get 1 cent. The $2 million contingent fund it cannot get until the end of the charter, 50 years. If the association never earns net over 4% and sufficient to keep its $2 million contingent fund to pay losses intact, clearly nothing would go to the government. It no doubt will keep its profits down to that basis by cutting its discount rates charged banks for rediscounting, under sections 26, 27, 28, 29, because then banks will get all the excess profits in form of lower discount charges. Whereas, if the discount rate was kept up, the association would have excess profits that the banks must divide with the government, although on a grossly unfair basis. As the banks own all of the association's stock and pay to the association all the revenue it receives, what is the use of letting the government get away with any of the profits when the banks can keep all by simply manipulating the interest or discount charges? And Carnegie says we cannot trust the human nature of big financiers when their interests are at stake. We must expect them to grab every dollar they can get and keep out of jail. and then some. But if this bill passes, this method by which the banks will euchre the government out of all of the joint profits will be made lawful. If the association keeps its reserve intact, Section 41, and issues no more than $900 million of its corporate currency, Section 51, there is no other provision under which the government can receive $1 of profit or benefit. Section 56 gives it a 1.5% annual tax on the banknote currency or bonds taken over by the association from the banks, but 1% of this is given back by exchanging 3% 50-year government bonds for the present 2% bonds. This leaves only 0.5%, the same amount the government now is receiving as a tax on banknote currency, which only about covers the expense. The history of the banking system, given in another chapter, proves that the banks always take advantage of the government when they have the power so to do. The greatest high finance minds in the world have spent months, years, helping to devise the provisions of this bill. It is a great success for the banks. Its ingenious, sly, and crafty wording and provisions makes the measure a genuine wonder. Every little sentence has a meaning of its own. Every addition to surplus increases the book value of the association stock, the benefit all going to the banks besides their liberal dividends. Section 20. Any member of a local association may apply to such association for a guarantee of the commercial paper which it desires to rediscount at the branch of the National Reserve Association in its district. Any such bank receiving a guarantee from a local association shall pay a commission to the local association, to be fixed in each case by its board of directors. Expenses and losses in excess of commissions shall be met by an assessment of the members of the local association in proportion to the ratio which their capital and surplus bears to the aggregate capital and surplus of the members of the local association, which assessment shall be made by its board of directors, and the commission received for such guarantee, after the payment of expenses and possible losses, shall be distributed among the several banks of the local association in the same proportion. A local association shall have authority to require security from any bank offering paper for guarantee, or it may decline to grant the application. The total amount of guarantees by a local association to the National Reserve Association shall not at any time exceed the aggregate capital and surplus of the banks forming the guaranteeing association. A local association may legally refuse to aid a particular bank. This puts any bank or trust company at the mercy of any local dominant clique among banks. The bank has paid its quota, is obligated, yet aid in time of need can be refused, and this notwithstanding Section 22, which extends to each bank the privileges of the National Association. For the local has power, under Section 20, to block such help. Discrimination and favoritism, as between banks, would be legal and probable. One bank can be charged a mere nominal commission, and another a prohibitory figure. A bank is made legally liable without limit for its losses by a local association under its guarantee on paper certified for rediscount, and this without the consent or knowledge of such bank. It is made liable without limit for acts of others whom it cannot control or restrain. Section 21. Any local association may, by a vote of 3/4 of its members, and with the approval of the National Reserve Association, assume and exercise such of the powers and functions of a clearinghouse as are not inconsistent with the purposes of this Act. The National Reserve Association may require any local association to perform such services in facilitating the domestic exchanges of the National Reserve Association as the public interests may require. For many years, banks have sought means to legalize and incorporate clearinghouses, and now here it is in smoothest and broadest form. Sections 6 and 21 do the trick. Every local association is made a distinct corporation. Every bank clearinghouse is a local trust for regulating competition between banks so as to keep low the rate of interest paid to depositors and high the rates charged borrowers. This destruction of competition between banks and the fact that no new competing banks will be permitted to be established in any city or town to compete with the banks joining this association are among the chief arguments being made directly to banks by the promoters of this scheme to induce the cooperation of all banks. But what are the businessmen and the people who must depend upon bank loans and pay the interest rates going to say about this plan of establishing in every town a monopoly of money and bank credit and destruction of competition? Section 22. All of the privileges and advantages of the National Reserve Association shall be equitably extended to every bank of any of the classes herein defined, which shall subscribe to its proportion of the capital stock of the National Reserve Association, and shall otherwise conform to the requirements of this Act, provided that the National Reserve Association may suspend a bank from the privileges of membership for refusal to comply with such requirements or for failure for 30 days to maintain its reserves, or to make the reports required by this Act, or for misrepresentation in any report or examination as to its condition or as to the character or extent of its assets or liabilities. The National Association can suspend any bank refusing to comply with the requirements imposed on it, deprive it of all aid and benefit. The child can discipline its parents. If a bank does not conform to the requirements of this Act, for example, does not instantly obey an order to contract its loans to its regular customers, say half, it can be suspended, denied aid, even in a panic. Section 23. The National Reserve Association shall be the principal fiscal agent of the United States. The government of the United States shall, upon the organization of the National Reserve Association, deposit its general funds with said association and its branches, and thereafter all receipts of the government, exclusive of trust funds, shall be deposited with said association and its branches, and all disbursements by the government shall be made through said association and its branches. Section 24. The government of the United States and banks owning stock in the National Reserve Association shall be the only depositors in said association. All domestic transactions of the National Reserve Association shall be confined to the government and the subscribing banks, with the exception of the purchase or sale of government or state securities or securities of foreign governments, or of gold coin or bullion. Section 25. The National Reserve Association shall pay no interest on deposits. The total general fund receipts of the government for the fiscal year of June 30, 1911, were $759,707,100.03. The association thus will receive government deposits amounting during each year in the aggregate to more than 750 million, or $40 billion during the next 50 years, for nothing. June 30, 1911, the balance on hand was $140,176,926.13. December 1907, it was over $240 million. These vast sums of public money raised by the taxation of the people are all to be turned over free to this private corporation for deposit, and by it to be loaned to the people through its banks for the exclusive profit of the corporation. And Section 25, aimed at the government exclusively, prevents government getting 1 cent for the use of these vast sums. Yet the members of the Monetary Commission who prepared this bill were paid and sworn servants of the people. Section 23 requires that every dollar paid out by the government must be paid through this corporation, thus virtually making it the guardian of the Republic. The central bank is prohibited from doing any domestic business except with banks, but it can do business abroad without restriction or limit. It can legally take the government's deposited revenues raised by taxation that it gets the use of free, and loan the same to carry on business in Europe or Asia, but not in the United States. Section 26. The National Reserve Association may, through a branch, rediscount for and with the endorsement of any bank having a deposit with it, notes and bills of exchange arising out of commercial transactions, that is, notes and bills of exchange issued or drawn for agricultural, industrial, or commercial purposes, and not including notes or bills issued or drawn for the purpose of carrying stocks, bonds, or other investment securities. Such notes and bills must have a maturity of not more than 28 days, and must have been made at least 30 days prior to the date of rediscount. The amount so rediscounted shall at no time exceed the capital of the bank for which the rediscounts are made. The aggregate of such notes and bills bearing the signature or endorsement of any one person, company, firm, or corporation, rediscounted for any one bank, shall at no time exceed 10 per centum of the unimpaired capital and surplus of said bank. Section 27. The National Reserve Association may through a branch also rediscount, for and with the endorsement of any bank having a deposit with it, notes and bills of exchange arising out of commercial transactions as hereinbefore defined, having more than 28 days, but not exceeding 4 months, to run, but in such cases the paper must be guaranteed by the local association of which the bank asking for the rediscount is a member. Section 28. Whenever, in the opinion of the Governor of the National Reserve Association, the public interests so require, such opinion to be concurred in by the Executive Committee of the National Reserve Association, and to have the definite approval of the Secretary of the Treasury, the National Reserve Association may through a branch discount the direct obligation of a depositing bank, endorsed by its local association, provided that the endorsement of the local association shall be fully secured by the pledge and deposit with it of satisfactory securities, which shall be held by the local association for account of the National Reserve Association. But in no such case shall the amount loaned by the National Reserve Association exceed 3/4 of the actual value of the securities so pledged. Section 29. The power of rediscount and discount granted to the National Reserve Association by Sections 26, 27, and 28 of this Act shall in each case be exercised through the branch in the district in which the bank making the application is located. Can anyone read these provisions and deny that the association is a central bank? If so, what is a central bank? The lid is off. The association can discount and rediscount for the banks practically without limit. The foundation is laid for the wildest wildcat banking inflation ever dreamed of. It is an endless chain. It is wide open. When the bubble bursts, no doubt it will exceed any financial catastrophe in all history. Any and all kinds of securities and paper, in one way or another, can be juggled and used as security, and basis for inflating and issuing hundreds of millions of corporate currency claimed not to be guaranteed by the government. In a great stock market campaign, when call loan rates are bid up high, banks can rediscount at the central bank their ordinary 6% commercial paper, and get printing press corporate currency in unlimited amounts to loan at 10, 30, 50, or 100% to the stock gamblers for use in fleecing the public in the speculative struggle. The whole scheme is rigged for the convenience of Wall Street. Section 30. The National Reserve Association shall have authority to fix its rates of discount from time to time, which when so fixed shall be published, and shall be uniform throughout the United States. Power to raise and lower the general discount rate is the power to increase and decrease interest rates and the prices of all securities, property, and labor. It is the power to veto prosperity, curtail credit and the volume of business, and if carried to extreme, to cause panic. Inflation and contraction of the currency and bank credit is an equally dangerous power, and this power is to be exercised each day in secret by 5 irresponsible men for the whole United States. Section 31. National banks are hereby authorized to accept drafts or bills of exchange drawn upon them, having not more than 4 months to run, properly secured, and arising out of commercial transactions, as hereinbefore defined. The amount of such acceptances outstanding shall not exceed 1/2 the capital and surplus of the accepting bank, and shall be subject to the restrictions of Section 5200 of the revised statutes. Section 32. The National Reserve Association may, whenever its own condition and the general financial conditions warrant such investment, purchase from a subscribing bank acceptances of banks or acceptors of unquestioned financial responsibility arising out of commercial transactions as hereinbefore defined. Such acceptances must have not exceeding 90 days to run, and must be of a character generally known in the market as prime bills. Such acceptances shall bear the endorsement of the subscribing bank selling the same, which endorsement must be other than that of the acceptor. Section 33. The National Reserve Association may invest in United States bonds, also in obligations having not more than 1 year to run, of the United States or its dependencies, or of any state or of foreign governments. Section 54. The National Reserve Association shall have power, both at home and abroad, to deal in gold coin or bullion, to make loans thereon, and to contract for loans of gold coin or bullion, giving therefore, when necessary, acceptable security, including the hypothecation of any of its holdings of United States bonds. Section 35. The National Reserve Association shall have power to purchase from its subscribing banks, and to sell, with or without its endorsement, checks or bills of exchange arising out of commercial transactions as hereinbefore defined, payable in such foreign countries as the Board of Directors of the National Reserve Association may determine. These bills of exchange must have not exceeding 90 days to run, and must bear the signatures of 2 or more responsible parties, of which the last one shall be that of a subscribing bank. Section 36. The National Reserve Association shall have power to open and maintain banking accounts in foreign countries, and to establish agencies in foreign countries for the purpose of purchasing, selling, and collecting foreign bills of exchange, and it shall have authority to buy and sell, with or without its endorsement, through such correspondence or agencies, checks or prime foreign bills of exchange arising out of commercial transactions, which have not exceeding 90 days to run, and which bear the signatures of 2 or more responsible parties. The association thus is legally authorized to sit in and play the international game of financial poker with all of the world's gold in the jackpot. Section 36 equips it to take its position as the American branch of the coming great international money combine that will soon eliminate or suppress all serious competition for important loans, and double the burden on the human race by increasing universally the rates of interest for money and credit. Section 37. It shall be the duty of the National Reserve Association, or any of its branches, upon request, to transfer any part of the deposit balance of any bank having an account with it, to the credit of any other bank having an account with the National Reserve Association. If a deposit balance is transferred from the books of one branch to the books of another branch, it may be done under regulations to be prescribed by the National Reserve Association, by mail, telegraph, or otherwise, at rates to be fixed at the time by the manager of the branch at which the transaction originates. Section 38. The National Reserve Association may purchase, acquire, hold, and convey real estate for the following purposes and no other. First, such as shall be necessary for the immediate accommodation in the transaction of the business either of the head office or of the branches. Second, such as shall be mortgaged to it in good faith by way of security for debts previously contracted. Third, such as shall be conveyed to it in satisfaction of debts previously contracted in the course of its dealings. Fourth, such as it shall purchase at sales under judgments, decrees, or mortgages held by said association, or shall purchase to secure debts due to it. But the National Reserve Association shall not hold the possession of any real estate under mortgage or the title and possession of any real estate purchased to secure any debts due to it for a longer period than 5 years. There will be a big saving for the banks in reduction of the cost of transferring funds. This cost can be paid by the association, if necessary, to reduce profits so as to avoid paying anything to the government. Section 39. All subscribing banks must conform to the following requirements as to reserves to be held against deposits of various classes, but the deposit balance of any subscribing bank in the National Reserve Association and any notes of the National Reserve Association which it holds may be counted as a whole or any part of its required reserve. First, on-demand deposits. National banks in different localities shall maintain the same percentages of reserve against demand deposits as is now required by law, and the same percentages of reserve against demand deposits shall be required of all other subscribing banks in the same localities. Second, on time deposits. All time deposits and monies held in trust payable or maturing within 30 days shall be subject to the same reserve requirements as demand deposits in the same locality. All time deposits and monies held in trust payable or maturing more than 30 days from date shall be subject to the same reserve requirements as demand deposits for the 30 days preceding their maturity, but no reserves shall be required therefor except for this period. Such time deposits and monies held in trust, payable only at a stated time not less than 30 days from date of deposit, shall be represented by certificates or instruments in writing, and must not be allowed to be withdrawn before the time specified without 30 days' notice. Note that the present reserve law is not repealed. The changes herein do not require the banks to take any of their reserves out of Wall Street, or to put same in association's central reservoir. Banknote currency is not lawful money. It never could be counted as part of bank cash reserves. It would be too much like a man writing and signing his own promissory note for $1 million, and then claiming that this made him a millionaire. But what the law prohibits banks doing singly, they now propose to do collectively through their association, by counting its corporate currency as part of bank reserves. It is a dangerous, reckless plan. The bill, like all legislation in recent years, reduces the duties and increases the privileges of the banks. Section 39 authorizes mere commercial paper dumped into the association by a bank and rediscounted to obtain a deposit balance at the National Reserve Association to be counted as legal cash reserve, on which such bank then lawfully can inflate its credit loans 10 times the increase of its reserve so obtained. This opens the way for an endless chain inflation. No reserves at all are to be held against time deposits by the banks. This may reduce by half the $1,500,000,000 cash the banks now must hold as a reserve to protect depositors. Stating it differently, if half of present bank liabilities were converted from demand deposits into such time deposits, the banks will be able to inflate and double their loans of credit, getting, say, 6% interest on at least $15 billion of extra loans, without furnishing $1 more of capital or money. It will further raise prices and start an era of wild and dangerous speculation. On the average, it would reduce by half the cash reserves the law now requires banks to hold. This would enable banks to loan about $20,000 instead of $10,000 of credit for each $1,000 of cash they possess. It would enable the 24,392 banks ultimately to practically double their annual net profits without $1 of extra investment or expense. This is part of the bribe offered by Wall Street to the banks through the Aldrich measure to induce them to join the conspiracy and help force the bill through Congress. Section 40. National banks may loan not more than 30% of their time deposits, as herein defined, upon improved and unencumbered real estate, such loans not to exceed 50% of the actual value of the property, which property shall be situated in the vicinity or in the territory directly tributary to the bank, provided that this pledge shall not be extended to banks acting as reserve agents for banks or trust companies. National banks are by law prohibited from loaning on real estate. They are created to serve trade and commerce, banks of discount instead of mere loan agencies. Their assets were to be kept in quick, liquid form, not tied up in stationary loans. This bill authorizes national banks to loan on real estate up to, quote, 30% of their time deposits, end quote, and permits a bank, if it desires, to convert all its liabilities into time deposits. This gives national banks a club to force all state banks and trust companies into this bank combine, or to take away from state institutions a large portion of their business and profits. It also tends to take the business of making real estate loans away from attorneys and other individuals and give banking corporations a complete monopoly of making loans of every character. Every lawyer and all businessmen not owned or ruled by the big national banks will fight this bill if they wish to protect their own interests and welfare. The great menace to the legal profession is the increasing monopoly by a few corporations of business formerly conducted by lawyers exclusively. This bill makes it worse. Section 41. All demand liabilities, including deposits and circulating notes, of the National Reserve Association, shall be covered to the extent of 50% by a reserve of gold, including foreign gold coin and gold bullion, or other money of the United States which the national banks are now authorized to hold as a part of their legal reserve, provided that whenever and so long as such reserve shall fall and remain below 50%, the National Reserve Association shall pay a special tax upon the deficiency of reserve at a rate increasing in proportion to such deficiency as follows. For each 2.5% or fraction thereof that the reserve falls below 50%, a tax shall be levied at the rate of 1.5% per annum, provided further that no additional circulating notes shall be issued whenever and so long as the amount of such reserve falls below 33.33% of its outstanding notes. Section 42. In computing the demand liabilities of the National Reserve Association, a sum equal to 1/2 of the amount of the United States bonds held by the association which have been purchased from national banks, and which had previously been deposited by such banks to secure their circulating notes, shall be deducted from the amount of such liabilities. This is designed to make it appear that a 50% reserve of actual gold will be behind the corporate currency. But in fact, the bill does not make necessary $1 of actual gold. Wall Street and the big banks forced Congress to adopt the gold standard, and now this bill leaves the entire burden of maintaining the gold standard and ensuring gold payments upon the government instead of upon this corporation that is to issue the public currency without limit and get the profits therefrom. No tax is imposed if a 50% reserve is maintained. If the reserve should fall, say, to 33 1/3, a tax equal to about 9% per annum is required, but only on the deficiency below the 50% reserve while so deficient. But this is not a serious burden, because the association would be getting from the banks, say 3% interest on corporate currency, amounting to 3 times such reserve deficiency, which lets the association out even. But it enables the banks to inflate their credit loans 10 times such amount of currency and 30 times such reserve deficiency. And all that it costs the banks is 3% per annum for the use of such corporate currency put into their cash reserves. Section 41 says, a reserve of gold or other money, etc. Now, other money includes the $346 million of greenbacks, about $900 million of gold certificates, and a large amount of silver dollars and certificates, or between $1,200 and $1,500 million, most of which is in the reserves of the banks now. This government paper money, under this bill, can be used instead of gold by the association as a reserve to secure its corporate currency, and there is enough of such government currency, if acquired by the association, to enable it to issue nearly $3 billion of its corporate currency, an amount nearly equal to all the money, gold, silver, greenbacks, gold and silver certificates, and banknote currency now in circulation, held by banks and possessed by the government. Thus the way is opened for an unlimited inflation of corporate paper currency issued by a mere private corporation with relatively small net assets and no government guarantee, every dollar supposed to be redeemable in gold, but with not a single dollar of gold necessarily held in the reserves of such corporation to accomplish such redemption. It is proposed to force the government to provide all the gold by having the law keep all government currency redeemable in gold. When the corporation wants gold, it will take government currency, present it for redemption, and demand the gold. If the government does not have the gold standard law of March 14, 1900, requires it to sell its bonds and buy the gold needed. So the entire burden is on the government, and the profits go to the banks. This is wildcatting. It will lead to inflation and a depreciated paper currency, for the people will not take it at par without government guarantee. Under Section 42, no reserve of any kind beyond half the bonds taken over and the banknote currency with such bonds is required. Under Section 41, no tax is paid if the reserve of gold or other money is kept up, and only a nominal tax in any case. A 33 1/3% reserve is legalized, and if the reserve to secure the corporate currency goes below that, or is wiped out entirely, there is no remedy in the hands of the government or in the people, who may then hold $1 billion or more of this wildcat corporate currency, except that the printing press shall be stopped and no more currency notes issued. But suppose the association don't stop. Suppose it prints and emits $5, $10, or $50 billion of this wildcat corporate paper currency, not guaranteed by the government, and without a dollar of gold or anything else to secure it. The bill fixes no limit in quantity and provides no penalty for violations, and all thou shalt nots in the law unenforced by penalties usually are ignored by bankers. This is the wildest, most unsafe and unsound currency plan ever suggested to Congress. Even free silver coinage was vastly more safe and sound, for the government was behind every silver dollar and pledged to maintain it at par, and the silver in each dollar is worth 53 cents as bullion. But the paper and ink as such in this corporate currency will be worthless. Section 43. The National Reserve Association shall make a report, showing the principal items of its balance sheet, to the Comptroller of the Currency once a week. These reports shall be made public. In addition, full reports shall be made to the Comptroller of the Currency by said association, coincident with the 5 reports called for each year from the national banks. Section 44. All subscribing banks shall, under regulations to be prescribed by the National Reserve Association, make a report monthly, or oftener if required, to said association showing the principal items of their balance sheets. Section 45. All reports of national bank examiners in regard to the condition of banks shall hereafter be made in duplicate, and 1 copy shall be filed with the National Reserve Association for the confidential use of its executive officers and branch managers. Section 46. The National Reserve Association may accept copies of the reports of the national bank examiners for subscribing national banks, and also copies of the reports of state bank examiners for subscribing state banks and trust companies, in states where the furnishing of such information is not contrary to law. Provided, however, that the standard of such examinations, both national and state, meets the requirements prescribed by the National Reserve Association. The National Reserve Association shall have the right at any time to examine or cause to be examined by its own representatives any subscribing bank. The National Reserve Association may make such payments to national and state examiners for such services required of them as the directors may consider just and equitable. This private corporation, through examiners and reports, is to have its nose in the private business of every individual and corporation that deals with banks, and no effective way is provided to prevent this information being communicated to and used by the special interests of Wall Street. Espionage into everybody's affairs and improper use of the confidential information will be possible. Not only will the central bank get copies of the reports of all banks and bank examiners, but each bank must make a monthly report and special reports when required, and admit agents of the central bank any time to investigate every detail of the bank's business and operations. Every bank must disclose everything to the central bank, and then obey its orders or be suspended, blacklisted. Section 47. All provisions of law requiring national banks to hold or to transfer and deliver to the Treasurer of the United States bonds of the United States other than those required to secure outstanding circulating notes and government deposits are hereby repealed. A little provision for the benefit of the banks. Section 48. There shall be no further issue of circulating notes by any national bank beyond the amount now outstanding. National banks may maintain their present note issue, but whenever a bank retires the whole or any part of its existing issue, its right to reissue the notes so retired shall thereupon cease. This is to open the way for the association's corporate currency, from which the federated banks will in one way or another make much more profit than from the present banknote currency. Section 49. The National Reserve Association shall, for a period of 1 year from the date of its organization, offer to purchase at a price not less than par and accrued interest the 2% bonds held by subscribing national banks and deposited to secure their circulating notes. The National Reserve Association shall take over the bonds so purchased, and assume responsibility for the redemption upon presentation of outstanding notes secured thereby. The National Reserve Association shall issue, on the terms herein provided, its own notes, as the outstanding notes secured by such bonds so held shall be presented for redemption, and may issue further notes from time to meet business requirements, it being the policy of the United States to retire as rapidly as possible, consistent with the public interests, bond-secured circulation, and to substitute therefore notes of the National Reserve Association of a character and secured and redeemed in the manner provided for in this Act. October 31st, 1911, there was $744,071,715 of banknote currency outstanding on an equal quantity of United States bonds deposited as security, the banks getting 2% interest on the bonds, and say 6% for use of the currency loaned to the people, less a government tax of 0.5%. The association, owned by and for the benefit of the banks exclusively, will quickly purchase from the banks all these bonds, getting therewith the currency privilege. This can be done without $1 of money. The banks, by an assignment written on the receipts given when the bonds were deposited with the Treasury, can transfer the $744,071,715 of bonds to the association, and for their pay can keep, loan out, and permanently use the $744,071,715 of banknote currency now held by the banks against such bonds. Or, the association's corporate currency may be issued in place of such banknote currency. The association, which is but the banks themselves in federated form, agrees to redeem such banknotes if any of them happen to be presented for redemption, in which case they will be paid, not in gold or lawful money, but in corporate currency of the association, the product of its printing press. The association then, under Section 55, can require the government to take back these 2% bonds and give in exchange 3% bonds running 50 years, an increase of 50% in the annual interest expenses of the government. The 3% 50-year U.S. bonds, even without any currency issuing privilege, should now or soon will sell on a 2% or 2.5% basis. If at 2.5%, the $744,071,715 of 3% 50-year bonds so obtained by the association would at once increase about 1/6 in value, and be worth a premium above par amounting to $124,012,000. This net profit for the association would be equal to 124% on the entire $100 million paid in by all the banks for its capital stock. No wonder former Secretary of the Treasury Shaw said, as reported, that private interests could afford to pay $1 billion for such a charter from Congress. Note particularly that Congress, by Section 49, would solemnly bind the government and the faith of the United States to the permanent policy of a private corporate paper currency, to, quote, notes of the National Reserve Association of a character and secured and redeemed in the manner provided for in this act, end quote. This would be the beginning of the downfall of all government currency of every kind, and the ultimate substitution of mere corporation paper currency issued by and for the exclusive profit of a private banking syndicate. This is the big issue presented by this bill: government money versus corporate currency. The fight will center around this one proposition. There is little else in the bill. There should be no compromise. The country must have all government or all corporate currency. The chief aim of the promoters of this measure was to impose upon the United States corporate currency exclusively, and get control of its volume into their own private hands. Section 50. All note issues of the National Reserve Association shall at all times be covered by legal reserves to the extent required by Section 41 of this Act, and by notes or bills of exchange arising out of commercial transactions, as hereinbefore defined, or obligations of the United States. The word "and" may make notes or bills of exchange usable in the reserve in place of gold and other money. Section 51. Any notes of the National Reserve Association in circulation at any time in excess of $900 million, which are not covered by an equal amount of lawful money, gold bullion, or foreign gold coin held by said association, shall pay a special tax at the rate of 1.5% per annum, and any notes in excess of $1,200,000,000 not so covered shall pay a special tax at the rate of 5% per annum, provided that in computing said amounts of $900 million and $1,200,000,000, the aggregate amount of any national banknotes then outstanding shall be included. No tax is paid on the first $900 million of corporate currency, and none on currency in excess of that huge figure if the excess is covered as provided. If the bill becomes law, the next Congress no doubt will be asked to amend the Act and turn over to the association, subject to the outstanding certificates, the nearly $1 billion of gold held in trust by the government, and the $150 million gold reserve in the Treasury. The $346 million of greenbacks would then be burned up, and corporate currency issued in their place. This we believe is part of the agreed program, but is being kept out of sight for prudential reasons, to stifle opposition that might kill the whole scheme. It is the same old fight that has been on constantly between the banks and the people for 50 years. This time, however, it takes a vastly more daring and dangerous form than ever before. Section 52. The circulating notes of the National Reserve Association shall constitute a first lien upon all its assets, and shall be redeemable in lawful money on presentation at the head office of said association or any of its branches. It shall be the duty of the National Reserve Association to maintain at all times a parity of value of its circulating notes with the standard established by the first section of the Act of March 14, 1900, entitled, An Act to Define and Fix the Standard of Value to maintain the parity of all forms of money issued or coined by the United States, to refund the public debt, and for other purposes. Corporate currency can be redeemed in greenbacks instead of gold, for both are lawful money. So are silver dollars, the present bullion value of which is about 53 cents on the dollar. Is it not amusing to see the very interests that in 1896 opposed free coinage of silver by the government, when the bullion value of silver was 53 cents on the dollar? Now they devoutly pray for free coinage of paper and ink by their private corporation to the extent of more than $1 billion, the paper and ink as such being worthless. It is made the duty of the association to maintain its notes on a parity with gold. But suppose it don't, won't, or can't? There is no penalty imposed or remedy provided. The duty is meaningless and impotent. Section 53. The circulating notes of the National Reserve Association shall be received at par in payment of all taxes, excises, and other duties to the United States, and for all salaries and other debts and demands owing by the United States to individuals, firms, corporations, or associations, except obligations of the government which are by their terms specifically payable in gold, or for all debts due from one or by one bank or trust company to another, and for all obligations due to any bank or trust company. Corporate currency is to be only a limited legal tender, not a full legal tender for all debts, public and private, between individuals or between ordinary corporations and individuals. The $50 million of greenbacks issued under Acts of July 17 and August 5, 1861, were made full legal tender by Act of March 17, 1862, and never depreciated, but always were equal with gold in value. The $450 million of greenbacks issued under Acts of February 25, 1862, July 11, 1862, and March 3, 1863, were made only a limited legal tender, at the demand of the Wall Street financiers engaged in cornering the gold and forcing the government to pay ruinous prices for it to carry on the war to preserve the Union. These limited legal tenders, although an obligation of the government, depreciated to less than 50 cents on the dollar. Will not corporate currency that likewise is only a limited legal tender, and does not even have the obligation of the government behind it, also depreciate? No person will be obliged to accept corporate money when tendered in payment of a private debt, because it is not full legal tender. This will make it less valuable, and cause ultimate depreciation, after it has been floated at par out into the hands of the people, like the oceans of watered Wall Street stocks, and the people will be the losers. It is a step toward returning to the old wildcat corporate currency that generally prevailed prior to 1860, when 10,000 different kinds of corporate currency notes were issued by the banks of the country without any government credit behind them, and most of this corporate currency became utterly worthless, entailing frightful losses on the people and demoralizing all business. Section 54. The National Reserve Association and its branches shall at once, upon application and without charge for transportation, forward its circulating notes to any depositing bank against its credit balance. This is for the benefit of the banks. Section 55. Upon application of the National Reserve Association, the Secretary of the Treasury shall exchange the 2% bonds of the United States bearing the circulation privilege purchased from subscribing banks for 3% bonds of the United States without the circulation privilege, payable after 50 years from the date of issue. The National Reserve Association shall hold the 3% bonds so issued during the period of its corporate existence, provided that after 5 years from the date of its organization, the Secretary of the Treasury may at his option permit the National Reserve Association to sell not more than $50 million of such bonds annually, and provided further that the United States reserves the right at any time to pay any of such bonds before maturity, or to purchase any of them at par for the trustees of the postal savings or otherwise. Section 56. The National Reserve Association shall pay to the government a special franchise tax of 1.5% annually during the period of its charter, upon an amount equal to the par value of such United States bonds transferred to it by the subscribing banks. Section 55 is discussed following Section 49 above. The tax, Section 56, is to offset the difference between 2% and 3% bond interest, and 0.5% in place of the present circulation tax on banknote currency. If the banks decide not to turn their U.S. bonds over to the association, but retain and continue to enjoy their present currency privilege, as they are authorized by Section 48 to do, then the government will get nothing under Section 56. If the government pays the $744 million of bonds, the proceeds held as reserve would form the basis of $1,488 million to $2,732 million corporate currency. If the bonds run the 50 years, the government must pay as interest thereon $1,116 million. Section 57. That banking corporations for carrying on the business of banking in foreign countries and in aid of the commerce of the United States with foreign countries, and to act when required as fiscal agents of the United States in such countries, may be formed by any number of persons, not less in any case than 5, who shall enter into articles of association which shall specify in general terms the object for which the banking corporation is formed, and may contain any other provisions not inconsistent with the provisions of this section, which the banking corporation may see fit to adopt for the regulation and conduct of its business and affairs, which said regulations shall be signed in duplicate by the persons uniting to form the banking corporation, and one copy thereof shall be forwarded to the Comptroller of the Currency, and the other to the Secretary of State, to be filed and preserved in their offices. That the persons uniting to form such banking corporation shall under their hands make an organization certificate, which shall specify, first, the name assumed by such banking corporation, which name shall be subject to approval by the Comptroller. Second, the foreign country or countries, or the dependencies or colonies of foreign countries, or the dependencies of the United States, where its banking operations are to be carried on. Third, the place in the United States where its home office shall be located. Fourth, the amount of its capital stock and the number of shares into which the same shall be divided. Fifth, the names and places of residence of the shareholders and the number of shares held by each of them. And sixth, a declaration that said certificate is made to enable such persons to avail themselves of the advantages of this section. That no banking corporation shall be organized under the provisions of this section with a less capital than $2 million, which shall be fully paid in before the banking corporation shall be authorized to commence business, and the fact of said payment shall be certified by the Comptroller of the Currency, and a copy of his certificate to this effect shall be filed with the Secretary of State, provided that the capital stock of any such bank may be increased at any time by a vote of 2/3 of its shareholders, with the approval of the Comptroller of the Currency, and that the capital stock of any such bank which exceeds $2 million may be reduced at any time to the sum of $2 million by the vote of shareholders owning 2/3 of the capital. That every banking corporation formed pursuant to the provisions of this section shall for a period of 20 years from the date of the execution of its organization certificate be a body corporate, but shall not be authorized to receive deposits in the United States, or transact any domestic business not necessarily related to the business being done in foreign countries or in the dependencies of the United States. Such banking corporations shall have authority to make acceptances, buy and sell bills of exchange, or other commercial paper relating to foreign business, and to purchase and sell securities, including securities of the United States or of any state in the Union. Each banking corporation organized under the provisions of this section shall have power to establish and maintain for the transaction of its business a branch or branches in foreign countries, their dependencies, or the dependencies of the United States at such places and under such regulations as its board of directors may deem expedient. A majority of the shares of the capital stock of such banking corporation shall be held and owned by citizens of the United States or corporations chartered under the laws of the United States or of any state of the Union, and a majority of the members of the board of directors of such banking corporations shall be citizens of the United States. Each director shall own in his own right at least 100 shares of the capital stock of the banking corporation of which he is a director. Whenever the comptroller shall become satisfied of the insolvency of any such banking corporation, he may appoint a receiver who shall proceed to close up such corporation in the same manner in which he would close a national bank, the disposition of the assets of the branches to be subject to any special provisions of the laws of the country under whose jurisdiction such assets are located. The annual meeting of every such banking corporation shall be held at its home office in the United States, and every such banking corporation shall keep at its home office books containing the names of all stockholders of such banking corporation and members of its board of directors, together with copies of the reports furnished by it to the comptroller of the currency, exhibiting in detail and under appropriate heads the resources and liabilities of the banking corporation. Every such banking corporation shall make reports to the comptroller of the currency at such times as he may require, and shall be subject to examinations when deemed necessary by the comptroller of the currency, through examiners appointed by him, the compensation of such examiners to be fixed by the comptroller of the currency. And such banking corporation may go into liquidation and be closed by a vote of the shareholders owning 2/3 of its stock. Any bank doing business in the United States and being the owner of stock in the National Reserve Association may subscribe to the stock of any banking corporation organized under the provisions of this section, but the aggregate of such stock held by any one bank shall not exceed 10% of the capital stock of the subscribing bank. This is practically a separate federal incorporation law. It is enormously broad and dangerously lax. It should not be a part of this bill at all. Evidently, it was tacked on at the instance of powerful Wall Street interests that desire to incorporate their foreign financial operations under the protection of federal law, so that they can invoke the aid of the diplomatic and consular representatives of the government, dollar diplomacy, to further their games of international high finance. It has no necessary connection with this bill. By slipping it in here instead of in a separate bill, it cannot be repealed for 50 years. This would make Wall Street banks incorporated thereunder almost legally immortal. Section 58. Congress reserves the right to alter or amend the provisions of this Act to take effect at the end of every decennial period from and after the organization of the National Reserve Association. Decennial means 10th anniversary. If this bill becomes law, there will be no power on earth that can amend this act against the will of the association for 10 years, and during successive periods of 10 years. This amending clause is unusual, impertinent, insolent, and dangerous. Congress is asked to tie its own hands and make this private corporation above and independent of government and the people, under any and all circumstances that may arise during that time. Before 10 years, during this long period of immunity, no doubt the corporation and the federated banks will, by means of the enormous advantages granted by this bill, obtain such political mastery over the government and the people that all changes thereafter made will be for the benefit of the association and its allied banks, and not for the people. This provision startlingly reveals the character or lack of character and fairness of the powerful and crafty special interests, Wall Street and the big banks, allied in a great conspiracy for promoting this private central bank bill through Congress. It was a surprising argument of the President in his message to Congress on December 21, 1911, in effect suggesting that Congress need not hesitate or be over-particular, because if after the law is passed it is discovered that a mistake has been made, the law can be amended. In other words, pass the bill first and look into it afterwards, and correct by amendment any mistakes made. This is strange doctrine for a learned judge, the trusted executive of the Republic. If he saw this amending clause, Section 58, before writing his message, it is astounding. If he did not, the man who, if anybody, induced him to insert in his official message to Congress that suggestion, which was calculated to put the people to sleep and unduly hasten careless action on the measure by Congress, grossly deceived the President by concealing from him the language of this amending clause that makes the President's suggestion ridiculous. This bill, introduced into Congress by the Monetary Commission on January 8, 1912, no doubt was completed long before the President wrote his message of December 21, 1911. It is to be hoped that the President will inform Congress whether he had seen Section 58 before writing his advice to Congress, and if not, then he should state whether Chairman Aldrich of the Monetary Commission, while concealing this amending clause, induced the President to include in his message the suggestion mentioned. Congress is entitled to this information. It is also entitled to definitely know whether other suggestions on this subject in the President's message were proposed to him by any member of the Monetary Commission. The unusual reservation by Congress of the right to repeal this act is nowhere in this bill. There will be no power in government or the people to get rid of this corporation for 50 years, for it will be a vested right. Section 59. All acts or parts of acts inconsistent with the provisions of this act are hereby repealed. This is very broad and sweeping. It should be examined carefully to find just what laws or parts of laws will be wiped out. Selfishness defeats itself is an old wise saying. It is likely to prove true in this case. In trying figuratively to corner the whole earth with the provisions of this one bill, the greedy interests are likely to fail to secure enough for a cemetery lot in which to bury their blasted hopes.
Fooling the people. Bank reserves to be left in Wall Street, not put in Central Reservoir. Mr. Frank A. Vanderlip, President of the National City Bank of New York, on February 25, 1911, delivered an address on the Aldrich Plan for banking legislation before the Commercial Club of Chicago, praising the plan without qualification. He has been a consistent advocate of a central bank for 10 years, ever since he retired as Assistant Secretary of the Treasury and became Vice President of the great Standard Oil Bank. He was one of the 5 members of the Special Committee of the New York Chamber of Commerce that originated and devised the first plan for a central bank, adopted by that body on October 4, 1906, hereinafter fully described. And that first plan and the present Aldrich Plan are practically identical as to their functions and powers. The plan of 1906 called it a central bank, the plan of 1912 a National Reserve Association, but a pickle by any other name is just as sour. The said report of 1906, signed by Mr. Vanderlip, says on page 9, "In our opinion, the best method of providing an elastic credit currency, the volume of which could never be excessive, would be the creation of a central bank of issue under the control of the government. This central bank should have branches in the leading cities, and should have dealings only with banks, although its capital stock might be privately owned or distributed among the banking institutions of the country. It should be under the direct control of a board of governors appointed, at least in part, by the President of the United States, for it should perform some of the functions now imposed upon the United States Treasury, and should at the same time be managed not exclusively for private gain, but for the public good as well." On page 24, the report says, "In its management, representatives of the government shall be supreme." That report was a reasonable, logical, statesmanlike utterance. We take it as the guide in the plan hereinafter suggested, accepting in detail practically all of its provisions. Will the gentlemen who originated that plan join us now on that basis? Or will they insist on blocking all legislation unless they can put through the Aldrich Plan for a private central bank or association controlled by the banks instead of the government? Were those gentlemen insincere, not frank in 1906, or have they backslid since? We prefer to believe that they have changed their minds, perhaps due to the fact that since 1906, the riches and power of Wall Street have grown so enormously that they now seem to consider Wall Street and its banks of more consequence than the United States government and its 94 million people. Mr. Vanderlip, in his Chicago address, strongly urges the present Aldrich Plan. He reverses his 1906 position. In that speech, which is being sent out by the banks as a campaign document, on page 8 he says, "We are now more than amply supplied with reserves. The difficulty is not in amount, but in mobility. Today the secondary reserves of the banks of the whole nation flow to one centre, and must of necessity be employed in one way. Such part of our banking funds as experience has taught may be needed on instant notice, can be loaned in just one place in the United States, where the lender can get them back with substantial certainty on demand. That place is Wall Street." This foremost of Wall Street's bankers thus confesses that under the reserve law, the country's cash goes to New York and is loaned in Wall Street. And he says the greatest danger is this lack of mobility of bank reserves. And yet he is urging the Aldrich Bill that leaves the reserve law as it is and the country's money in Wall Street. It seems strange that the 24,000 banks are unwilling for the safety of the public and depositors, who furnish them most of the money, to hold $1.5 billion in their vaults, or in a central reservoir, and out of Wall Street when by law they have been given a monopoly of the rich privilege, under which, on a total capital stock of $2 billion, they have loaned to the people at 6%, or other going rate, a total of $23 billion, most of it being mere credit, inflated financial wind that costs the banks nothing. The fact is, the banks hope that by getting control of the public currency, they can print money enough to protect the banks in emergencies without taking the reserves away from Wall Street. Instead of using their own capital and consolidating their reserves for mutual protection, they are going to keep their own money busy making profits in Wall Street and let the private central reservoir be filled with $1 billion of public currency, furnished free by Act of Congress. Mr. Vanderlip adds, "I would then say that the 4 things we must seek to accomplish by a properly designed financial measure are, first, mobility of reserves; second, elasticity of note issue; third, certainty that solvent banks can rediscount; and fourth, the creation of a discount market." The first, enforced mobility of ordinary cash reserves, has been abandoned. The third, rediscount, and fourth, a discount market, can easily be furnished under the present law by the banks themselves without any action from Congress. They can, without new legislation, incorporate a big central bank to rediscount for other banks, and no one in the United States would object. The second, issuing of currency, is the only thing left. It is the one important thing in the pending bill that cannot now be done by the banks without new legislation. Therefore, it is the sole object of the Aldrich Plan and of the entire campaign being waged by Wall Street and the banks. It is the one thing that should not be done. The main thing that should be accomplished is to reform the reserve system, but that is left out entirely, and this is called reform. Writer foresaw that this would be the programme when, at the National Civic Federation meeting in New York, on December 17, 1907, he forced from the Wall Street bankers present, through Mr. Seligman, chairman of the Committee on Resolutions, a public admission that they sought private control of the public currency when they opposed Reiter's amendment, which read, "Provided that power to issue and regulate the volume of the public currency shall not be taken away from the federal government and be put into private hands." With all the dense dust kicked up by Aldrich, the banks and Wall Street to hide the real issue now blown away, and the actual bill brought out of hiding and into the spotlight of public congressional scrutiny, investigation and criticism, the Aldrich Plan, stripped of tentativeness and mystery, is found to seek just one new thing, namely, private control of the public currency. In The Magnet, written in 1906 and 1907 to combat this measure, we warned the country that private control of the public currency was to be attempted. Reiter gave the same warning on December 17, 1907, at the National Civic Federation meeting, when a majority present were Wall Street bankers and their friends, and in his petition read to the Senate and printed in the Congressional Record, February 10, 1908, in his address on Wall Street and its currency measures before the Boston City Club, March 5, 1908, in his argument against the Aldrich Emergency Currency Bill, a measure paving the way for the central bank scheme, delivered on invitation before the House Banking and Currency Committee in Washington on April 16, 1908, in his speech on panics, their causes and cure, before the National Reform Association at Wilmington, Delaware, on June 4, 1908, in many articles and interviews on the subject sent over News Association wires and printed throughout the country in the public press, and in private interviews with and letters to President Roosevelt and President Taft, judges of the Supreme Court, senators, congressmen, governors, and many other public men. That author's fears were justified, and his early information accurate. The pending Aldrich Bill is convincing and conclusive evidence. It is just a private grab at the public currency. The warnings that at the time to many seemed over-radical are now found to have been rational and conservative. Whatever sentiment there may be favourable to the Aldrich Plan among the masses of the people has been almost wholly created by the plausible and convincing argument that all bank reserves should be taken out of Wall Street and merged into one central reservoir, to be drawn upon for adequate relief in an emergency by any bank, located any place in the United States. For years this has been heralded broadcast through the public press by the Monetary Commission, specifically stated in their report to Congress, by high government officials, in the speeches of President Aldrich and many leading bankers, and by letters and literature now being circulated throughout the country by the big banks and the American Bankers Association. The very name National Reserve Association was selected for the same purpose, to convey that impression to the people. That the whole argument is a cheat and fraud upon the people and Congress is proved by the fact that the bill prepared by the Monetary Commission, hereinbefore given in full, does not contain a single provision requiring the banks to withdraw a cent from Wall Street, or to deposit and maintain with the National Reserve Association, in their central reservoir, even $1 of their $1.5 billion of legal cash reserve. This revelation no doubt will shock the confidence of the whole country in the genuineness of the proposed reform in President Aldrich, and in the big banks and powerful Wall Street interests promoting the scheme for their own benefit. The chief curse and evil of the present banking system is the law that years ago was instigated by Wall Street, under which a large portion of the entire cash of the country held by the banks, nearly 1/3 of it, by means of the reserve system is concentrated in a few big Wall Street banks, where much of it is used by the stock gamblers to fleece the people in flotation schemes and dishonest manipulation of the prices of listed securities. And this Aldrich Bill practically makes no change in this reserve system. the banks of the entire country can go on depositing their cash reserve in Wall Street, and will do so, because Wall Street banks pay interest on such deposits, and the National Reserve Association is prohibited from doing so. We now find that instead of merging their cash reserves in the central bank or association for mutual protection, there is to be held ever ready for use at any point of danger, as loudly proclaimed. The banks are allowed to continue sending the same proportion, 3/5, of all their reserves to Wall Street hunting interest, and that instead of using or depending upon their own capital reserves, in case of trouble they propose to make the government supply the capital or money to protect the 24,000 banks in emergencies, and to maintain the gold standard and rediscount for the exclusive benefit of the banks. This is to be done under Act of Congress, the law of the land, with a public corporate currency issued and controlled by a private corporation, owned by the banks themselves. Thus, the great powers of government are delegated to a private banking syndicate and made to continuously enrich the banks at the expense of the people and to serve the evil ends of Wall Street. The present law permits a bank to deposit 3/5 of its 15% legal cash reserve in a central reserve city bank. This bill does not require, but merely gives the option to a bank to deposit the other 2/5 of its reserve, that must now be held in cash in its vault, with the Reserve Association. The association uses this money to rediscount with for the profit of all the banks. This plan puts every dollar of the bank at work earning profits, 3/5 in Wall Street and 2/5 through the association. It gives the banks extra profits from use of the $600 million now idle as reserve in bank vaults. Note that the association itself is not required to retain in its own vaults, in the central reservoir, as a reserve to protect the banks or their depositors, any of this $600 million, representing 2/5 of the cash reserve of all the banks. It can pay out every dollar of it for commercial paper, and such rediscounted paper thus becomes reserve instead of actual gold. Only corporate currency, made on the association's printing press, will be used for the protective reserve. The law thus supplies money ad libitum to a private corporation solely for private profit and advantage. Why should it not be as proper for the government by Act of Congress thus to furnish gratis capital and credit without limit for other private corporations and individuals, as well as for the banks and their private association? The whole scheme is a vicious graft of doubtful legality. In an address before the Economic Club of New York, widely circulated by the Monetary Commission, made by President Aldrich early in his campaign for his predetermined plan, on November 29, 1909, in praising the central bank systems of Europe, he said, "These central banks hold practically the entire specie reserves of all the banks and other financial institutions of their respective countries. The great difference between foreign banking systems and our own is found in the concentration and mobilization of reserves, which is the distinctive method of the European systems. It is the policy of the joint stock banks, in times of stress, to strengthen their reserves by increasing their balances at the central bank. It matters not whether the use suggested is in London, Birmingham, or in Australia. This reserve can be drawn upon as water is drawn from a great reservoir in order to put out a fire before it becomes a conflagration, and before the time when the application of water would be as useless as if it were poured into the ocean. The European banks take these matters at their inception, and, by means of a concentration of reserves, they are ready at any minute to furnish the necessary means and the necessary credits to prevent disasters such as those we have suffered, and from which we shall continue to suffer unless we do something to reorganize and strengthen our financial system." He praises the central bank system, and then, to fool the Democrats, says the National Reserve Association will not be a central bank. Here we have President Aldrich threatening or predicting a return of heart-rending panic, the terrors of which over and over he has publicly described and enlarged upon, unless Congress adopts his then concealed plan. At the same time, he leads the country to believe that his plan will require the withdrawal from Wall Street and concentration of the cash legal reserves of all banks in one central reservoir. When, on January 8, 1912, the bill containing his real plan is reported to Congress by his Monetary Commission, no such thing is required of the banks. Former Congressman Robert W. Bonning, a member of the Monetary Commission, now is travelling about the country and by speeches and interviews helping to promote the Aldrich Plan. The Chicago Daily News on February 23, 1912, reported him as saying that the greatest evil of the present system is concentration of bank reserves in Wall Street, and that the Aldrich Plan takes these reserves away from Wall Street and puts them in the Central Association as custodian. He spoke to the same effect in the speech made at St. Paul, February 3, 1912, now being circulated by the National Citizens League, the stated title of said speech being Reform Banking Legislation, a Plan to Break Wall Street Control of American Finances. The evidence is conclusive, and the country now can see that. Is Aldrich, with the aid of his supine, non-partisan commission, the big banks, the Bankers' Association and Wall Street, trying to work on the people and Congress, a clever, cold, heartless, gigantic, and dangerous political confidence game? And it seems to be intended instantly to more than double the possible earning power of all the banks by Act of Congress. The play began way back in 1901, when in his report, Secretary of the Treasury Gage began the argument for a central bank and concentration of bank reserves in one central reservoir. Mr. Gage went out of office and became president of a great Wall Street trust company. His assistant, Frank A. Vanderlip, went out of office and became vice president, and now is president, of that great Standard Oil institution, the National City Bank, that had just purchased from the government the old custom house in Wall Street, which it now occupies for its bank purposes. That bank, or interests affiliated therewith, is the real originator and promoter of the Aldrich Plan. As the deal has progressed, a general concentration of banking capital and control has been effected, until the various financial groups practically are all one and united in support of Aldrich, and they have made a deal through the terms of the plan changed to suit the big bankers, by which the American Bankers' Association and the big national banks of the country have joined the alleged conspiracy, or are cooperating to drive the Aldrich scheme through Congress at all hazards and at the earliest possible moment, before Congress and the people come to realize the true character and ultimate effect of this evil measure. Because of the tremendous power of these great financial allies, reaching through the banks, railroads and trusts into every congressional district in the United States, there is danger, yes, probability, that this bill, the greatest graft, the most sinister, far-reaching and dangerous measure ever presented to the Congress of the Republic, will become the law of the land. Then beware. The American people can be enslaved to the masters of high finance by Congress and the President, but they cannot permanently be kept in bondage. Must it be like France? After that, the deluge.
A discovery. Is the government to be liable on $1 billion private corporation currency? Conflicting statements by bankers and members of Monetary Commission. Great inflation bubble. President Aldrich, the Monetary Commission, and the banks all have led the public to believe that the government in no way will guarantee or pledge its credit to sustain the corporate currency of the National Reserve Association. The letters of the National City Bank and the National Bank of Commerce of New York and Continental and Commercial National Bank of Chicago, printed in the next chapter, expressly state that in no way will the government be liable. Congress surely would not knowingly grant to a private corporation power to run the government into debt more than $1 billion for the exclusive benefit and profit of such corporation. It would not make the government a mere accommodation endorser and liable on $1 billion or more of the circulating notes of the National Reserve Association, any more than it would grant to it power to issue, without the consent of the government, $1 billion of binding government bonds, and to sell the same, and forever keep the entire proceeds and use same for the exclusive profit of such corporation. To settle this important matter authoritatively, Ryder mailed the following letter. Milwaukee, Wisconsin, November 21st, 1911. Honorable Nelson W. Aldrich, President, National Monetary Commission, Washington, D.C. Dear Sir, kindly have your office favor me with a copy of your revised monetary plan. Many doubt whether currency issued by the proposed National Reserve Association will be accepted at par unless the faith and credit of the federal government is pledged to maintain it at par. Please state whether or not it is intended that the government shall be obligated. Under your plan, will a bank receive the minimum dividend of 4% on the face of its subscription to National Reserve Association stock, or on only the cash actually called in on such subscription? Thanking you, I remain, very truly yours, Alfred O. Crozier. This was a civil letter to President Aldrich officially on a relevant subject. It called for an answer under every rule and practice of the public service. It was ignored. Why? At the time, Ryder believed the apparent desire of President Aldrich to evade committing himself meant that before the bill finally passed, an amendment pledging the government credit to the corporate currency would be inserted, or that in later years this would be done after $1 billion or more currency had been put into circulation and depreciated. Failing to get any reply from Chairman Aldrich, Ryder tried to get the information from other members. A similar inquiry addressed to Senator Burton, a member of the Monetary Commission, brought only a reply from the Commission's librarian saying, I am directed by Senator Burton to reply to your letter of inquiry of January 27, 1912. The information you desire is set forth in the report of the National Monetary Commission of January 8, 1912, pages 16 through 20, and in Section 52 of the bill reported by the Commission. The reference does not give the information asked, nor is it anywhere in the Commission's report or bill. The following reply to the above letter of the Commission's librarian was not answered. It was ignored. The Romaine, Middleton Avenue, Cincinnati, Ohio, February 3, 1912. National Monetary Commission, Washington, D.C. Gentlemen, your reply to my letter to Senator Burton and the copy of the Commission's report and bill are received. I do not see that the sections you cite, or in fact any other section of the bill, specifically states either that the government will be or will not be in any way obligated or liable on the currency of the National Reserve Association if the pending bill becomes law. Kindly advise me as to what is the fact on that point. Thanking you, I remain very respectfully yours, Alfred O. Crozier. Former United States Senator Julius Caesar Burroughs, who is a member of the National Monetary Commission, writing to a gentleman on February 26, 1912, said, "Your valued favor of the 7th instant you mailed to Kalamazoo and did not reach me until a few days since, hence the delay in reply. In your communication you inquire as to whether, in case of the passage of the National Monetary Commission bill, the government would be responsible for the currency issued by the National Reserve Association, and in reply I would say that the government would be in no way liable for the notes of the National Reserve Association. Provision is made, however, that the government shall receive these notes at par in payment of all taxes, excises, and other dues, and the redemption of the notes is insured by requirements as to reserve and by provision that they shall have a first lien upon all of the assets of the Reserve Association, including the uncalled liabilities of the stockholders." On January 31, 1912, Ryder met Robert W. Bonning, a member of the Monetary Commission, who had addressed the Merchants and Manufacturers Association of Milwaukee on the Aldrich Plan the previous evening. In response to a question, Mr. Bonning then stated that the government in no way would be obligated or made liable for the currency issued by the National Reserve Association. A similar inquiry written to the Secretary of the Treasury brought this reply. Office of Assistant Secretary, Treasury Department, Washington, January 29, 1912. Mr. Alfred O. Crozier, The Romaine, Middleton Avenue, Cincinnati, Ohio. Sir, in reply to your inquiry as to whether the faith and credit of the United States would be pledged to maintain at par the currency issued by the National Reserve Association, if the pending bill framed by the National Monetary Commission should become law, I would say that this is a hypothetical question which the Department cannot undertake to answer. Respectfully, A. Piatt Andrew, Assistant Secretary. Now, A. Piatt Andrew is not only Assistant Secretary of the Treasury, but he is also Assistant to the National Monetary Commission, and as such signed the Commission's report to Congress. Also, he has been making public addresses explaining and booming the Aldrich Plan. He has been actively searching the records and helping to prepare the elaborate data issued by the Commission. If anyone knows whether the government would be legally liable for the corporate currency of the National Reserve Association, he does. If he did not desire to answer that hypothetical question as Assistant to the Treasury, why did he not do it as Assistant to the Commission? Would not such palpable evasion and the action of Chairman Aldrich in ignoring that question tend to make one suspicious? Then there was Senator Burton's action. Instead of answering yes or no, he turns it over to the librarian, who evades and gives an irrelevant answer. What is the game, if it is a game? The following from Congressman John W. Weeks of Massachusetts, who was a member of the National Monetary Commission, explains itself. February 12, 1912. Morris N. Webb, Esquire, number 1204 Pleasant Street, Wilmington, Delaware. My dear Sir, I beg to acknowledge the receipt of yours of February 8th relating to the currency which it is proposed shall be issued by the National Reserve Association. The credit of the government is not behind this circulation, but it is provided that it shall be redeemable in gold on presentation at the Reserve Association or any of its branches, at any and all times. Furthermore, in issuing this circulation, 1/2 of its value must be in gold in the hands of the association, and the other half fully covered by government bonds or commercial paper, which must be of the standard fixed by the terms of the bill. On the whole, I think it is agreed that it is amply covered, and that there can be no possible failure of its redemption in gold in case anyone desires it. No action is likely to be taken on the proposed bill at this session of Congress. Yours very truly, John W. Weeks. Here are more letters on the letterhead of the Monetary Commission. Washington, D.C., January 30th, 1912. Mr. Alfred O. Crozier, The Romaine, Middleton Avenue, Cincinnati, Ohio. Dear Sir, replying to your letter of the 27th instant, I write to say that the United States is not responsible for the parity of the currency issued by the National Reserve Association. That, as in the case of gold, silver, and greenbacks, is cared for by a statute which provides that the Secretary of the Treasury shall see that all forms of the circulating medium are kept at par. The subject is covered in sections 52 and 53, pages 67 and 68 of the pamphlet, which has been sent to you by this mail, containing the report of the National Monetary Commission and the draft of a bill to cover the suggestions made therein. From a reading of the foregoing and those provisions, you will see that there is not the slightest danger. Very truly yours, H. D. Money. A. Former U.S. Senator Money, a member of the Commission, thus contradicts himself, as do other members. He first asserts that the government will not be obligated for the corporate currency, and then says that under the gold standard statute, the Secretary of the Treasury must keep such currency at par, the same as gold, silver, and greenbacks. If the Secretary must, under the Act of 1900, sell government bonds to get gold to keep this corporate currency at par, why will not the government be legally obligated? His reference to the bill gives no information on the subject. His assurance, therefore, that there is not the slightest danger must be taken with a grain of salt. Congressman Edward B. Vreeland, Vice President of the National Monetary Commission, writes, Washington, D.C., January 30th, 1912. Mr. Alfred O. Crozier, The Romaine, Cincinnati, Ohio. Dear Sir, I have your letter asking me whether the faith and credit of the government would be pledged to maintain at par the currency issued by the National Reserve Association under the proposed bill of the Monetary Commission. As I understand it, the note issue of the Reserve Association would have the same relation to the government that notes issued by national banks have under the existing law. My understanding of the Financial Act of 1900 is that the Secretary of the Treasury is required to maintain at par with gold all currency issued by the government or under its authority. The marked difference, however, would be that under the legislation proposed by the Monetary Commission, the Reserve Association is obliged to maintain its own notes at par with gold. Very truly yours, Edward B. Vreeland. Mr. Vreeland's first letter, we see, was on the letterhead of the National Monetary Commission. His second on the letterhead of the Committee on Banking and Currency of the House of Representatives of the 62nd Congress, which shows the membership of such committee to be as follows: Arsene P. Pujo, Louisiana, Chairman; Carter Glass, Virginia; Robert L. Doughton, North Carolina; J.F.C. Talbot, Maryland; Hubert D. Stevens, Mississippi; George W. Taylor, Alabama; James A. Doherty, Missouri; John H. Moore, Texas; John J. Kindred, New York; James P. Latta, Nebraska; James F. Burns, South Carolina; Charles A. Corbley, Indiana; Edward B. Vreeland, New York; William G. Brown, West Virginia; Henry McMoran, Michigan; Robert J. Buckley, Ohio; George D. McCreary, Pennsylvania; Everest A. Hayes, California; Frank E. Guernsey, Maine; James McKinney, Illinois; Philip P. Campbell, Kansas. The members of the National Monetary Commission are Nelson W. Aldrich, Rhode Island, Chairman; Edward B. Vreeland, New York, Vice Chairman; Julius C. Burroughs, Michigan; Arsene P. Pujo, Louisiana; Eugene Hale, Maine; H. D. Money, Mississippi; H. M. Teller, Colorado; George W. Prince, Illinois; Theodore E. Burton, Ohio; James P. Taliaferro, Florida; Boys Penrose, Pennsylvania; L. P. Paget; John W. Weeks, Massachusetts; George F. Burgess; Robert W. Bonning, Colorado; James McLaughlin, Michigan. It will be seen that Chairman Pujo of the committee and Vice Chairman Vreeland of the commission are members of both bodies. Why, during the past 3 years, did not the Monetary Commission investigate the money trust, as now it is proposed to have this committee do under the lead of a member of the Monetary Commission? It had the time, money, and power to do so. No practicable monetary and banking system can be devised without taking into account the conditions that would be revealed by an investigation of that kind if it was honest, thorough, and patriotic. The character and contents of the Commission's bill shows that such conditions were ignored. Failure to require all bank reserves to be taken out of Wall Street and concentrated in the Reserve Association as a central reservoir shows that by its plan, the Commission intentionally or otherwise is playing directly into the hands of Wall Street. Will the proposed investigation by the Banking and Currency Committee be genuine or a farce? The country soon will know. Mr. Vreeland's second letter is as follows. Washington, February 9, 1912. Mr. Alfred O. Crozier, The Romaine, Middleton Avenue, Cincinnati, Ohio. My dear Sir, my answer to your former letter, saying that so far as the government is concerned, the notes issued by the National Reserve Association would have the same relation to the government that our banknotes do, is not clear, because it has never been definitely decided what the relation of the government is to the existing banknote circulation. You indicate in your letter that the government stands behind the present banknote circulation. But does it? National banks are now permitted to issue their notes against certain bonds of the United States, mostly the 2% bonds. These bonds are now barely above par. If they should fall below par, it would be the duty of the controller of the currency to call upon the national banks to put up additional security. But suppose a bank should fail before the additional security was deposited, and suppose its assets were insufficient to pay the banknotes outstanding. Then there is no law upon the statute books which require the government to make up the difference. Many people believe that these notes being issued against United States bonds under the authority of the government, that in equity the government should make up any loss which occurs. That would be entirely for Congress to determine whether to make good or not. So I say that the notes of the new association stand in the same relation to the government that the present banknote circulation does. I think notes issued by the Reserve Association would be considered to be absolutely safe by the people of the country. They would have behind them more than the present banknotes have. The Reserve Association would take over the 700 million 2% bonds against which national banknotes are now issued. The Reserve Association could issue 700 millions of its own notes against these bonds, but it would also have to keep 50% gold in its vaults in addition to the bonds of the United States. Also, the notes are made a first lien against all assets of the association. We have more security by law behind them than France and Germany have behind their notes, which have been good under all circumstances for half a century. The notes of the Bank of France were at a discount of only 3% when Prussian armies were marching in the streets of Paris, and a communal mob was in possession of the government. Our banknotes, resting upon bonds, were below par for 16 years, 1863 to 1879. Very truly yours, Edward B. Vreeland. Following is writer's reply. The Romaine, Middleton Avenue, Cincinnati, Ohio, February 20th, 1912. Honorable Edward B. Vreeland, Washington, D.C. Dear Sir, please accept my thanks for your valuable reply of February 9th to my former letter. I quite agree that present banknote currency is not ideal and should be replaced with an elastic currency that will be more practicable. But it is imperative to avoid currency depreciation. You say bank currency was depreciated from 1863 to 1879. Was that depreciation equal with greenbacks? Banknotes, I believe, are not legal tender lawful money, nor were the $450 million of depreciated greenbacks a full legal tender. They could not be used to pay duties on imports or interest on the public debt. But the $60 million of greenbacks issued before the $450 million were, as I recall, made a legal tender and never depreciated, but always were equal with gold in value. Is this correct? If so, then was not absence of legal tender quality the chief thing that caused depreciation of the $450 million of greenbacks, and also the banknote currency of which you speak? If the $450 million of greenbacks had been full legal tender and redeemable in gold, do you think they would have depreciated? You say there is no law upon the statute books obligating the government for banknote currency. Did you overlook Section 5414 as codified in Section 148 of the Penal Code of the United States, March 4th, 1909, 35 Statutes at Large, 1115, or is it your view that it does not apply? If this does apply, the currency should be safe against depreciation. Would not the Reserve Association be a national bank and its currency national bank currency, legally speaking? Certainly it would not be a state bank, or its issues state currency. If so, and the above-cited statute applies and obligates the government to maintain at par the Reserve Association's currency, there would seem to be no danger of it ever depreciating and inflicting the very grave evils any currency depreciation always imposes upon business and the people. Trusting it may be convenient for you to further advise as to the above matter, and thanking you, I remain, very respectfully yours, Alfred O. Crozier. Mr. Vreeland, we believe, is a banker, congressman, member of the House Banking and Currency Committee, and vice president of the National Monetary Commission. Excepting Aldrich, he has been the most active person behind the Aldrich Private Central Bank Plan. He should be thoroughly informed. He states that the government will occupy the same relation to the corporate currency of the Reserve Association as it now does to banknote currency. If this be true, the government will be directly obligated for every one of the billions of dollars of corporate currency such private corporation may care to print and issue during the next 50 years. Mr. Vreeland, we believe, is in error when he says the government is not liable for banknote currency. Evidence of this fact is given later in this chapter. Even if the government was not directly liable for the corporate currency, if it ever depreciated, Congress would be importuned to make it good to protect the people from loss. The same argument given above by Congressman Vreeland as to why Congress should stand behind banknote currency would be used. The government by law authorized the issuance of the corporate currency by the Reserve Association. By law, it compelled its acceptance for certain purposes, and it would be considered in honor morally obligated, and later, by act of Congress, no doubt would be legally bound to guarantee and maintain at par all such currency, even if it has to issue $1 billion more bonds to get gold with which to do it. If Mr. Vreeland will read sections 41 and 42 of his bill, he will find erroneous his assertion that the Reserve Association must keep in its vaults 50%, $350 million, of actual gold to secure its $700 million currency issued against the $700 million U.S. bonds to be taken over from the banks. No actual gold is required, and under Section 42, no reserve of any kind need be held behind half of such $700 million of currency. And it is not true that corporate currency will have behind it more than present bank currency. It is unfair to take bank currency as a standard for comparison. Banknote currency is wrong and should be abolished, but not to make room for a worse currency. He says that the corporate currency is made a first lien against all assets of the association. The association may issue $1 billion currency with only $100 million actual net assets, except the assets bought with the billion of currency. So the lien would not be much security. It is important, however, to note that the government is compelled to turn over all of its revenues to this private corporation to be at once mortgaged with a lien to secure this vast private corporate currency. The Treasury balance on June 30th, 1911 was $140,176,926, and sometimes it is double that sum. The whole scheme is rigged to give the benefits all to the banks and put the burden on the government. His reference to France and Germany does not apply, because in those countries the business and financial conditions are entirely different. They have no Wall Street or its evils. He says banknote currency from 1863 to 1879 depreciated. He holds that the government obligation was not behind bank currency. If that is true, then the obligation of all the banks, plus 100% U.S. bonds, securing 90% of bank currency, was insufficient to keep bank currency at par. In 1879, there was only $329,691,697 banknote currency. If that small amount depreciated when fully secured by U.S. bonds, how can this private corporation keep $1 billion of its currency from depreciating without any government guarantee or U.S. bonds behind it, even if it should have 33 1/3% or even 50% of gold as a reserve? But no actual gold is required. Paper money can be used, and if no reserve of any kind is kept, there is no penalty to punish the directors. Aldrich's inflation bubble. Under Section 41 of the bill, no actual gold need be held as a reserve to secure the corporate currency. There may be used other money of the United States, which the national banks are now authorized to hold as part of their legal reserve. This includes gold certificates, greenbacks, silver dollars, and silver certificates. It will be lawful to have a reserve consisting wholly of silver and no gold. The government by law is prohibited from issuing paper currency based on silver, but this bill authorizes a corporation to do it. The law prevents the government issuing more U.S. Treasury notes or greenbacks, but this bill authorizes the corporation to issue $3 of its paper currency for each dollar of government greenbacks it holds to secure such currency, even if it has no actual gold. The Secretary of the Treasury reports as outstanding $1,809,296,685 of government paper money. By gathering this all up and holding it as a reserve, the corporation legally could issue and float $5,427,890,055 of corporate currency, more than $5 billion of wildcat paper currency, 3 times as much as the government ever issued, and this without one single dollar of actual gold or even silver held by the Reserve Association to secure or ensure the redemption of such currency in gold. The banks now hold $623,583,300 gold certificates, $194,474,846 silver certificates, and $248,334,727 greenbacks, total $1,066,392,873. In 1 week, this all could be turned over by the banks to their central corporation, and immediately $3,199,178,619 of corporate currency could be issued and loaned out to the people through the banks at, say, 6%, a sum about equal to all the money of all kinds now in the United States, and all this without the corporation owning an ounce of gold or silver. This corporate currency, unlike banknote currency, is made available to be held by the banks as legal cash reserve. If the corporation should gather up and hold as its 33 1/3% reserve the $1,809,296,685 of outstanding government paper money, and then print the $5,427,890,055 of corporate currency based thereon, and handed over to its banks to be by them held as their legal cash reserve, the banks lawfully could inflate their loans of credit from 15 to more than 54 billions of dollars. And if, as they can under this bill, the banks convert half of their demand deposits into time deposits that will require no reserves at all, the banks will be able to inflate their credit loans to 108 billions of dollars. In other words, without 1 cent of extra investment or a dollar of gold or silver security, the banks lawfully could swell their loans of credit from about 15 to over 108 billions of dollars, put out at 6% interest. This is 17 times the total gold of all nations. It nearly equals the entire wealth of the United States. The figures stagger human comprehension. Never in all the history of government has there been such a crazy, wide-open, wildcat scheme for currency and credit inflation as Congress now is solemnly asked to legalize under the guise of elasticity and turn over without reserve and beyond recall for 50 years to a private corporation that is required to have but $100 million cash capital, the power to be exercised by just 5 men, a majority of the corporation's executive committee. Such inflation of bank credit would increase prices of stocks and property and decrease the relative purchasing power of wages 100 to 500%. It would cheapen the dollar to about 30 cents, measured by its present purchasing power. Suppose the federal government was legally liable for every dollar of that 5 billions of corporate currency. The $100 or $200 million of capital of the corporation would not go far towards paying $5 billion of depreciated corporation currency. To at least the extent of the government currency held by the association to secure its corporate currency, the government credit is used by the corporation. And by this plan, $1,809,296,685 of good government money can be taken away from the people. For all practicable purposes, it is the same as destroyed, put permanently beyond the reach of the people. Every dollar of their legal tender paper currency thus can be taken away. In its place, the people must accept the doubtful optional corporate paper currency because they could get nothing else. The corporation never will let go of any of the government currency because if it did, it must call in and cancel $2 or $3 of its corporate currency for each dollar of shrinkage in its reserve of government money. Congress might better openly vote at once to call in and burn up the whole $1,809,296,685 of government paper money. Then this money and the government credit it represents could not be used as the legally authorized basis for 5 billions of wildcat corporate currency. That would force the corporation to provide its own capital and actual gold to create a reserve to sustain its issues of corporate currency. This would limit somewhat the wild inflation and modify the intensity of the explosion when this Aldrich inflation bubble finally bursts. But is not the government to be liable, legally bound for every dollar of corporate currency the Reserve Association or the 5 men in control may see fit to print? Have we not at last discovered the joker, the reason for the apparent mystery, the seeming reluctance of the sponsors of the Aldrich Plan to answer writers' direct and oft-repeated question as to whether the government in any way would be obligated? When Ryder was less than 1 year old, June 30th, 1864, Congress, to help the banks float banknote currency and as a war measure, added Section 13 at the end of an act to provide ways and means for the support of the government and for other purposes. This law is in force today and reads as follows. Section 13. And be it further enacted that the words obligation or other security of the United States used in this act shall be held to include and mean all bonds, coupons, national currency, United States notes, Treasury notes, fractional notes, checks for money of authorized officers of the United States, certificates of indebtedness, certificates of deposit, stamps, and other representatives of value of whatever denomination, which have been or may be issued under any act of Congress. This was reenacted and is now law, being Section 5413, as codified in Section 147 of the Penal Code of the United States, March 4th, 1909, 35 Statutes at Large, 1115, as follows. The words, obligation or other security of the United States, shall be held to mean all bonds, certificates of indebtedness, national bank currency, coupons, United States notes, Treasury notes, gold certificates, silver certificates, fractional notes, certificates of deposit, bills, checks, or drafts for money drawn by or upon authorized officers of the United States, stamps and other representatives of value of whatever denomination, which have been or may be issued under any act of Congress. In future years, after $1 billion or more corporate currency has been issued and badly depreciated, is it not certain that this 48-year-old statute would be dug up and invoked by the banks as a moral and legal obligation on the government to protect the people by maintaining at par such national currency and representatives of value of whatever denomination which have been or may be issued under any act of Congress? Will not the National Reserve Association in law be a national bank and its currency national bank currency? Surely it is not a state bank. It will legally be a bank because the pending bill gives it the powers and functions of a bank. This corporate currency surely will not be state currency issued by state banks under authority of state law. It will be national currency issued under authority of the Congress of the nation. If this be true, the government will be liable for every dollar issued. Even if it was not national currency or national bank currency, it would no doubt be held to be other representatives of value which have been or may be issued under any act of Congress. If this is a correct interpretation of that law, and it seems to be, it is a startling discovery. The law is printed in full in document number 580, Laws of the United States Concerning Money, Banking, and Loans, 1778 to 1909, issued by the Monetary Commission. Some, if not all of the members of the Commission, must have known of this law. Probably all of them did, for they have been receiving $7,500 per year for about 3 years, and presumably have read the documents and data they have prepared and issued. If they knew that this law obligated the government for all currency issued by the Reserve Association, and concealed the fact, or even failed to make Congress and the people aware of that condition, they were false to their oaths of office and should be driven from public life in disgrace. It is significant, the fact that nowhere in the pending bill is there any provision expressly stating that the government in no way shall be obligated or made liable by the acts of this private corporation. Why did not these sworn and paid public servants discuss this important matter in their report? Why did they not include in their bill a provision that would protect the government they pretend to be serving against a possible and probable liability of more than $1 billion? Congressman Vreeland's letter shows that he thinks the government might be liable. It is impossible to believe that a matter so important was not discussed by the entire commission, yet their report is silent on the subject, and their bill contains nothing to protect the government and the people for 50 years against a possible liability that may amount even to $5 billion, and from which there will be no way of escape after Congress passes the pending Aldrich bill, that then will be a contract, a vested right. Was the Commission working for the government, the people, or for the banks and Wall Street? These conditions, if as here stated, tend to stamp the whole scheme as a colossal fraud on Congress and the people. The National City Bank and the National Bank of Commerce of New York and the Continental and Commercial National Bank of Chicago should now explain their letters, printed in another chapter, wherein they say that in no way will the government be obligated if the Aldrich Plan becomes law. Mr. Reynolds of the latter bank, a former president of the American Bankers Association, and Mr. Vanderlip, president of the National City Bank, are said to be in the confidence of Aldrich, and are alleged to have been most active in originating and promoting the Aldrich Private Central Bank Plan. It is also up to the Monetary Commission to explain.
Inflation and contraction. Cost of living and prices go up. Why? The chief purpose of government is to establish and maintain conditions that will confer the highest good on the greatest number of its inhabitants. Every executive act, law of Congress, and court decision should be with that end in view. With such conditions prevailing, the road to success will be open to every man and the general welfare conserved and advanced. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness then will be easily attainable by everybody. But these priceless blessings are available in the highest degree only when all who desire can obtain steady employment at good wages, and the products of labor and the farm find ready market at profitable prices. When everybody is prosperous, all are happy and contented. This tends to increase the stability and permanence of government. It causes civilization to advance and the human race to take a step nearer to its divine goal. Business prosperity, however, depends for its very existence largely upon the supply of money and bank credit being always adequate in quantity and reasonable in price. By bank credit is meant bank loans. 90% of all business is done with bank credit and less than 10% with cash. Therefore, the volume of general business very much depends upon the quantity of credit that the 24,392 banks can loan to borrowers. And the volume of this credit directly and absolutely depends upon the amount of lawful money available for bank reserves. The banks, on the average, by law, being allowed to loan about 10 times as much credit as they have lawful money in their reserves. Therefore, the prime question, the very basic foundation on which rests all bank credit, business prosperity, individual happiness, and the general welfare, is an adequate supply of sound government money. An excessive inflation of the volume of money breeds certain evils, and the excessive contraction of the supply of money causes still greater evils. Increase of the quantity of money tends immediately to stimulate business activity and increase prices. It increases the cash reserves of banks and puts each bank at work to find profitable chances to loan its resulting tenfold increase of available bank credit. With more cash and credit among the people with which to buy, under the law of supply and demand, prices must advance. As prices increase, profits multiply and tend to stimulate production. This increases the demand for labor, and in time will advance wages, under the same law of supply and demand. But it is history that while the prices of commodities quickly advance with any material increase in the supply of money or bank credit, the wages of workmen respond slowly, and usually only when the men combine in unions and demand increase. During the interim, before wages are advanced, everybody on a fixed salary or wage loses, because the fixed income will buy less at the higher prices. Those with their wealth invested in security bearing a fixed income interest also lose, because the fixed incomes will buy less property and labor at the higher prices. But farmers, manufacturers, and other producers are immediately and directly benefited by an increase in the quantity of money, because the resulting increase of prices gives them greater profit from the same output of products. In fact, the general increase in the purchasing power of the people, due to increase in the supply of money and credit, tends to improve the demand and consumption of products. This still further increases the profits of farm and factory. It also helps those in debt, because it takes less products at the higher price to pay a debt. For the same reasons, expansion of the currency operates to increase the prices of stocks and securities other than fixed income notes, mortgages, and bonds, and stimulates speculation. But it lowers the prices and value of investments bearing a fixed rate of interest, such as bonds. Inflation, therefore, enhances the prices of things and cheapens the value of money. It also lowers the price of money and credit, the interest rate. It decreases the purchasing power, the value, of the dollar as measured in property or labor. If the quantity of money and bank credit was doubled without any increase in the amount of property or available labor, the price of all property and labor practically would be doubled. It would take $2 to buy the same amount of property and labor that could be obtained before for $1. It is the law of supply and demand, relative quantities of dollars versus property and labor operating. Doubling of prices is only another way of stating that money, the dollar, has depreciated 50%, measured in property and labor, and judged by its purchasing power. There is, and ever will be, an eternal struggle between the great incorporated and individual interests that traffic in money and bank credit for interest profits on the one side, and the masses of the people who own the property and do the world's work on the other, over the value or purchasing power of the dollar measured in property and quantity of labor. The moneyed interests always naturally will seek to create conditions tending to keep down the prices of everything but the things they sell, money and bank credit, and to increase the price of money and bank credit, the interest rate. On the other hand, the producers will try to keep up the prices of property and labor and down the rate of interest paid for the use of money and bank credit. Those who own or represent large quantities of money or bank credit seeking investment at interest are on one side and the balance of the people are on the other. These two elements are not necessarily antagonistic, but their interests are diametrically opposed. One side always loses what the other gains. If the profit and power of one side by legislation or otherwise is increased, that of the other is correspondingly decreased. The people always pay the interest that money gets. Their profits diminish when interest rates advance and swell the profits of banks and money lenders. Much has been said about the increase in prices being due to the increase in the world's output of gold. Part of the advance of prices is due to elimination of competition by trust consolidations and other causes, and part to increase in the quantity of gold. It is not increase in the ounces of metal as metal that raises prices, but because gold is money, an increase of the output of gold increases the quantity of money. The same increase in the quantity of paper money would produce the same effect on prices if such money was a full legal tender and had to be accepted by everybody. Any increase in the number of available debt-paying dollars always will tend to increase the prices of everything but money. That is the law of supply and demand. On the other hand, any material decrease in the quantity of available money or bank credit tends immediately to lower the prices of property and labor. It lessens the demand. The people have less money with which to buy things or to deposit in banks. This soon reduces bank cash reserves, and the banks immediately must call in and cancel credit loans equal to 10 times such shrinkage of reserves. To pay these loans, business borrowers must at once reduce expenses and sacrifice products and property. This increases the volume of commodities seeking immediate sale, with no increase in the demand. Under the law of supply and demand, prices of such commodities must fall. In fact, there is an actual decrease in the demand due to decrease in the purchasing power of the people, and this further depresses prices. In cutting expenses, salaried employees and wage workmen are laid off, which further reduces the buying ability of the public. These idle men and their wives and children get hungry. For this reason, they quickly begin to bid for the job still held by those employed. Under the law of supply and demand for labor, this soon lowers the general wages of everybody. An idle tenth thus can reduce the wages of the employed 9/10. It is a fight for existence, and they will not split hairs over the amount of the wages. And as a rule, employers pay no higher wages than they are actually compelled to grant. It is human nature, always will be, and the weak are at the mercy of the strong who have the money. A dollar can wait, can exist without food, but a man cannot. Oh, what a constant and fearful struggle by the masses for every existence. Millions of women and helpless little children, with nothing between them, and actual starvation except the week's small wage. With prices increasing faster than wages, they must skimp and pinch and deny themselves pleasures and even many necessities of life. On the other hand, the excessively rich are getting richer, often through special legislative privileges improperly obtained. Incorporated wealth sometimes swells with arrogance and impudently demands for itself greater profits and power at the expense of all the people. Which will the government serve? Who will it protect? Contraction of the currency, if excessive, is the deadly enemy of prosperity. It forces an immediate tenfold contraction of bank credit. This sudden and unexpected demand for payment of bank loans cramps and demoralizes business. If it follows an excessive inflation of the currency that has caused undue expansion of business and wild speculation, it will wreck prices and values and bring disaster, panic, and general ruin. It reduces the demand for farm and factory products by decreasing the people's buying power and thus lowers prices. The man in debt must work longer and harder to produce more products with which to pay off his debt. Any serious reduction in the supply of money or credit or increase in the interest rate creates conditions that immediately begin to lower the general wages paid labor and lengthen the hours of work, It also demoralizes the prices of all property and all securities, except bonds bearing a fixed interest rate, by reducing dividends. Mortgages and bonds bearing a fixed interest are increased in value by contracting the supply of money, because the fixed income then will buy more property and labor at the lower prices. The bulk of the vast bond or fixed income wealth of the world is owned by the banks and by other incorporated and individual holders here and abroad. The banks of this country own bonds exceeding in value the total of all the money in circulation in the United States. This vast bond wealth would be greatly enhanced in value if contraction of the currency should make money scarce. The Aldrich Plan would put the ownership, control, and management of the National Reserve Association, with power to inflate and contract the quantity of money without limit, in the hands of the very private interests that would most profit by an abuse of that dangerous power. And every dollar gained by those interests through excessive inflation and contraction of the volume of currency would come out of the pockets of the people of the United States. Labor is immediately harmed by either excessive inflation or contraction of the quantity of money, or of bank credit used in business as a substitute for money. Excessive and rapid inflation robs labor by increasing the prices of products faster than the wages of men. Excessive and rapid contraction of the supply of money or of bank credit also robs labor by demoralizing prices and business, destroying prosperity, throwing many workmen into idleness, and lowering the general scale of wages by decreasing the demand for labor. Wages go down faster than the prices of products on a falling market and go up slower than the prices of commodities on a rising market. For this reason, the best thing for labor is general and steady prosperity and a constant and moderate quantity of currency and bank credit always available at reasonable rates of interest. The volume to be elastic but regulated, to increase and decrease with the volume of legitimate business and healthy activities of the country, but not with reckless speculation. When business is depressed, ill, a moderate currency inflation will be a tonic, a stimulant to restore it to normal. When the country is afflicted with the fever of wild speculation, a carefully measured dose of currency and credit contraction will reduce the fever and bring health to the business world. But it is a matter of absolute life and death that the financial doctor who prescribes and administers these two powerful remedies for those two diseases have the wisdom and skill always to give the right medicine in exactly the correct quantity for the particular disease then afflicting the country. The Chinese are said to pay their physician a regular sum while the patient is well, and nothing while ill. This removes all temptation to keep the patient in bed, to increase the pay of the doctor, instead of allowing the banks, that profit most when conditions are not normal, to act as our financial doctor and administer inflation and contraction. We should put this life and death power into the hands of those who will be disinterested, or will profit most by stable conditions certain to confer upon all the blessings of general and steady prosperity. It is for the best interests of the country, legitimate business, and particularly of labor, that both extreme inflation and excessive contraction of the volume of money be avoided. The general welfare requires a steady, uniform, and moderate supply of sound currency, the quantity rising and falling with the ebb and flow of the volume of ordinary business. There is no way by which this desirable elasticity, this increase and decrease, can be made automatic and natural, because money is not endowed with human intelligence. Human judgment must be depended upon. To gauge from day to day the fluctuating volume of business and to measure and supply for the country the proper quantity of money. Also, to stimulate business depression by increasing the volume of money and credit and lowering the discount or interest rate, and to put the brakes on excessive speculation when necessary by contracting the supply of available currency and credit and by raising the discount rate. In Great Britain, this imperial financial power is wielded by the Bank of England, and always wisely and patriotically. As the directors of that great institution are all merchants and businessmen, and no banker is allowed to serve on the board, it shows that the very practical people realize that it is not wise to put such vast power in the hands of the banks that would greatly profit at the expense of the people by an abuse of such power. By excessive inflation of bank credit, billions of dollars beyond safety, and sound business principles, the banks have put the country upon a false and fictitious basis with the range of prices high above true values. These prices must be lowered. It can be easily done by contracting the quantity of available money and bank credit. But to avoid this causing panic and general demoralization of business, it must be done gradually and cautiously. And in justice to the people, the price of money and bank credit, the rate of interest, must be reduced in proportion to the reduction of other prices. If Congress gives the banks, through the Aldrich Central Bank, this power to force readjustment and lowering of prices by contraction, we must expect that interest rates, the price of money and credit sold by banks, would be kept high, and the price of securities, property, and labor reduced. This will automatically increase the value of money and cheapen property and labor. This readjustment of prices must not be left to the banks that would profit most by an improper readjustment, and that by inflation have caused most of our present financial and industrial evils. By expanding and contracting the volume of the public currency, and by raising and lowering the general discount or interest rate, those exercising such power could be a perfect governor on the engine driving all American business, and perfectly regulate it so that prosperity will be constant, steady, healthy, and general. On the other hand, with this same power, they could wreck the machine, smash everything, destroy a nation's prosperity and happiness, and inaugurate a financial and industrial reign of terror. The power is an arbitrary one. It must be so. It is autocratic. It is of supreme national importance, then, that this life and death power be exercised only and exclusively by disinterested and unselfish men of the highest skill, knowledge, courage, character, and patriotism. Even then, their exercise of this absolute and constant control over the very heartbeats of the business of 94 million Americans must be hedged about by every reasonable legal safeguard. Positively, there is no other practicable way to bring the 24,392 banks and their power of inflation and contraction under such effective and centralized control as will protect the country against the dangers of panic and the evils of excessively high and extremely low prices, and ensure the steady employment of labor at living wages. We never shall have a sound and genuine prosperity and be free from recurring periods of reckless speculation, followed by panic depressions until the volume of money and the discount rate each day is raised or lowered to increase or check the volume of bank credit and of general business done with bank credit. But it would be insanity, positive madness, for Congress to put this power to regulate all business into the hands of the very private interests that most need regulating. Instead of granting it to a private corporation owned by the banks, it must be delegated to a great, deliberative public institution, a part of the government of the United States, to create a dignified and deliberate body of men worthy of the entire confidence of the people, to whom safely could be entrusted a power more vast and potent in its daily effect on the business and activities of the whole country than the power exercised by Congress, the executive, or the courts, is the reason for venturing in another chapter the suggestion for a United States Monetary Council. Cost of living and prices go up. From 1896 to 1911, the quantity of money in the United States outside the Treasury increased from 1,506,400,000 to 3,214,000,000, or over 100%. It increased from $21.44 in 1896 to $34.20 in 1911 per capita. This shows an inflation in the quantity of money 60% greater than the 33% growth of population. The increase in prices of a large number of commodities and of the cost of living has been about 60%. It must, therefore, be clear that inflation of the currency and the resulting tenfold inflation of bank credit are the chief causes for the rapid and large increase in prices and the cost of living. Coin, including bullion in the Treasury, gold and silver, increased 1896 to 1911 from 1,096,610,190 to 2,477,837,453 or about 144%. As there has been no increase in the volume of government greenbacks since 1896, Providence and the banks must be held responsible for the entire advance in the cost of living or increase of prices due to inflation of the quantity of money. Providence increased the quantity of coin 144%, while the banks inflated bank currency over 300%. Providence did not do it for personal profit, but the banks did. Gold certificates based on 100% of gold held in the Treasury have increased from $154,048,552 in 1896 to $930,367,929 in 1911. Of this total, the banks on June 7, 1911, held $623,583,300, or nearly two-thirds, and such certificates were legal basis on which the banks could loan over $6 billion of bank credit. The U.S. gold certificates held by national banks alone increased 1896 to 1911 from $20,336,400 to $300,201,210, enabling such banks to inflate their loans of credit based on gold certificates in the reserves from $200 million to $3 billion. Attention to the following facts will enable us to locate and definitely fix the chief responsibility for the rapid increase in prices and the cost of living without hunting in distant lands or holding an international conference. Foreign delegates to such a conference would be certain to send us back home with the admonition that the best way to stop increasing the cost of living and prices throughout the whole world is to stop the wild and dangerous inflation of credit that in recent years has been practiced by the banks of the United States. And above all, that Congress should not, by passing the Aldrich Central Bank Bill, enable the banks to still further dangerously inflate the currency, credit, prices, and the cost of living, practically without limit or restraint. The statement that increase and decrease of the volume of bank credit or loans has the same effect on prices that is caused by increasing and decreasing the quantity of money, it's a sound economic principle. In fact, the effect is more marked and sudden. When a bank discounts a $10,000 note, it simply loans or grants its customer the right to draw checks on the bank for that sum. That is a loan of bank credit, not cash. The customer gets no money and desires none, but he can buy $10,000 worth of goods and pay for same with bank credit by drawing checks, the same as if he had $10,000 cash. For this reason, inflation of bank credit has exactly the same effect as an equal inflation of gold or other money. It increases the demand for things and raises prices, and contraction produces the opposite effect. Bank resources practically are all available one way or another for use by the people. The banks may discount paper, loan or mortgage, or buy bonds and other securities, their profits being the interest received. All these uses of bank resources tend to increase the buying power of the people, thus improving the demand for property and labor and enhancing prices. More than 3/4 of all bank resources are mere loans of bank credit that cost the bank nothing to supply, like a man charging 6% for endorsing the note of another responsible person. But it enables bank customers to go on doing business, buying and paying for goods and labor, the same as if they had actual money. Bank credit is a substitute for money in 90% of all transactions. $160 billion of business was done last year by check and without use of a dollar of money, while the total business done with actual cash totaled but a few $billion. The entire gold production of the United States since 1896 was less than $1,300,000,000, a little more than $1 billion. But the actual increase of bank resources since 1896 is the enormous sum of $16,077,200,000, or over $16 billion. This inflation of bank credit during the past 15 years is 2.5 times more than the $6,604,100,000 that comprises all the gold held by the 46 countries of the world. It exceeds by $3 billion the $12,936,397,600 that comprises the total of all the gold mined in the whole world since Columbus discovered America in 1492, and greatly exceeds the $12,331,200,000. Gold, $6,604,100,000. Silver, $2,599,500,000. Paper currency, $3,127,600,000. That constitutes the entire present money supply of the whole 46 nations of the earth. While the quantity of gold has more than doubled, the present total gold stock of all countries is less than 7 billion. Should an increase of less than $4 billion in the monetary gold of the whole world be held responsible for the worldwide increase of prices? Should not the increase of over $16 billion in the volume of available bank credit in the United States and the increase of bank credit in all other countries be taken into account in apportioning the responsibility for the vast increase in prices and the cost of living? A considerable portion of the monetary gold is hoarded in the reserves of governments and does not materially affect prices, because it is not available for use as money by the people. But every dollar of outstanding bank credit is doing business and therefore has a direct effect upon the prices of all property and labor. Whatever advance in prices and the cost of living is due to increase in the quantity of gold, money, and credit. A fair estimate would seem to be about 10% due to increase in the world's output of gold and 90% to the inflation of the world's volume of bank credit. According to the table on page 804 of U.S. Comptroller's 1911 report, bank currency increased 1896 to 1911, 199,200,000, to 681,700,000, or 342%. Bank credit loans, 4,251,100,000 to 13,046,400,000, or 307%. While during the same period, the population of the United States increased only 33%. During that time, the number of banks increased from 9,469 to 24,392. Their capital, 1,051,900,000 to 1,952,400,000. Surplus and undivided profits, 694,400,000 to 2,065,000,000. Total resources, 7,553,900,000 to 23,631,100,000. Individual deposits, largely the proceeds of discounted notes, 4,945,100,000 to 15,906,300,000, and cash in bank, 331,800,000 to 1,554,200,000, an amount due from banks to other banks, 645 million to 2,788,800,000. While the total population of the country increased 1896 to 1911 from 70,254,000 to 93,983,000, or 33%, and the total money in circulation from 1,506,433,966 to 3,214,002,596, or 113%. The volume of bank credit in the form of bank loans and discounts increased from 4,251,100,000 to 13,046,400,000, or 307%. The astonishing inflation of bank credit has gone on nearly 10 times as fast as the growth of population. We should stop blaming Providence for increasing the gold output 100% and put a brake on the banks that have dangerously inflated credit more than 300%. Keeping in mind that increase in the volume of bank credit, bank loans to individuals and corporations, increases the purchasing power of the people the same as an increase in the volume of money, thereby increasing the demand for commodities, securities, and other property, causing an advance of prices and stimulating speculation. Have we not discovered in the tremendous inflation of bank credit the true cause of most of the advance in prices and increase in the cost of living? If so, then the banks, in order vastly to increase their already swollen profits, by increasing the loans of credit, an amount aggregating nearly 3 times the total of all money in circulation, have deranged all the conditions of American life and business, nearly doubled the cost of living for every family, inflated listed securities above value countless millions, and made possible the wild speculation and trust consolidation since 1896 that have staggered the imagination of the entire world and thrust American finance and industry helplessly into the crater of a seething speculative volcano that perpetually endangers the country with the menace of frequent and desolating panics. This dangerous condition has come upon us because, unlike England, we have left the regulation of all currency and finance to Wall Street and the banks. Congress, at the instance of the financiers, has passed laws that tend to concentrate financial power and profits in the hands of the very interests that profit most from exploitation of the people by abuse of such power. If the country is kept always on the edge of dangerous and devastating panic, it is due to the inordinate greed that has induced the big banks and Wall Street to cause a vast and reckless inflation of the volume of bank credit, billions of dollars beyond the needs of sound legitimate business, and chiefly to artificially inflate the quotation prices far above value of the nearly $30 billion of listed securities, a large portion of which represent no actual assets, but are sustained at fictitious prices with bank credit loaned in enormous volume at nominal rates to inside-favored operators. Notwithstanding this bank record, the Aldrich Bill would shackle the hands of the people and the government for 50 years, and reservedly grant to a private corporation owned by these same banks absolute power still further to inflate the currency, bank credit, prices, and a cost of living untold billions without any effective restrictions or restraint, thereby robbing the producers by further advance of prices while keeping wages down, and by higher interest rates made possible by the monopoly of the supply of money and credit the National Reserve Association is designed to create. If that private central bank, the National Reserve Association, becomes a fact, the machinery for an endless chain inflation of currency and bank credit will be complete. The banks have discounted about $15 billion of commercial paper or notes, based on $1.5 billion of cash in their reserves. Under the Aldrich Plan, the banks would rediscount with the central bank, say 1/10 or $1.5 billion of the $15 billion of commercial paper, getting therefore $1.5 billion of the association's corporate currency. This currency, when deposited in the bank reserves, will enable the banks to double their credit loans, inflating same from $15 to $30 billion. Then they could take 1/10 of the $15 billion of new commercial paper and rediscount same for association currency, increasing cash reserves to $4.5 billion and credit loans to $45 billion, and so on over and over without any effective restriction or limit. Every billion of commercial paper rediscounted for corporate currency or for a credit balance at the National Reserve Association increases the possible loaning power and profits of the banks tenfold. It puts a premium on wild inflation and reckless banking. It may further increase prices and the cost of living beyond all human experience. If Congress yields and authorizes a private central bank as proposed by the pending bill, the end, when the bubble bursts, will be universal ruin and national bankruptcy. Frenzy financing. A corporation with $1 billion of good assets to be formed without the investment of $1. Greatest feat of financial legerdemain in all history, the mystic power explained. If Congress passes the pending Aldrich Private Central Bank Bill, the financing will be accomplished substantially as follows. The three parties interested, the government, the National Reserve Association, and the banks, sit around a table prepared to close the deal. The government delivers to the association Section 1, its 50-year charter, the Aldrich Law. The banks hand to the association a $100 million check, drawn on themselves to pay in 50% of their $200 million subscription, Sections 1 and 2, to association stock. The association being now ready to do business, the government deposits with the association Section 23, its general fund, its entire treasury balance, say $150 million. To facilitate matters, $1,030 million Section 51, National Reserve Association currency, has been printed in advance. This now is handed over to the banks by the association for $744 million U.S. 2% bonds. Section 49, $186 million of gold or other lawful money to put into the association's reserves. Sections 41 and 42, and $100 million as a loan to enable the banks to meet the $100 million check given to pay in 50% of the subscription to $200 million association stock. The association then hands to the banks the $100 million check and takes back $100 million of corporate currency to pay same. This completes the deal. The association now owns $744 million U.S. bonds, a cash reserve of $336 million of gold or other United States money, being the government $150 million and $186 million obtained from the banks in exchange for corporate currency, and the promissory note of the banks for $100 million, and $100 million of its corporate currency. Total resources, $1,280 million. It has as debts or liabilities paid in capital stock, $100 million, government deposits, $150 million, corporate currency, $1,030 million, total, $1,280 million. The association at once exchanges Section 55, the $744 million of U.S. 2% bonds for 3% bonds running 50 years. It pays Section 56, thereon 1.5% tax, 1% representing the difference between 2% and 3% interest, and the other 0.5% being the same as now is paid, U.S. Act of May 30th, 1908, on the $744 million of outstanding banknote currency to be cancelled and replaced by corporate currency. Government gets and association pays nothing extra. But the government loses the 1% banks now must pay, law of May 30th, 1908, for government deposits, and the association gets the benefit. The association also gets the 3% interest on $744 million bonds, less the 1.5% tax, or 1.5% net, a total net profit of $11,160,000 annually. This is enough to pay to the banks yearly 5% dividends, Section 19, on the amount paid in on the association stock, and to carry $6,160,000 to surplus annually, thus increasing the book value, Section 12, of association stock, for the benefit of the banks. Although the association has not from any source really received and retained $1 of actual money, other than the government's $150 million deposit, except the currency it has run off on its own printing press, yet already it has a permanent annual net income of more than 11% on its entire $100 million of paid-in capital stock. The banks, of course, get the benefit because Section 3, they own all of the association's stock. The $336 million is Section 41, a 50% reserve covering $672 million of the $1,030 million issued corporate currency. The other $372 million of association currency used to pay for half of the $744 million of bonds, Section 42, requires no reserve behind it. By paying a special tax, Section 41, the association can issue $336 million more corporate currency on this same $336 million of reserve, thus reducing the reserve basis from 50% to 33 1/3% of the volume of corporate currency. And the law permits the association, Sections 41 and 51, to issue corporate currency without limit as to quantity. The Aldrich Bill authorizes the central bank to issue at least $2 of corporate currency against every dollar of government money held in its reserves, with just $1 and no more to start with. the association could corner and take out of circulation the entire $3 billion of government money and put into circulation $6 billion of corporate currency and never use any capital in accomplishing the deal, except the original $1 and the currency produced on its own printing press. As an endless chain, it could buy one and issue two over and over until it has every dollar of U.S. money locked up in the vaults permanently. The $100 million of its corporate currency handed back to take up the $100 million check given by the banks to pay in 50% on the $200 million association stock can be kept by the association in its central reservoir to protect the banks against runs, to extinguish a financial conflagration in any part of the country, and to sections 26, 27, and 28 we discount for the banks. If the association needs more currency for these purposes, it can get it in any quantity in an hour's time, any day practically without expense, simply by starting its currency printing press going. It all will be money because Section 53, the Aldrich Bill, makes it so. This plan makes it unnecessary for the banks to withdraw from Wall Street and put into its central reservoir any of their Section 39 ordinary legal reserves that now draw profitable interest steadily, being used by high finance in its speculative ventures. It is seen that the association has emerged prosperous from the deal and that the government has gained nothing, but it has lost the 1% interest now paid by the banks for the use of government deposits. How have the banks fared by the transaction? The banks formerly got from the people 6% for the use of $744 million of banknote currency and a 2% interest on the bonds securing same, less 0.5% government tax, or 1.5%, $11,160,000 annually over and above 6% on their investment. The banknote currency being now cancelled, this income is cut off. But they get precisely the same profit through their ownership of association stock, being the 3% interest paid to the association by the government as interest on the $744 million of new 50-year 3% bonds, less 1.5% tax, or $11,160,000 net profit annually. So the banks lost nothing by parting with the bonds and the banknote currency privilege. And through their association, they get the use of the government's $150 million without Section 25 paying the 1% interest formerly required by law. Theoretically, the banks put $100 million into association stock and $186 million into the association's reserves. Practically, they did not put up 1 cent. For before the ink was dry, the banks without cost obtained from the association enough corporate currency usable as money to replace the $100 million and the $186 million, besides the $744 million of currency given them to pay for the bonds they sold. And it should be remembered that whatever the association owns belongs to the banks, for they own all the association's stock. Neither the bonds or the $744 million of banknote currency was usable by the banks as lawful cash reserve. See National Bank Act, on which to make credit loans. The banks only could get 6% for use of the banknote currency and 2% interest on the bonds. But this new corporate currency, by the Aldrich Law, Section 39, is made usable by the banks as legal cash reserve, against which the banks lawfully may loan about 10 times the total of such reserves in the shape of credit, ordinary bank loans to business borrowers. Deducting the $100 million used to replace the amount paid in for association stock and $186 million to offset the lawful money supplied for the association's reserves, the banks still have left $744 million of the $1,030 million corporate currency. This put into the bank reserves increases the loaning power of the banks, $7,440 million, and inflation about equal to half the $15 billion that comprises the present total credit loans of the 24,392 banks of the United States. When this increase of loans is accomplished at 6%, the bank will receive an extra yearly net profit of $446 million, or sufficient to pay over 20% extra annual dividends on the $2 billion capital stock of all the banks of the country. That is the rich prize for which the big banks are strenuously striving. And it should be borne in mind that every dollar of profit made by the association and the banks comes out of the pockets of the people of the United States. In passing the Aldrich Bill, Congress makes possible this bewildering and amazing financial transaction in every detail precisely as above stated. The National Reserve Association thus literally lifts itself financially over $1 billion fence by its own bootstraps, its own paper currency, by grace of the law of Congress. Without investing a dollar, the confederated banks will completely finance and exclusively own a private corporation that will have $1 billion of assets and $1 billion of corporate currency made money by the law, and increase the loaning power of the banks over $7 billion, and their possible annual profits nearly $500 million. This all can be accomplished almost immediately when the Aldrich Bill becomes law. And that is only the first round. It represents but a small portion of the overwhelming power and possible profits to be conferred by act of Congress upon Wall Street and the banks through their association, the coming great central money trust. The people of the United States get not the slightest benefit, and yet it is the law of their Congress, conferring the quality of money upon the paper emissions of a mere private corporation, for the exclusive profit of such corporation and its beneficiary banks. That is the magic power which in 1 minute makes $1 billion of actual value out of nothing, without the investment of a single dollar or 1 hour's human labor. This actual accomplishment would excel in daring and magnitude the wild dream of the ages by which the alchemists have sought to convert the baser metals of the world into gold.
Confessions of Wall Street. Letters from banks and financiers. Political conspiracy. Documentary proof. The central bank plan was originated by Wall Street and now is being actively promoted by the big banks and financiers of that center of high finance. Of that pregnant fact there is not the slightest doubt. Overwhelming evidence of the most convincing character is given in this volume. The people have a right to know the truth before their Congress acts. They are entitled to information disclosing just who started the movement, what interests are promoting or financing it, the benefits such interests expect to derive therefrom, and the effect its success will have upon the country and the welfare of its inhabitants. With that object in view, the writer recently wrote over his own signature letters similar to the one hereinafter given in full, addressed to many of the biggest banks, trust companies, insurance companies, and financiers of Wall Street. While those replying doubtless did not realize the purpose of the inquiry or expect publication of their replies, there should be no legitimate objection to their publicity. No deception was employed. The inquiries were pertinent to a public question of great general interest. The letters were from, and the replies to, a perfect stranger. The correspondence is written confession, evidence of the highest order, officially and conclusively showing, for the information and enlightenment of the people of the United States, the important fact that the most prominent and powerful banks and financiers of Wall Street favor and zealously are helping to promote the Aldrich Plan for a privately owned central bank, named National Reserve Association, to monopolize the entire public currency of the Republic. The writer here publicly acknowledges his appreciation for the courtesy of such replies, and makes no charges or deductions against those writing them, but leaves the language of each letter to speak for itself. In making the letters public, he believes he is violating no confidence, as none were marked confidential, but is performing a high duty, and he hopes also rendering at least a slight public service. National City Bank. The National City Bank is the most prominent financial institution in Wall Street. It is the largest bank in the United States. Often it is called the Standard Oil Institution. But now it is said that the several supremely potent financial interests or groups of Wall Street that once warred on each other, but now are alleged to cooperate in feasting off the public, all are directly or indirectly interested in the affairs or doings of this one great bank, the banking colossus of America. Its capital is $25 million. Its surplus and undivided profits, $27,475,000. Total, $52,475,000, which vast sum is nearly equal to the combined capital and surplus of 1/3 of the total 7,331 national banks of the United States, taking the smaller banks. This bank also has individual deposits $182,709,000, deposits by banks $67,908,000, by U.S. government $658,000, and other liabilities $6,141,000. Total $311,930,000. It has resources, loans and discounts $137,954,000, U.S. bonds $9,907,000, state and municipal bonds $42,091,000, circulating notes or banknote currency $4,009,000, due from banks $11,874,000, cash and exchange $104,803,000, other resources $8,300,000. Its directors are J.P. Morgan, Jr., Henry C. Frick, George W. Perkins, J. Ogden Armour, C. H. McCormick, Moses Taylor, Frank A. Vanderlip, C. H. Dodge, Jacob H. Schiff, James Stillman, Samuel Sloan, John W. Sterling, P. A. Valentine, Joseph P. Grace, H. A. C. Taylor, W. D. Sloan, William Rockefeller, F. M. Bacon, S. S. Palmer, Edwin S. Marston, G. H. Milliken, James A. Stillman, James H. Post. While this often is called the Standard Oil Bank, it will be seen that the two great alleged Wall Street parties, Morgan and Standard Oil, are merged in the control of this imperial bank. The steel, beef, harvester, and other great trusts and railroads, and vast foreign capital all are represented on its board. The First National Bank, with $10 million capital, $21,189,000 surplus, $160,090,000 resources, and the National Bank of Commerce with $25 million capital, $15,532,000 surplus, and $207,130,000 resources, are the companion financial giants largely controlled by the same interests, as also is the Continental and Commercial National Bank of Chicago, that has $20 million capital, $10,285,000 surplus, and over $200 million resources. The combined sources of these four great banks is $1 billion, and indirectly they control many billions and dominate many banks in New York and elsewhere throughout the United States. The recent organization of the National City Company, with $10 million capital, said to be owned or controlled by the National City Bank or its stockholders, was reported to have been largely accomplished out of the excess profits by an extra $10 million cash dividend made by the bank for the purpose of holding or dealing in stock market and other securities and things thought to be unlawful for a national bank to own. The public press has said substantially that this side partner corporation already had acquired interest in the capital stock of nearly 100 other banks in various parts of the United States, but that lately it has sold or parted with actual possession of such bank stocks. Whether its accumulation of stock in other banks was with the purpose of ultimately controlling or increasing its influence on the proposed National Reserve Association, the stock of which, under the Aldrich Plan, would be exclusively owned by the banks, not pro rata but in proportion to size of capital of each bank, and thereby to obtain a larger hold upon the entire public currency and all the revenues of the government to be turned over to such central bank under the Aldrich Plan, only those on the inside can tell. Whether the subsequent reported shifting of the ownership or possession of such bank stocks was due to official objection or to fear that the regretted publicity of the fact of their acquisition might alarm and prejudice the public into fearing that Wall Street already was getting ready quickly to seize control of the central bank and the entire public currency and the public revenues to use the same for its purposes, thereby perhaps endangering the passage of the scheme by Congress, the writer does not dare to say. Was this bank or its side partner corporation to be the holding company for the stock of enough banks to control the National Reserve Association, so that in effect it would have as much power and control over the public currency as though Congress by law made the National City Bank direct the great private central bank of the country? This bank, or its principal officers, for years have been ardent and consistent advocates of the central bank plan in public addresses, circulars, letters, and literature circulated at large expense. Its president, Frank A. Vanderlip, has been particularly prominent, intelligent, and active in the movement. The writer does not criticize or question their right to do this. Doubtless a central bank would greatly add to the profit and power of this bank. Therefore, it would be only natural that they strain every nerve and sinew to bring about the passage of the act by Congress. But writer believes that the people, whose servant Congress is, should know the facts. This done, the people must judge for themselves whether they want for their patriotic welfare just what Wall Street wants for its selfish interests. The following letters and replies explain themselves. Plankinton House, European Plan, H. Stanley Green, Manager, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, November 20, 1911. National City Bank, New York City. Gentlemen, kindly send me here any printed information issued by you on the Aldrich monetary plan. Do you understand that a bank gets 4% dividends only on that part of its subscription called in cash or on the face of its subscription to National Reserve Association stock? Will the credit of the government be pledged to make it certain that the currency of the said association always will be maintained at par? What are the prospects for early favorable action by Congress? Thanking you, I am very truly yours, signed Alfred O. Crozier. The National City Bank of New York. Capital $25 million. Surplus and undivided profits $25 million. Cable address City Bank. New York, November 24, 1911. Mr. Alfred O. Crozier, Plankinton House, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Dear Sir, replying to your favor of November 20th, we beg to send you herewith a copy of the revised plan of Senator Aldrich for monetary legislation, in which you will find the complete details of Senator Aldrich's ideas. Under separate cover, we are also sending you a copy of an address made by our president, Mr. Vanderlip, before the Commercial Club of Chicago on the Aldrich Plan as originally submitted, and we also send you a copy of addresses made by Mr. Vanderlip this past summer before the Chautauqua Association on Modern Banking, in which you will find material covering the general idea. In paragraph number 4 of the plan enclosed herewith, you will find a statement of the proposed distribution of earnings. From this, you will note that after the payment of all expenses and taxes, the stockholders shall receive 4%. There is no definite statement as to just what principal this 4% is to be paid on, but our natural assumption is that it would be paid on the amount of cash actually paid in. We do not understand that it is contemplated that dividends will be paid on anything but actual cash subscriptions. In paragraph 71 of the plan, you will note that it is provided that the notes of the National Reserve Association shall be received at par in payment of all taxes, excises, and other dues to the United States, and for all salaries and other debts and demands owing by the United States to individuals, corporations, or associations, except obligations of the government which are by their terms specifically payable in gold, and for all debts due from or by one bank to another, and for all obligations due to a bank. It will be seen from this paragraph that the notes of the Reserve Association are to be legal tender. As to any specific pledge of the credit of the government to make it certain that the currency of the association always will be maintained at par, however, we do not understand that such a pledge is contemplated. It is quite impossible for us to predict what may be done along the lines of favorable action by Congress at an early date. Our only guide to this possibility is the fact that there is at present a widespread movement to induce early action along this line. You will undoubtedly have noticed from the public press that there have been organized in various states branches of an organization entitled the National Citizens League for the dissemination of information regarding our currency and banking problems, and it is to be assumed that the object of the League is to educate the people to understand the problems and to comprehend also the necessity for prompt action by Congress. You will also have noted that practically the entire session of the American Bankers Association, now in convention at New Orleans, has been devoted to consideration of Senator Aldrich's plan. It is quite likely that the favorable attitude of the members of the association will have considerable weight with Congress. These two circumstances would seem to indicate that a good deal of pressure will be brought upon Congress to pass this legislation at an early date. Whether or not such pressure will be effective is, of course, a matter for time to determine, and we could not make any prophecy along this line. Trusting that we have covered the points you raised to your satisfaction, we are very truly yours, signed F. A. Vanderlip, by A.H. A.H. Enclosures. This confession that pressure is to be brought on Congress, and of course on members of Congress by the banks of the country, is of the greatest significance and importance. That seems to be the bank way of getting legislation beneficial to banks, always. Further correspondence between the National City Bank and the author will be found in the chapter, The Legal Tender Joker. As the corporate currency is not made a tender for the payment of private debts, the above statement that it is to be legal tender is not true. Notice that the organization cited as publicly promoting the measure, the National Citizens League, was the outgrowth of the action taken by the New York Chamber of Commerce, March 2, 1911, for the formation of such a public organization to corral the people and businessmen to support this Wall Street scheme. National Bank of Commerce. The National Bank of Commerce is said to be the leading Morgan Bank of Wall Street, with 40 directors, $25 million capital, $15,161,660 surplus and undivided profits, $95,954,120 of individual deposits, and $80,377,170 of other deposits, its total resources being over $215 million. Another alleged Morgan bank, the First National, has $10 million capital, $21,189,000 surplus and undivided profits, and $160,090,000 of resources. It is said that every important financial institution in New York during the Panic of 1907 or since was practically forced or induced to surrender to the big Wall Street Combine. And this Combine in turn is known to be closely affiliated with the Rothschilds and other individual and incorporated interests that control the vast billions of liquid and invested capital of Europe. The boards of directors of the National City Bank and the National Bank of Commerce, representing the two great dominating groups, Morgan and Standard Oil, are interlaced and bound together by certain powerful common directors. The same thing is true of the First National Bank of New York and the Continental and Commercial National Bank of Chicago. In fact, these banks comprise the financial Big Four, now said to be morally bound together in an impregnable offensive and defensive alliance, with which is alleged to be directly or indirectly affiliated practically every big bank, insurance and trust company, railroad and trust in the United States. No bank anywhere now would feel that it could safely resist the demands or refuse to follow any orders if made by this great consolidated and incorporated money power. This group of four banks has $1 billion of resources, and the interests therewith are said to directly or indirectly control or dominate a large share of the $2 billion of capital and $23 billion of resources of all the banking institutions of the country, and the $25 billion of listed securities. And it is alleged that through these and other direct or indirect agencies, this one great combine, dominated by a mere handful of men, to a large extent now controls practically everything worth going after in the United States. The National City Bank has 24 directors, the Bank of Commerce 40, the Continental and Commercial National Bank 44, total 108. But there are many duplications, so that less than 100 men with their affiliations now seem to control about everything tangible in the country. With the start they have obtained, their limitless resources, the foundation of which largely consists of the deposits savings of the people, their ability to borrow billions of bank credit, and the boundless power at their command, if they are allowed to go on unchecked, soon they will virtually own the Republic and all its inhabitants. This Big Four is the head center of the movement to induce Congress to create a private central bank, the National Reserve Association, and it will no doubt rule that corporation if it has to buy control of the stock of half the banks in the United States, as it has the resources to do, for with it they would get the right to print and issue without limit billions of dollars of corporate currency to be used as money, and power by manipulating the volume of the currency to permit expansion and force contraction by 24,392 banks of the $23 billion of bank loans and resources, thereby gaining life and death control over the business and activities of every borrowing individual and corporation. Also, power artificially and automatically to raise and lower the prices of all securities, property, and labor by merely increasing and decreasing the discount rate and the supply of money. The directors of the National Bank of Commerce are J.P. Morgan, Jr., George J. Gould, Brayton Ives, Alan A. Ryan, J. F. Dryden, John Claflin, A. D. Juilliard, A. W. Kretsch, A. Iselin Jr., Levi P. Morton, Frank A. Vanderlip, D. Guggenheim, H. P. Whitney, P. D. Cravath, Jacob H. Schiff, H. P. Davidson, H. A. Smith, E. J. Berwind, F. Cromwell, V. Morowitz, J. S. Alexander, J. H. Parker, J. B. Duke, F. Sturgis, J. N. Jarvie, George F. Baker, T. H. Hubbard, W. A. Day, C. J. Blair, V. P. Snyder, W. Langdon, C. A. Peabody, W. A. Simonson, A. W. Mellon, H. W. DeForest, A. W. Wiggins, F. L. Hine, Charles Lanier, C. H. Russell, C. H. Allen. The following letter shows the interest and activity of that bank for the Aldrich Central Bank Plan. National Bank of Commerce in New York. Capital surplus and undivided profits $40 million. President James S. Alexander. Vice Presidents Henry A. Smith, R. G. Hutchins, Jr. Cashier Nelson Olcott. Assistant Cashiers Oliver I. Pillot, Ferris R. Russell, A. J. Oxenham, Samuel Wilcox. Manager Foreign Department G. S. Mason. January 3, 1912. Alfred O. Crozier, Esquire, The Romaine, Cincinnati, Ohio. Dear Sir, we are in receipt of your favor of December 20th, and in answer would say that we have not issued any printed matter relative to the Aldrich Bill, but take pleasure in sending you under separate cover a pamphlet issued by one of our banks, showing the bill as originally submitted some time ago, and also the revised bill of recent date. In case the bill should pass and become operative, we do not understand that the government would guarantee in any way currency issued by the National Reserve Association. The writer has not before him the annual message of President Taft, but his recollection is that the Aldrich Bill was favorably mentioned therein. Yours respectfully, H. A. Smith, Vice President. The Continental and Commercial National Bank. The Chicago member of the Big Four is the Continental and Commercial National Bank. This has been called the Standard Oil Institution of the West. Financially, it is alleged to be the Siamese twin of the National City Bank of New York and brother-in-law of the Bank of Commerce and the First National. Following are its 44 directors. J. Ogden Armour, E. H. Gary, A. J. Erling, F. E. Weyerhaeuser, W. J. Chalmers, Frank Hibbard, Edward Hines, Joseph H. Talbert, R. H. McElwee, T. P. Phillips, Alfred Coles, E. S. Lacey, R. C. Lake, R. Van Vechten, F. A. Hardy, W. I. Osborne, George M. Reynolds, J. C. Black, B. A. Eckert, A. Robertson, Robert T. Lincoln, W. H. McDowell, Joy Martin, Darius Miller, A. F. Banks, E. J. Buffington, M. H. Wilson, R. J. Dunham, C. H. Weaver, James W. Stevens, John C. Kraft, Ames McVeigh, E. A. Cudahy, E. P. Ripley, Charles H. Thorne, J. F. Harris, S. McRoberts, E. A. Porter, William V. Kelly, E. P. Russell, D. H. Burnham, C. T. Boynton, H. F. Perkins, A. H. Milliken. The following letter from its president, who has been very prominent in his support of the Aldrich Private Central Bank Plan by way of public addresses and otherwise, was written on his return from the meeting of the American Bankers Association at New Orleans, of which association formerly he was president. Capital surplus and undivided profits $30 million. Continental and Commercial National Bank of Chicago, George M. Reynolds, President. Edward S. Lacey, Chairman of Advisory Committee. Chicago, November 29, 1911. Alfred O. Crozier, Esquire, care Plankinton House, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. My dear Sir, your favor of the 21st instant, received during my absence from the city, has just been handed to me, and I have noted contents of same. Under the revised plan as made by Senator Aldrich, the maximum amount of dividend to go to the banks subscribing for the stock of the National Reserve Association is 5%. In addition to this, provision is made for the accumulation of a reserve or surplus fund to an amount equal to 20% of the capital stock, so that the subscribing banks would get, for the present, provided the association is organized and the dividends earned, a dividend of 5%. But in the event of the sale of the stock or withdrawal from the association, it would be paid for the same at its book value, which would include its proportionate share of the surplus of reserve. The plan does not propose that the credit of the government be pledged to secure the currency which will be issued by the association. Referring to the prospect for early favorable action by Congress, I beg to say that while sentiment is rapidly crystallizing around the bill, naturally it is a bill concerning which most people are not familiar, and it will probably be necessary for a campaign of education to be waged before it can finally be successful. I enclose herein revised plan as proposed by Senator Aldrich, and beg to remain, yours very truly, G. M. Reynolds, President. J.P. Morgan & Co., Wall Street, Corner Broad, New York. Drexel & Company, Philadelphia. Morgan, Grenfell & Company, London. Morgan, Hargis & Company, Paris. New York, November 28, 1911. Alfred O. Crozier, Esquire, care Plankinton House, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Dear Sir, in reply to your letter of the 24th instant, we would say that we do not have any copies of the Aldrich Plan and are unable to give you the information desired. Yours truly, J.P. Morgan & Company. New York Clearing House, William Schurer, Manager. William J. Gilpin, Assistant Manager. New York Clearing House, 7783 Cedar Street, New York, November 29, 1911. Alfred O. Crozier, Esquire, care Plankinton House, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Dear Sir, referring to yours of the 24th instant, would say that this institution does not issue any printed matter in connection with the Aldrich Plan. One of our banks, however, has issued a copy of the revised edition of the plan, which I have pleasure in sending you under separate cover. Very truly yours, signed, William Schurer, Manager. The document referred to was received. It was entitled, The New Aldrich Currency System, Revised Edition, 1911, issued by the Fourth National Bank of the City of New York. New York Stock Exchange. Secretary's Office, New York, November 28, 1911. Alfred O. Crozier, Esquire, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Dear Sir, answering your letter of November 24, 1911, I regret to say that I am unable to give you any information in the matter you refer to. Yours truly, George M. Ely, Secretary. New York Chamber of Commerce. Chamber of Commerce of the State of New York, founded April 5, 1768. A. Barton Hepburn, President. Sereno S. Pratt, Secretary. Charles T. Gwynn, Assistant Secretary. Vice Presidents, Cleveland H. Dodge, James J. Hill, George F. Bear, William A. Nash, J. Pierpont Morgan, Jacob H. Schiff, Otto G. Bernard, Arthur Curtis James, John Claflin, A. Foster Higgins, James Talcott. William H. Porter, Treasurer. New York, November 28, 1911. Dear Sir, I take pleasure in sending to you, in reply to your request of November 24th, the monthly bulletins of the New York Chamber of Commerce for March and April, 1911, which contains a report from the Chamber's delegates to the Monetary Conference held in Washington in January, and also the debate upon this report. Yours very truly, Sereno S. Pratt, Secretary. Mr. Alfred O. Crozier, care Plankinton House, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. The bulletins mentioned were received and are extensively quoted from by the author in chapter Wall Street's First Plan. The Fourth National Bank of the City of New York, James G. Gannon, President, Samuel S. Campbell, Vice President, Charles H. Patterson, Vice President, Daniel J. Rogers, Cashier, E. W. Davenport, Assistant Cashier, Charles E. Meek, Assistant Cashier. New York, Friday, November 24, 1911. Mr. Alfred O. Crozier, Care Plankinton House, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Dear Sir, in reply to your esteemed favor of the 21st instant, we take pleasure in forwarding you, under separate cover, a copy of our latest publication on the new Aldrich currency system, revised, on pages 6 and 7 of which you will find articles marked, which we think will answer satisfactorily inquiries made in your letter concerning dividends, etc. Thanking you for your interest, we beg to remain, yours very truly, S. S. Campbell, Vice President. Union Trust Company of New York. Edwin G. Merrill, President. Augustus W. Kelly, Vice President. John V. B. Thayer, Vice President and Secretary. Edward R. Merritt, Vice President. Carol C. Rawlings, Trust Officer. Henry H. Popham, T. W. Hartshorn, Henry M. Myrick, Assistant Secretaries. Union Trust Company of New York, 80 Broadway. All communications should be addressed to Union Trust Company of New York, P.O. Box 1015, cable address Unitrust. New York, November 29, 1911. Mr. Alfred O. Crozier, Care Plankinton House, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Dear Sir, replying to your favor of the 24th instant, would say that this company has issued no printed matter explanatory of the Aldrich Plan, but I think if you will apply to the Secretary of the American Bankers Association in the Hanover National Bank Building, New York City, you will be accommodated with such literature as they may have on the subject. Yours respectfully, J. V. B. Thayer, Vice President. American Bankers Association. The above letter is interesting as evidence that the American Bankers Association has its headquarters in the Wall Street district. Thus we have the body officially representing the entire banking system and the financiers of Wall Street brought together with headquarters in Wall Street in a great common effort to promote a private central bank for mutual benefit. The following official declaration by the American Bankers Association, that in his message of December 21, 1911 to Congress, President Taft endorsed the Aldrich Plan, is of the highest importance as showing the Wall Street point of view, and particularly because Wall Street and the big banks generally know what they are talking about politically. The American Bankers Association, 11 Pine Street, New York. President William Livingstone, President Dime Savings Bank, Detroit, Michigan. First Vice President, Charles H. Huddig, President, Third National Bank, St. Louis, Missouri. Chairman Executive Council, Arthur Reynolds, President, Des Moines National Bank, Des Moines, Iowa. General Secretary, Fred E. Farnsworth, 11 Pine Street, New York City. Treasurer, J. Fletcher Farrell, Vice President, Fort Dearborn National Bank, Chicago, Illinois. Assistant Secretary, William G. Fitzwilson, 11 Pine Street, New York City. General Counsel, Thomas B. Patton, 11 Pine Street, New York City. Manager Protective Department, L. W. Gammon, 11 Pine Street, New York City. December 27, 1911. Mr. Alfred O. Crozier, Care the Romaine, Middleton Avenue, Cincinnati, O. Dear Sir, acknowledging your favor of December 22nd, I am sending to you, under separate cover, such literature as has been issued from time to time from this office, on request. We have not published any matter in outright support of the Aldrich Plan, that is, more than is conveyed by these documents. Our last convention in New Orleans was given largely to the discussion of the National Reserve Association. There were 14 or 15 addresses, all of which will be published in our annual proceedings. The association is, of course, on record as favoring the National Reserve Association plan, resolutions having been passed at our Executive Council meeting last May, and also at the convention in New Orleans. Referring to your inquiry about President Taft's attitude, we have no further advices than extracts from the President's message to Congress, in which it appears that he endorses the Aldrich Plan. Very truly yours, Fred E. Farnsworth, General Secretary. New York Life Insurance Company. The following shows the attitude of the big Wall Street insurance companies. New York Life Insurance Company, New York, New York. Darwin P. Kingsley, President. November 28, 1911. Mr. Alfred C. Crozier, Plankinton House, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Dear Sir, replying to your favor of the 24th instant, I send you under another cover copy of an address delivered in April last, in which I referred incidentally to the Aldrich Plan of currency reform. As you will see by the reference, I am in favor of some such plan as Mr. Aldrich has outlined, because the present plan breeds panics instead of preventing them. Mr. Aldrich's plan is still under discussion and has been considerably modified since the first draft was published. It has just been heartily endorsed by the Bankers' Convention at New Orleans under full consideration. The provisions covering the issue of circulating notes have, so far as I have noticed, been the least questioned of any. They deserve careful study. In a general way, they provide for a gradual taking over of the privilege of issuing circulating notes, the banks being allowed to retain their present bond-secured circulation if they choose to do so, but not to add to it. When taken over, the Reserve Association is to issue its own notes in place of those of the banks which have been redeemed. The Reserve Association is also to have power to issue additional notes within certain well-defined limits, and upon certain conditions as to security and taxation. These conditions are such as to provide a volume of currency that shall expand and contract according to the necessities of business. The clause respecting the security of notes issued by the Reserve Association in the revised draft published in October reads as follows, quote, all note issues of the Reserve Association must be covered to the extent of at least 1/3 by gold or other lawful money, and the remaining portion by bankable commercial paper as herein defined, or obligations of the United States, but no notes shall be issued whenever the lawful money so held shall fall below 1/3 of the notes outstanding. End quote. Quote, the notes to constitute a first lien upon all the assets of the National Reserve Association, and shall be redeemable in lawful money on presentation at the head office of the National Reserve Association or any of its branches. End quote. As the capital stock of the Reserve Association is to be approximately $300 million, and the national bank circulation is less than $800 million, the notes of the association will be covered by 1/3 gold or lawful money, and 2/3 by commercial paper of obligations of the United States, while the capital stock of the bank will be an additional security equal to more than 1/3 of present issues. It would appear, therefore, that the notes of the association will be amply secured. There is every reason to suppose that the management of a National Reserve Association, such as is outlined by Mr. Aldrich, will be composed of men of as high character as those who will occupy high places in the government, and that they will be even more experienced in financial affairs. There seems to be also ample provisions for preventing the association from falling under the control either of politicians on the one hand, or of what is called Wall Street influence on the other. In short, the wisdom of both politicians and of financial experts will be united under a system that will make the currency and credit systems of the country available for legitimate business, and the sinister influences in both politics and finance will not be able to use them for selfish purposes. Under the present system, the currency of the country does not expand when business expands, and when a bank's funds are all loaned out, its customers can borrow no more. During such times, currency accumulates from taxes in the Treasury, and is deposited in banks at the discretion of the Secretary of the Treasury. It is therefore within the power of the banks and of the Secretary of the Treasury to make money scarce if they choose to do so, and when a certain limit has been reached, it becomes scarce in spite of them. In my judgment, the plan of the National Reserve Association will go a long way toward preventing stringency and panics, and in equalizing interest rates throughout the country. As to the prospects of favorable action by Congress, no one can say, but if bankers and businessmen generally demand the enactment of Mr. Aldrich's plan into law, it will be done. The banks have naturally taken more interest thus far than the businessmen, because it is their specialty. But from now, it will be up to the businessmen to consider the plan and express their opinions. Very truly yours, Darwin P. Kingsley, President. This is an interesting contribution to the subject, and a valuable one. The statement that, quote, the bankers have naturally taken more interest thus far than the businessmen because it is their specialty, end quote, is true and highly important. The intimation in these letters from the highest financial circles of Wall Street that the Aldrich Plan approved unanimously by Wall Street contains ironclad provisions to prevent this private corporation, as Mr. Kingsley says, quote, from falling under the control either of politicians on the one hand or of what is called Wall Street influence on the other, end quote, is, we believe, rather Pickwickian and belongs to the domain of subtle humor. The above published correspondence, of course, will be sufficient to establish to the satisfaction of everybody that all the big banks, trust companies, insurance companies, and financiers of Wall Street are united and exceedingly active supporters of the Aldrich Plan for a great private central bank, owned exclusively by the banks and controlling the entire public currency of the United States. And there is ample public evidence by published speeches and articles made by railroad presidents and trust magnates that such corporations, all largely under the control of Wall Street, are also behind this measure. These special interests always are non-partisan, or rather bipartisan, whenever they must have both Republican and Democratic legislative votes for a measure conferring upon themselves greatly increased profits and power. And it is illuminating to see that such interests, and President Taft, in his message to Congress on December 21, 1911, earnestly urged that this question, which in every sense and in the highest degree is political, shall be made non-political and non-partisan. If this plan succeeds, it will keep the great majority of the people, the masses, who certainly are opposed to substituting a corporation currency for government money, and control of all money by a private syndicate under Act of Congress, divided about equally between the Republican and Democratic parties. This will enable the relatively small number of supporters of the Aldrich Plan to act as a dominating balance of power, and force the scheme upon the country, notwithstanding it is offensive to and opposed probably by 3/4, if not 9/10, of all the voters of the United States. These powerful Wall Street interests have the undoubted legal right to want and to fight to obtain control in their hands, or in a private corporation owned by their banks, of a monopoly of the entire public currency, the money supply of all the people. Presumably, they do not think it would work to their disadvantage or lessen the power and profits of the banks and of Wall Street. We have a right at least to suspect that a private central bank under their direct or indirect control would increase, in fact greatly augment, their profits and power, and this at the sole expense of the people. Do the people, for their welfare, want just what Wall Street desires and is seeking for its interests? Congress must soon decide this question for the people, and the people should lose no time in making Congress fully aware of the popular will. Wall Street's first plan. New York Chamber of Commerce in 1906 originates present central bank scheme. The New York Chamber of Commerce is an association for mutual interest of the brains of Wall Street. Its powerful guiding hand is seen in the provisions of every banking and monetary system, and in the language of every financial statute adopted since the association was founded on April 5, 1768. It is largely entitled to the credit and blame for all successes and failures. For in the long run, it usually has had its way and forced its will upon the country and into the provisions of law. The chronological record of its achievements in this line, printed in its monthly bulletin for April 1911, is its claim and boast that the above is true. That record shows, in 1819 it opposed repeal of the charter of the First Central Bank, the Bank of the United States, unsuccessfully. In 1841, it adopted a memorial in favor of a central national bank. This was in the old days when President Andrew Jackson vetoed the bill renewing the charter of the Second Central Bank, the United States Bank, thereby destroying the institution because of its pernicious and dangerous activity in politics, the same thing that caused the downfall of the First Central Bank. Both were private corporations seeking to control the public currency and money supply for private profit and power. It is said that President Biddle of the old central bank called on President Andrew Jackson in the White House, telling him that he had power to bring about or to prevent President Jackson's renomination, and would renominate him if he signed, and defeat him if he vetoed the bill renewing the central bank's charter. Old Hickory replied, "I believe you are correct, but that is too much power for one man to have in this republic, and by the eternal, I'll veto that bill." And he did so. President Jackson so thoroughly exposed the sordid duplicity of the bankers and high financiers, and their purpose to use the imperial powers of the central bank to rule politics and the government in the interest of Wall Street instead of the people, that it was considered useless to attempt another central bank until the country forgot the vicious sins of the old ones. The men of Jackson's day are all dead. A new generation has taken their places. At last, the same old cat comes out of the same old hole, for on October 4, 1906, the New York Chamber of Commerce again declares for a great central bank, and this has led to the proposal now called Aldrich Plan. Whether democracy can be made to forget the past, as Wall Street softly strokes its fur and soothingly whispers into its capacious ear those clever, enticing, and deceptive words, nonpartisan and nonpolitical monetary, banking, and currency reform, and will swap Jackson for Aldrich as its future patron saint, the country soon will know. If that great popular and patriotic organization, with its splendid past achievements for popular government, and the underlying precepts and examples of its great historic leaders, by its voluntary consent now can be thus easily chloroformed, as it stands on guard to protect the people against their insidious and powerful enemies, it will be the greatest of the many mysterious miracles wrought by Wall Street. Examination into the history of the New York Chamber of Commerce, the list of past and present members, officers, and directors, induces the belief that the Chamber always is ruled and guided in its very act and resolution by the powerful minds that also rule Wall Street, and to a large extent the big banks, insurance and trust companies, railroads and trusts of the United States, and, many believe, seek to influence or dominate politics and parties that shape and administer the laws and government of the Republic. The present officers, as printed on a letter of November 28, 1911, which writer received from its secretary, are President A. Barton Hepburn, Secretary Serrano S. Pratt, Treasurer William H. Porter, Assistant Secretary Charles T. Gwynn, Vice Presidents Cleveland A. Dodge, James J. Hill, George F. Baer, William A. Nash, J. Pierpont Morgan, Jacob H. Schiff, Otto T. Bernard, Arthur James Curtis, John Claflin, A. Foster Higgins, James Talcott. These officers and the Chamber's Board of Directors and their affiliations is Wall Street. New York Chamber of Commerce's 1906 Plan. To the courtesy of the National City Bank of New York, we are indebted for a printed copy of the full report of the Special Currency Committee of the New York Chamber of Commerce, dated October 4, 1906, which report was adopted by the Chamber. The members of the committee were John Claflin, Frank A. Vanderlip, now president of National City Bank, Isidore Strauss, Dumont Clark, and James A. Conant. The report is voluminous and illuminating. We quote substantially in full the portion advocating a central bank as follows. Quote, a central bank of issue. In our opinion, the best method of providing an elastic credit currency, the volume of which could never be excessive, would be the creation of a central bank of issue under the control of the government. This central bank should have branches in the leading cities, and should have dealings only with banks. Although its capital stock might be privately owned or distributed among the banking institutions of the country, it should be under the direct control of a board of governors appointed, at least in part, by the President of the United States, for it should perform some of the functions now imposed upon the United States Treasury, and should at the same time be managed not exclusively for private gain, but for the public good as well. This bank should have a large capital, not less than $50 million. It should carry a large reserve of gold, and should act as custodian of the metallic reserves of the government, and as its agent in redeeming all forms of credit money. It should also be receiving and dispersing agent for the government, doing at its branches the work now done at the sub-treasuries. It should hold the 5% redemption fund now deposited in the Treasury by the national banks for the current redemption of their bond-secured notes, and should redeem national bank notes both at its central office and at all its branches. Advantages of a central bank. The operations of central banks in Europe, especially in France, Germany, Austria-Hungary, and the Netherlands, make it impossible to doubt that the existence of such a bank in this country would be of incalculable benefit to our financial and business interests. Such a bank in times of stress or emergency would be able by regulation of its note issues to prevent those sudden and great fluctuations in rates of interest, which have in the past proved so disastrous. Furthermore, it would have the power to curb dangerous tendencies to speculation and undue expansion, for by the control of its rate of interest and of its issues of notes, it would be able to exert great influence upon the money market and upon public opinion. Such power is not now possessed by any institution in the United States. Under our present system of independent banks, there is no centralization of financial responsibility, so that in times of dangerous overexpansion, no united effort can be made to impose a check which will prevent reaction and depression. This is what a large central bank would be in a position to do most effectively. A central note issuing bank would supply an elastic currency varying automatically with the needs of the country. This currency could never be in excess, for notes not needed by the country would be presented for deposit or redemption. Resume of advantages. The advantages of such a central bank, in brief, would be as follows. 1. It would supply the country with an elastic currency responsive to the varying needs of business. 2. It would tend to steady the rate of interest at all seasons, and to give relief in periods of industrial and financial stress, for its large resources would enable it to meet extraordinary and sudden demands for both capital and currency. 3. It would relieve the federal treasury of the duties now imposed upon the division of issue and redemption, and, on account of its intimate relations with the money market, would be in a position, as the treasury is not, to protect itself against a prolonged drain upon its reserves. 4. It would do away with the cumbersome sub-treasury system and keep the money of the country always at the disposal of trade and commerce, so that the government's collections and disbursements would cause neither contraction nor inflation. We therefore make the following recommendations. 1. That legislation be enacted which shall provide the country with a flexible and elastic banknote currency, and to this end we suggest that either one of the two following plans might wisely be adopted. A. Let there be created a central bank of issue similar to the Bank of Germany or the Bank of France, such bank to deal exclusively with banks, its stock to be owned in part by banking institutions and in part by the government, but in its management representatives of the government shall be supreme. This central bank shall issue currency, rediscount for other banks, hold public money, and act as agent of the government in redeeming its paper money and making its disbursements. Or B. Let any national bank whose bond-secured circulation equals 50% of its capital have authority to issue additional notes equal in amount to 35% of its capital. Let each additional notes be subject to a graduated tax as follows. The first 5% taxed at the rate of 2% per annum. The second 5% taxed at the rate of 3%. The third 5% taxed at the rate of 4%. Then an issue equal to 10% of capital taxed at 5%. Then an issue equal to 10% of capital taxed at 6%. Let the proceeds of this graduated tax constitute a guarantee fund in the custody of the government for the redemption of the notes of failed banks. To ensure the prompt retirement of notes when not needed, let redemption agencies be established at sub-treasuries and other convenient points. Let all the notes of a bank be alike in form, and let it be the duty of the United States Treasury to redeem all the notes of a failed bank, as at present, in full on presentation, and to recoup itself from the assets of the failed bank and from the guarantee fund. 2. That the law restricting the retirement of national banknotes to $3 million per month by the deposit of lawful money be repealed. 3. That future issues of United States bonds be not made available as a basis for the issue of national banknotes. 4. That the laws regulating the operations of the United States Treasury be amended in such a manner that they shall not, as now, interfere with the money market, and to this end we suggest a law requiring that all money in the general fund of the Treasury above a reasonable working balance be deposited in national banks." End quote. Other portions of the above-quoted report concede 1. That prices and rates of interest tend to increase and decrease with the volume of available currency and credit. 2. That the increase and decrease of a bank's cash reserve automatically operates to increase and decrease its total loans of credit. If its loans total 10 times its cash reserve, loans should be reduced $10,000 for each $1,000 shrinkage of cash in its reserve. 3. That stock market speculation always is stimulated and increases whenever the quantity of available money and credit is increased, or the rate of interest is lowered, and is checked and decreased whenever the available supply of money and credit is decreased, or the rate of interest is raised. 4. that the quantity of credit banks can grant in the shape of ordinary interest-bearing bank loans depends wholly and absolutely upon the amount of lawful money that they can get to put into their reserves. The profits of banks automatically increase and decrease with the volume of such loans. On the average, including all state banks and trust companies, banks issue and keep afloat a volume of loans of credit aggregating at least 10 times the total cash resources in their reserves. The dominating importance of these four conceded axioms of finance and banking, so easily understood by everybody familiar with the cause and effect of the ordinary elemental law of supply and demand, will be apparent as we proceed. Particularly so when we compare the provisions of the above First New York Chamber of Commerce Plan, adopted October 4, 1906, with the Second New York Chamber of Commerce Plan, adopted by the Chamber March 2, 1911. See monthly bulletins for March and April 1911. And with the Aldrich Plan, announced in January 1911, and the revised Aldrich Plan, issued in October 1911. Note particularly that the above report says, quote, "By the control of its rate of interest and of its issues of notes, it would be able to exert great influence upon the money market and upon public opinion. Such power is not possessed by any institution in the United States." End quote. Just so. That is the power Wall Street seeks by making it a private instead of a public institution. Briefly, suppose there was some potential individual or a group of men with axes to grind by stock market manipulations, emitting and selling vast flotations of stock and bond issues, forming trusts, consolidating railroads into systems, maintaining low interest rates for themselves to pay and high rates for the public, and increasing their political influence to gain legislative favors and judicial immunities. And suppose these persons were able absolutely to control the supply and from day to day regulate the volume of money or currency for use in the United States by the banks and the people. Under the above four axioms, would they not have absolute power if they wanted to use it to 1. Increase interest rates by making available money scarce. 2. Decrease interest rates by making money over plenty. 3. Increase the prices of all securities, property, commodities, and labor by inflating the quantity of money and credit available with which to buy. 4. Decrease the prices of all securities, property, commodities, and labor by contracting the quantity of money and credit available with which to buy. 5. Profit both by such artificial increase and decrease of prices, because of having exclusive advance information as to the extent of such inflations and contractions of the money supply, and just when they will take place. 6. Vastly increase the interest profits of the banks by increasing the currency available for bank reserves, thereby enabling banks to inflate the volume of their loans of credit 10 times such increase in cash reserves. 7. Greatly decrease the earning power and profits of banks by contracting the currency, thereby reducing bank cash reserves and forcing banks to contract the volume of their loans 10 times as much. 8. Make or break the prosperity of the country by this power to enable banks to increase their loans to commercial, industrial, and business borrowers, or to force banks unexpectedly to contract loans and make such borrowers curtail their activities and reduce the volume of their business and their profits. 9. Cause panics any time, whatever the general and natural conditions of the country may be, by suddenly contracting the currency to such an extent as quickly to rob the banks of a large portion of their cash reserves, thus forcing banks to demand payment of their loans in such vast volumes that borrowers would be compelled instantly to slaughter prices and make forced sales of securities, properties, and commodities at ruinous figures for money to pay such bank loans, thus causing general demoralization and universal panic. 10. Take advantage of panic so caused to acquire cheap and stricken and crippled enterprises and industries, turning them over to their trusts, thus removing competition and enabling trusts to increase profits by increasing prices against consumers and by reducing the wages of labor. 11. Force labor wholesale into idleness by such panics or semi-panics, or terrify it with the fear of general lack of employment, thereby enabling reduction in wages and increase in the hours of labor, teaching labor a lesson, so that unresistingly and unprotestingly it will forever submit to the demands and the conditions imposed by the Wall Street masters of the great employing corporations. 12. So control the supply of money and credit as to make it forever impossible to finance or start any important enterprise or undertaking until control and most of the profits are surrendered to them. 13. Master and control the banks in their every act, because of the power to control the volume of their profits, cash reserves, and loans of credit, making them a. Buy securities, perhaps undesirable, at high prices. b. Make loans to certain parties and corporations. c. Call loans of businessmen generally. d. Call loans to punish certain parties. e. Call certain loans to force the dumping upon the market of the particular securities up as collateral. f. Call loans, generally, to help force upon the market in vast quantities the securities held as collateral, thus aiding to wreck prices during a bear raid when insiders want to buy cheap. G. Make undesired loans to the secret pools on stock exchange collateral, thus causing refusal of applications for legitimate business purposes during a bull campaign when insiders are driving prices to high levels to unload upon the public. H. Induce granting loans to trusts and refusal of accommodations to the competitors of trusts. I. Loaning on call to trusts and stock gamblers at 2% and charging ordinary business borrowers 6%. J. Reducing banks' ability properly to care for regular customers by inducing loans as favors to individuals or corporations in position to give preferences in the purchase of supplies, and by way of transportation rates or advantages to favored trusts or individuals. K. Crowding for favors to the extent that banks to avoid offending will overloan or violate other provisions of the laws, perhaps involving bankers in criminal prosecution. 14. Permanently increase interest rates paid by borrowers for bank accommodations. 15. Permanently reduce the rate of interest paid by banks to depositors. 16. Extort from the political party in power special legislative, executive, and judicial privileges and immunities under threat or fear that if not granted, panic will be caused at the right moment to discredit the administration, the party in power, and its political leaders, and cause its defeat in approaching national or state elections. 17. Increase alarmingly the prevalence of graft and corruption and betrayal of public trust by officials by insidious methods of moral, if not legal, bribery and opportunities to participate in flotations and deals where profits will be certain and tempting. 18. Complete mastery of politics and parties and of the government itself through 24,000 influential and widely distributed banks as a vast and invincible political machine, that by means of bank loans granted for bribes or called in for punishment, will have life and death power over the business of almost every individual and corporation throughout the United States. The above 18 things are a few of the many potential possibilities if those few Wall Street men had private control of the public currency. And does anybody doubt that they will obtain control and be able to do these things if Congress commits the folly of taking control of the public currency away from the government and grants it to a mere private corporation? Second New York Chamber of Commerce Plan. The first plan, adopted by the Chamber on October 4, 1906, in its language was sound, honest, and patriotic. It proposed a central bank under the absolute control of the federal government. It said, quote, "In its management, representatives of the government shall be supreme," end quote. Under the Aldrich Plan, of the 46 directors of the National Reserve Association, the banking fraternity will name 42, and the government of the United States 4. On March 2, 1911, the Second New York Chamber of Commerce Plan for a central bank was formally adopted by the Chamber. This plan, hereinafter given, was printed in the Chamber's monthly bulletins for March and April 1911. Author has copies of these bulletins, obtained from the Chamber's secretary. This plan and the revised Aldrich Plan are practically identical. This is conceded, and both seem to claim priority. Under these later plans, the central bank is to be a private corporation, exclusively owned by the banks instead of a public institution controlled by the government, as the Chamber's first plan demanded. If Congress adopts this revised version, those few Wall Street men soon will own enough banks to control the Central Association. Then they can do all of the things above enumerated, because they will absolutely control the entire money supply of the United States. Why did the New York Chamber of Commerce radically change from one extreme to the other, from a central bank controlled by the government of 94 million people to a central bank with governmental powers controlled by Wall Street? Was its original action in 1906 insincere? Did it resort to the trick of pretending to favor a government central bank, thereby disarming criticism and allaying suspicion and opposition, while an irresistible demand for elasticity, a central bank and monetary reform, was being worked up, secretly intending that the opportune moment to shift the cards and hastily push through Congress under whip and spur a scheme for a private central bank with a complete monopoly of the entire public currency? The representatives of the New York Chamber of Commerce to the Currency Conference organized by the National Board of Trade, held in Washington, D.C., January 18, 1911, were Paul M. Warburg, chairman, Welding Ring, Algernon S. Frizzle, Samuel Sachs, and Maurice L. Muhlman. They persuaded the conference to adopt the views of the New York Chamber of Commerce. The delegation reported their success to the Chamber on February 2, 1911. Their report in full in its March bulletin was laid over until the March 2, 1911 meeting, when it was discussed and formally adopted. The report was made by Paul M. Warburg of the Wall Street International Banking House of Kuhn, Loeb & Company, chairman, and reputed author of the private central bank scheme, the Second New York Chamber of Commerce Plan, now known officially as the Aldrich Plan. Leaving out the long preamble, following is all that portion of said report comprising in full the resolutions adopted advocating a private central bank. Quote, "Resolved that this convention unequivocally declares in favor of the creation for the United States of a central banking organization based upon the following general principles. 1. That such central organization be a corporation endowed with a large stock capital and not merely an association of banks. 2. That its stock capital be owned by incorporated banking institutions, including trust companies, whether under national or state charter, willing to assume equal duties as a basis for equal privileges. 3. That its administration be divided between the government, the member banks, and the commercial classes in a manner which will safeguard against individual, sectional, or political domination. 4. That its business be limited to transactions with the government and with the incorporated banking institutions which become stockholders, i.e., member banks, except as provided in paragraph 9, clause B. 5. that dividends on its stock be limited to a fixed moderate return, and profits in excess of such dividends, after providing for a reasonable surplus and emergency fund, be turned over to the government. 6. That its business be conducted through branches, to be established in the banking districts into which the country shall be divided, the member banks of the several districts constituting joint associations, and sharing in the administration of the branches. 7. That it shall, free of charge, receive and disperse all moneys of the United States government in places where it shall have offices. 8. That it shall not allow interest on deposits. 9. That it shall have power, a. to issue circulating notes payable in gold, to be secured by gold and negotiable paper, and, if necessary, eventually to retire the present bond-secured banknotes to a limited amount by government bonds. B. For the regulation of its gold reserve, to buy and sell bullion, and to contract for loans of gold, and under proper restrictions to deal and invest in foreign bills of exchange. C. To require the member banks to keep with it a portion of their reserves prescribed by law. D. To rediscount, only for member banks, commercial paper under regulations prescribing the limit of amount for each member bank, the maximum time to run, and determining the degree of guarantee to be provided by the joint associations of member banks of each district. E. Under careful and proper restrictions to discount approved American bank acceptances. F. To transfer funds standing to the credit of a member bank to the credit of any other member bank at any of its branches. G. To buy and sell the bonds and treasury notes of the United States. 10. That the central organization is ultimately to become the sole note-issuing power. Resolved furthermore, that copies of this resolution be sent to the President of the United States, to the members of the National Monetary Commission, and to each senator and representative in Congress. On the day preceding the meeting of the conference, Senator Aldrich had published his plan for banking and currency reform, and copies thereof were in the hands of the members of the conference. The general provisions of the plan were explained in an instructive address by Assistant Secretary of the Treasury, A. Piatt Andrew. Your delegates are greatly pleased to report that this plan, barring a few comparatively unimportant details, compiled so fully with the principles established in the foregoing resolution that subsequent resolutions endorsing the broad principles of the Aldrich Plan, without committing the conference as to every detail of the same, and advocating the creation of a businessmen's league to assist in a campaign of propaganda and education, were unanimously adopted by the Committee on Resolutions, read as follows. Resolved, that there be appointed by the chairman of this conference a committee of 7 to organize a businessmen's monetary reform league, which shall have its main office in Chicago, with branches in the various centers of the United States, where local committees shall constitute the management. The object of this league will be to carry on an active campaign of education and propaganda for monetary reform, on the principles, without endorsing every detail, of reserve association with branches in the business centers of the country as outlined in Senator Aldrich's plan. Resolved that the delegations here present be requested to use their influence in the commercial bodies they represent to gain the active cooperation of those bodies and of their individual members in the work of the League as defined. Resolved that the Businessmen's Monetary Reform League be requested, when organized, to provide for a committee on propaganda and education, and also for a committee on legislation, whose duty shall be to further monetary legislation on the principles adopted by the League. Resolved furthermore, that the Committee on Organization be requested to bring about the cooperation, and, if possible, a consolidation between this League and the National Currency League, already organized about a year ago by the Merchants' Association of New York. All of these resolutions were presented to the conference at its afternoon session by the chairman of the Committee on Resolutions, Paul M. Warburg, and after instructive debate they were carried by an overwhelming majority." End quote. Another portion of the above-quoted report says that of the 11 members of the Committee on Resolutions, 3, Mr. Warburg, Mr. Ring, and Mr. Sachs, were members of the delegation from the New York Chamber of Commerce, and that Paul M. Warburg was chairman of the committee and presented, and presumably prepared, the above-quoted resolutions. It is said that the National Citizens League, now actively promoting the Aldrich Plan all over the country, with headquarters at Chicago, was the outgrowth of this plan originated by the New York Chamber of Commerce, the Business Men's Monetary Reform League having been merged into the same. It will be remembered that this new organization is the one spoken of by the National City Bank of New York in its hereinbefore quoted letters as doing such valuable work promoting the Aldrich Plan in many states. The Chamber's April 1911 bulletin shows that upon April 2, 1911, the report was taken up, discussed, and adopted, thus becoming officially the New York Chamber of Commerce Second Plan. Following is a portion of the discussion published in said bulletin. Quote, Paul M. Warburg, chairman of the delegation to the Monetary Conference held in Washington, January 18th, called up the report of the delegation presented at the last meeting and laid over for action at this meeting. Mr. Warburg, Mr. Chairman and members of the Chamber, the report of the delegation to the Monetary Conference at Washington was placed before you in printed form at the last meeting and sent to every member since that meeting. I shall not, therefore, take time to read the report, but will simply move its adoption. In doing so, I would like to say a few words. I think you could not fail to have been impressed, upon the reading of our report, with the remarkable degree of unanimity with which the proposed Central Reserve Association was approved. The delegates met, and after 10 minutes they knew that they all agreed on that question. We then met with the delegates of the New York Produce Exchange and the Merchants Association. It took us about half an hour to agree. We went to Washington to the conference. At that conference, there were representatives from all over the country and from Canada. After discussion, the Central Reserve Association was agreed on, but with one dissenting voice. Meanwhile, Senator Aldrich's plan had been brought forward, and it recommended the same plan that had been recommended by our resolution. Since then, a body of bankers had met in Atlanta, over 20, representing all parts of the country, and they again, after going over this plan most thoroughly and giving it searching criticism, unanimously adopted it, with some amendments as to details. They adopted the underlying principles of the report. So there can be no doubt that the country is ready for this plan and for its adoption. There is no doubt, at the same time, that the prospect of getting this plan through in the next session of Congress will depend upon the chances of making it a nonpartisan measure. As a party measure, the plan cannot succeed. If it is a plan that comes forward in a nonpartisan form, there can be no doubt of its success. As Mr. McVeigh has said, there is no difference between a Republican and Democratic depositor. Everybody alike looked miserable during the panic, and it is more to the interest of the people of small means than it is to the people of larger means that this plan should be carried out. The Monetary Reform League, with which our report deals, will meet by the end of this month in Chicago. Very important men have been addressed, and have signified their willingness to serve. It is strongly hoped that the Chamber of Commerce will cooperate in this matter when the time comes, and will strongly join in this effort. On behalf of the delegates, I move the adoption of this report. J. Howard Coperthwaite. Now, the idea I have that this will become a political question is this. Senator Aldrich is no longer a senator. He has no more power in the Republican Party, but a letter that I received from Washington intimates that he will still retain the position as head of the Monetary Commission. I suppose he can do that or not as he sees fit. Now, if any bill is to be gotten through Congress in the next 2 years, it must be gotten through a Democratic Congress, and if this appears to be a proposition by Senator Aldrich alone, it is not likely to receive a great deal of favor. But if it is proposed by the Monetary Commission, why then it will meet with a different sort of reception, and the Monetary Commission is the one to decide this question. Maurice L. Muleman. Mr. President and members of the Chamber, I hesitate, as a member of the delegation that went to Washington, to oppose Mr. Coperthwaite's motion, but there are several things that I believe we have a right to differ upon in the statement that was made by him. In the first place, the report of the delegates to Washington does not endorse Senator Aldrich's proposition as such. It states its own proposition first, and then says that Senator Aldrich's proposition is in harmony in general principles and in essentials with its own proposition. The proposition which the delegates put before the conference in Washington was absolutely in harmony with the action which this chamber took in 1906, and absolutely in harmony with the policy of this chamber dating back to 1840. Mr. Coperthwaite is afraid that we are going too far in this report in even suggesting that Senator Aldrich's plan has some essential features which are similar to the plan which we have elaborated, which was embodied in the resolutions which we took to Washington, and which met the support of the representatives of every commercial body in the National Conference except one. Mr. Coperthwaite seems to be afraid that this subject is going to become the football of politics. Gentlemen, unless the commercial bodies of this country take up this question as they should, it may become the football of politics, and it is up to the commercial bodies to take hold of the question, and to see to it that it is kept out of politics, and handled as it should be handled, by the business interests and not by the politicians. Mr. Coperthwaite says that there seems to be no need for haste. The only reason why Mr. Warburg presses for immediate action is this. This report was presented at the last meeting of the Chamber, and by special request it was laid over to be acted upon today. The movement of the commercial bodies of the country, which is instigated through the instrumentality of the National Board of Trade, under whose direction a national committee has been appointed, proposes to meet in Chicago before the end of the month, as Mr. Warburg has stated. If the action of this chamber goes over another month, this chamber has failed to place itself upon record upon this most important question. If it is postponed, the chamber has adopted a shifting policy. Should the chamber be afraid again to announce its policy upon this question, which it definitely stated in 1906 as the leading important body of the country? It is for this reason, Mr. Chairman, that I rise to oppose the motion of Mr. Coperthwaite, and I hope that the Chamber will accord to the delegation that went to Washington the endorsement of adopting its own report. Samuel Sachs. As New York speaks, so the rest of the country speak, and if the Chamber of Commerce of New York should not support this resolution, the whole question of banking reform and currency reform will die out, and will not again come up until we are face to face with the next panic, whenever that may occur. Now, I earnestly hope that the gentlemen here assembled in this chamber will give their support to the work of Senator Aldrich, and that they will endorse the report of Mr. Warburg. Mr. Warburg's motion that the report of the delegation be adopted was then carried.
A confidence game. 90% of all banks the victims. State banks and trust companies hard hit. Judged by the cold facts plainly stated in the revised Aldrich Plan, Wall Street is playing upon the banks of the country wholesale a successful and clever confidence game. As in three-card Monte, green goods, and other sure-thing games, it is made to appear a cinch for the banks, but as usual the victims will get nothing but experience for their pains and money. What banks will get? Under the Aldrich Plan, a given bank will get 1. National Reserve Association stock equal to 20% of its own capital stock. It must pay par. Dividends, if earned, will be 4% or at most 5%. If there are no profits, it gets no dividends. There is no guarantee by anybody. 2. A supply of currency by paying for it dollar for dollar. This currency, like any lawful money, can be put into bank's reserve. A bank could buy gold or treasury notes just as cheap. 3. A mere hope that the bank can rediscount some of its commercial paper at the central bank. But this will not be an enforceable legal right. It is entirely within the discretion of the central bank whether it will take any certain piece of commercial paper or rediscount at all for a particular bank. It is a one-sided option. A bank can only hope and pray and beg. 4. Consolidation of all bank reserves in one financial jackpot under the absolute control of a mere private corporation. No, but perhaps later by its regulations the association will require this to be done. It may at times then be as impossible for banks to get their reserve money out of this one reservoir as it was during the panic of 1907 from New York banks that repudiated their obligations and loaned the money to insiders to buy securities cheap from the public. 5. A mere promise that the central bank will perform a miracle and stop panics, or at least perhaps help the bank save itself in case of a run. But the bank cannot compel the central bank to do so, and as was done when the big New York trust companies were put in a hole by runs purportedly started or stimulated, permanent control of the bank may be demanded by the interest behind the central bank as the price of central bank aid, even in a panic. 6. Participation in the boasted town meeting Republican form of government monarchy control of one of the local twigs of one of the branches of the big central bank tree. To the extent of the proportion of the total $300 million National Reserve Association stock held by the local bank. In round figures, the capital of 24,392 reporting national and state banks is $2 billion. The pending bill makes the association's authorized capital 20% of the combined capital stock of the eligible banks, say $400 million. But to be safe, call it $300 million. The following shows the percent of the total control enjoyed by any given bank having the capital indicated. The smallest outside national or state bank or trust company with $25,000 capital would own $5,000 of the $300 million central bank stock and have the magnificent, although indirect and remote power over the management and operations of the National Reserve Association obtained by owning and voting 1 2/3 1/1000ths of 1% of the total 300 million stock. Just one Wall Street institution, the National City Bank, with $25 billion capital, will own 1,000 times as much central bank stock, or as much as 1,000 such sized banks. A bank with $25 million will have $5 million in central stock and a 0.0166 2/3% of control. A bank with $1 million will have $200,000 central stock and will have 0.0066 2/3% of control. A bank with $500,000 will have $100,000 in central stock and 0.0033.5% of control. A bank with $200,000 will have $40,000 in central stock and 0.0013 of control. A bank with $100,000 will have $20,000 in central stock and 0.0006 2/3% of control. A bank with $50,000 will have $10,000 in central stock and 0.003 of control. A bank with $25,000 will have $5,000 in central stock and 0.0001 2/3% of control. Don't laugh. It's the truth. Figure it out yourself, then get someone to kick you for consenting to be a mere pimple on the face of the other fellow's moon. What banks must give? The revised version of Aldrich's New Testament plays up as an afterthought and a generous concession the proposal to allow state banks and trust companies to participate in and enjoy the manifold blessing vouchsafed to those financial institutions contritely approaching the Wall Street mercy seat and espousing out of sight and unseen the cleansing Aldrich Plan. The records, however, of the New York Chamber of Commerce show that that program was decided on long before the Aldrich tag was tied onto the predetermined plan. It may have been left out of the original Aldrich Plan so it could be made to appear a concession to popular demand. But there is no more danger of state banks and trust companies being left out in the cold when Wall Street sets out to form for its use a universal money trust than there is chance for a lone possum to escape from a hungry colored camp meeting crowd. All banks and trust companies look alike to high finance. They are all Jonahs and Wall Street is the whale. Aldrich was only trawling with his plan as the spoon. Every state bank and trust company making a grab for the shining, whirling spoon, too late will discover that all it got is a hook in its jaw, the other end of the line being firmly and permanently attached to the reel on Wall Street great central bank pleasure yacht. When high finance sets out to promote a trust, it takes in enough concerns to stifle all serious competition. A successful central bank trust for eliminating all vexatious competition that might increase the rate of interest paid depositors or decrease the rate charged borrowers, and for combining under one central control the entire money supply of the people, could not be formed if state banks and trust companies are left out. Such state institutions hardly would allow Congress to grant to a private confederation of national banks a monopoly of the entire public currency, that they might win away the deposits of state institutions by publicly boasting that only national banks had been made panic-proof by the national government. What easy fish the people and the outside bankers might seem to the insiders who plan the sport and will feast on the catch. Under the Aldrich Plan, a bank must give 1. 20% of its capital to be permanently employed at not over 5%, invested in central bank stock that it can never sell. 2. Ultimately, it will lose its present currency issuing power. 3. It assumes its share of a serious and increasing burden of maintaining the gold standard and reserve, and of keeping at par an enormous and increasing volume of currency without the aid of the government credit, now behind the public currency and gold standard. The Reserve Association will have power and means by which it could financially wreck any and all banks if it so desires, and this may happen in spite of the association because of a wild inflation of its currency and injudicious rediscounting. 4. By joining this private association, it incurs an indefinite and almost unlimited liability by staking everything on a new experiment that it cannot guide or control, and from which it can never escape. It takes the chance of the most reckless of gamblers. 5. Voluntarily it surrenders to the power of a single corporation that vital and large portion of its resources, represented by its deposited reserves, the association having legal power to require this by regulations, without getting for its own use even the customary 2% now allowed by reserve banks. In return, there is no legally enforceable obligation on the central bank to grant currency in time of need or rediscount a single dollar of paper. Everything done by the central bank legally is only a favor. Such favors may be granted to the big banks that will control the central bank and be withheld from the unimportant small banks and trust companies. 6. Morally and legally, it becomes responsible for the policy and every act of a private institution in which it has but an insignificant interest, and over which it can exercise not the slightest effective control. It will have responsibility without power. 7. It is surrounding its independence by irrevocably joining a financial combine or trust absolutely controlled by outsiders and strangers, having nothing in common with the local customers or depositors of the bank. The bank's interest in the welfare of the local people may be overlooked or ignored in the shuffle of big business, by big business, for big business. It must legally and irrevocably bind itself to obey all regulations hereafter adopted, whatever they may be, thus making itself a firm but helpless part and servant of a great central bank trust. 8. It is agreeing to pay any discount rate and interest hereafter fixed from time to time by a private corporation for the exclusive profit of such corporation. 9. It repays the people for enacting laws granting special privileges and immunities that have made banking the most powerful and profitable of all business, by joining with Wall Street in a conspiracy to create a dangerous money monopoly to enormously swell the already inordinate profits of Wall Street and the big banks, the entire extra burden falling upon the people of the United States. 10. For the hope of unneeded extra profits, it would cause its officers, directors, and stockholders to forget their higher obligation as citizens of the Republic by joining in the demand that Congress adopt the Aldrich Plan that forces the government, without a cent of compensation, to turn over into the hands of a private corporation, for its use and profit, as loanable deposits, every dollar of the billions of future revenues to be collected by taxation and otherwise by the federal government for the next 50 years. 11. It joins in the plan that, by law, would forever prohibit the government paying out a dollar for any purpose whatever, except through such private corporation, thus in effect creating a guardian for the government. 12. In the hope of gain, it supports the movement for taking from the federal government, where under the Constitution it always has remained, control of the issuance and volume of the currency, that a private monopoly of the entire public currency may be granted to an irresponsible private corporation, to be forever used and loaned out at the cost of the people of the United States for the profit of such corporation. 13. It does this fully realizing that such private syndicates, simply by raising and lowering the discount rate, or by expanding and contracting the volume of currency, or both, can to a large extent automatically increase and decrease the prices of all securities, property, and human labor, to the loss of the public and the profit of the insiders. 14. It favors granting to such corporation absolute power to force such bank, against its will or desire, to contract its loans to an unlimited extent, to require its own solvent and responsible customers suddenly and unexpectedly to pay up their loans, even if it entails the ruinous sacrifice of securities and property, closing down of industries, general idleness and distress, panic and financial chaos. Such corporation can do all this and more in the name of the high-sounding slogan elasticity, in the most easy and quick manner by calling in and canceling a portion of its currency, thereby automatically depleting the cash reserves of the banks and, under the law, forcing them to call in loans aggregating at least 10 times such shrinkage of reserves. This voluntary surrender of the bank's interest and honor, and that of its customers and friends, to possible and probable defilement by the libertines of high finance, who may have seized control of the central bank, if induced by the lust for greater profits, would be an exhibition of business prostitution and brutality unexampled in the lowest red-light district of a metropolitan city. 15. It is deceiving itself and its business customers into believing, or at least claiming, that the Aldrich Plan will stop panics, where in fact it is an express grant by Congress to a private syndicate of power quickly and easily to cause panics by suddenly making money scarce and dangerously contracting bank credits whenever the manipulators desire to increase interest rates and the purchasing power of their money and credit by wrecking prices while like wild beasts they shop for bargains, at the expense of the stricken people in the ruins they themselves have made. 16. The American Bankers Association, by recently endorsing the Aldrich Plan after its currency committee had obtained the changes it desired, has officially, on November 24, 1911, committed the banking fraternity to the plan as now urged and to each of the provisions thereof. But no individual bank is bound by that action, and many banks resent such action. Thus the banks have deliberately made themselves an issue, a political issue, by demanding that Congress take from the government and turn over free to a private corporation, to be exclusively owned and controlled by the banks, $1 billion or more of currency or money, to be forever used for the profit of private interests, same to be put in the reserves of the confederated banks, thereby enabling such banks with relatively no extra investment to swell their ordinary loans of bank credit nearly $10 billion and annually collect interest on this huge extra total from the people of the United States. Now that the banking system, by action of the banks themselves, has been brought under the spotlight, the public no doubt will insist upon the complete elimination of every harmful practice that careful and thorough investigation may show exist in the monetary and banking systems of the United States, and they will require that all disclosures be made on oath in a public congressional investigation. There are among bankers thousands of honest, high-minded, law-abiding, patriotic gentlemen. When these questions come to be understood, most of such men will refuse to follow Wall Street and the big bankers in their raid upon the government, but will stand shoulder to shoulder with their neighbors and friends, and in the interest of the common good demand that any institution controlling the public currency must be a public institution, under absolute public control. State and savings banks, trust companies. By changing present law and granting national banks authority to make loans on real estate and requiring no cash reserve held against time deposits, the Aldrich Bill lays the foundation for national banks ultimately to monopolize the entire business of banking. Already they are starting savings departments generally. National banks thus are to be powerfully equipped by the law to invade the exclusive field of state and savings banks and trust companies and take away their deposits, business, and profits. And inasmuch as national banks divert the use of their resources to such new channels, they take away from trade and commerce the money and credit that the present law intended should be used exclusively for the accommodation of commercial business. Why should national banks cease being mere banks of discount? Why should they become real estate loan agencies, trust companies, and savings banks? Surely they do not need the extra profits or deposits, for their present profits are excessive and increasing rapidly. There are plenty of state and savings banks and trust companies to adequately serve the public needs in those lines. It is only the Wall Street mania for monopoly, the desire to grab all business anywhere, that will yield a profit. And as it is out to organize a real money trust with the National Reserve Association as the directing head and currency holding company, they propose that their national bank should be granted such power that all state and savings banks and trust companies can be forced to surrender to the Wall Street Combine or have their deposits, business, and profits taken away and diverted to national banks. It will be easy for national banks to entice away the deposits of other banks and trust companies by the claim that only members of the National Reserve Association have been made panic-proof by the government. If necessary, a little panic object lesson can be started to frighten depositors of state institutions into hurriedly transferring their deposits to national banks. With an artificial panic in 1907, about $50 million of deposits were scared out of trust companies and into national banks in New York City in a few days. If the Aldrich Bill passes, state institutions can survive only by joining the Reserve Association, and if they join that money trust, they will be ruined. They will surrender their independence, will be exploited and squeezed, and their present influential and independent officers and directors will, in effect, become mere errand boys to execute the orders of the men of big business, who will be masters of the ruling Central Association. There is only one way of escape for state and savings banks and trust companies. They must help defeat the private central bank scheme and induce Congress to create the public institution for the protection of banks and business described in a later chapter. The aggregate capital and resources of all reporting financial institutions June 7, 1911 were 7,277 national banks, with $1,019,033,152 in capital and $10,383,048,694 of resources. 12,864 state banks, with $452,944,684 in capital and $3,747,786,296 in resources. 635 mutual savings banks with no capital and $3,762,401,625 in resources. 1,249 stock savings banks with $72,177,899 in capital and $889,911,7 $1,677 in resources, 1,251 loan and trust companies with $385,782,933 in capital, and $4,665,110,868 in resources, 1,116 private banks with $21,872,416 in capital, and $182,824,220 in resources. The total is 24,392 banks with $1,952,411,084 in capital and $23,631,083,380 in resources. The 7,277 national banks with $10 billion of resources are expected ultimately to swallow or rule the 17,115 other financial institutions that have $13 billion of resources. The job will be easy if the Aldrich Bill becomes law. Its provision that no reserve need to be held by a bank to secure time deposits is the bait expected to reduce state banks and trust companies blindly to grab the concealed barbed hook. That is wildcat banking. No state bank or trust company can afford to jeopardize its solvency and the safety of depositors. And if they become reckless of the interest of depositors and the public, state laws will be passed to restrain them. Then to escape even present state laws, they must become national banks and jump into the arms of Wall Street. No state bank can afford the sacrifice, and yet all will be sandbagged into submission if the Aldrich Bill ever becomes law. Wall Street is determined to control every institution in the United States receiving the people's deposits or loaning credit. If it cannot accomplish it one way, it will try another. Big business has discovered that the easiest and most profitable way to dominate and gradually absorb all business and wealth and rule the republic and its 94 million inhabitants is to obtain physical control of the country's entire supply of money and bank credit. It thus will gain the same power over the life of all business that a private monopoly of the supply of all air and water would have over all human life. To accomplish this, it is only necessary to stop the government issuing money and then be in a position, not necessarily to own all the banks, but to control their policy and actions, to force them to obey in concert the orders from the Central Association that will be ruled by big business. The Aldrich Bill grants to the National Reserve Association power to master and direct the policy and acts of every one of the 24,392 financial institutions of the country once they join the association and in writing legally bind themselves to obey its present and future regulations. And the association will have power indirectly to force them all to surrender and join this universal combine, this huge incorporated money trust. Every state institution and national bank must turn itself inside out and expose to the agents of the Central Association all facts about its condition and business, including its confidential information and data as to the financial standing, resources, and business operations of all its customers. And because the association is a mere private corporation and its agents not sworn public officials, all this secret inside information will be at the disposal of big business. The trust thus easily can learn the true condition and operations of competitors and ultimately drive them out of business. The 24,392 financial institutions will in effect be spies to discover and record the business secrets of every borrowing individual and corporation, placing the information thus gained at the disposal of big business through the Central Association. It is said that Wall Street now has a complete card index showing in minute detail the exact condition of hundreds of thousands of businessmen scattered in every state who do not even suspect that they are being constantly watched and trailed by high finance. The Aldrich Bill enables this system to be made general and uses the banks to pry the secrets out of their customers under threat of refusal of bank accommodations. This one scheme will greatly facilitate Wall Street's financial, industrial, and political conquest of the United States. In New York City, it is said that a central agency, a trust company, has been established by the banks to which customers of all banks are expected to go and disclose every fact about their financial condition and present and proposed business operations. It is like being physically examined by a doctor before obtaining life insurance. This information is at the disposal of all the cooperating banks and trust companies, and the customer is charged by the agency for the privilege of thus disclosing his most confidential business secrets. The tendency of the times is to make mere human beings and their welfare subservient to the will and profit interest of the banks, to put the dollar above the man. The American people should reverse this. In the law and in business, they must put the man above the dollar. It is said that the big Wall Street banks have established a sort of financial rogues gallery, using a modified Bertillon system, thumb or fingerprints for identification, but it is the depositors who must submit to this new scheme, instead of the big rogues of high finance who use the depositors' money. This plan of appraising everybody for bank purposes no doubt will be extended to all cities, and the process of consolidating little banks into big ones will go on until in each town every businessman will depend for money and credit upon the will and pleasure of just one central agency, and the operations of these city agencies will be under the direction of one head agency located in and controlled by Wall Street. This is the ultimate program and will be carried out as soon as Congress passes the Aldrich Bill. It is part of the process of forming one great centralized combine under the sway of high finance to monopolize and direct the use of the entire supply of money and bank credit for the whole country. The head agency, no doubt, will have a copy in ready reference form of the data possessed by every city agency. The business bureaucracy will be the climax of the Russianizing of all American business by Wall Street. It will be an easy matter, then, for those directing this machine to ruin any businessman or corporation by shutting off its supply of money and credit, dogging its business operations, and diverting its business by pressure on its customers exerted through this underground bank channel. When one central agency comes into possession of accurate knowledge of the details of every man's affairs, the few men who control and use that agency for their purposes soon will have absolute and permanent control of the business of every man and corporation. This system will restrain trade, suppress competition, raise prices to consumers, and foster and increase every evil and danger of the present. Yet these acts cannot be reached by the antitrust law, because in passing the Aldrich Bill, Congress will legalize a trust of the trusts and make lawful the practices above described. A trust company surely has nothing to gain by tying up a fifth of its capital in association stock, and it has much to lose by legally shackling itself to the big central machine, and private banks get no advantage by incorporating and doing the same. Savings banks with a capital stock would get no benefit. Instead, they should be fighting the growing practice of national banks of starting savings departments. This must eventually injure savings banks, as will the proposed making of real estate loans by national banks. The 635 mutual savings banks cannot join the Reserve Association if they would. They have no capital stock. They are owned absolutely by their depositors. They are cooperative institutions, and as such have been wonderfully successful. The average interest received on deposits by mutual savings banks is 50 to 100% higher than the average interest paid on all deposits by all national banks. And yet the mutual institutions receive and loan only cash. They do not loan and get interest on mere credit, to a volume 10 times their aggregate cash, as do national banks. If their cash deposits are diverted to national banks, it will cause excessive and dangerous inflation of bank credit. It will unsettle prices and values and stimulate reckless business. A firm brake must now be put on the 10-for-1 multiplication of fictitious credit by the banks, or the financial air castle soon will go to smash, and with it the prosperity of the country. The only net assets of the 7,277 national banks are their capital, surplus, and undivided profits. $1,933,134,055. Practically the entire resources of the 635 mutual savings banks of the country, aggregating $3,762,401,625, are cash savings deposits, not assets, possessing nearly double the net assets of the 7,277 national banks. The 635 mutual savings banks, owned by their 7,690,973 depositors, who with their families represent nearly one-third of the 94 million population of the United States, are utterly ignored by the Aldrich Central Bank Plan. If these $3 billion of cash savings deposits were transferred to national banks, It would increase the loaning power and profits of national banks 200%, inflate their credit loans over $30 billion. Panic endangers these mutual banks the same as other banks and fills with anxiety or terror the hearts of these millions of hard-working American citizens and their wives and children, and yet no protection is to be given to them or the banks that contain the savings of a lifetime. In fact, the plan is to entice the deposits away from mutual savings banks and into the national banks. These are the very people who most need the protecting care of the government. The more wealthy depositors of national banks usually can look out for themselves. No provision at all is made in the Aldrich Bill for these mutual banks. In the New England states, Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut, there are 466 national banks. They have net assets, capital, surplus, and undivided profits of $192,096,507. The capital stock of these banks is all owned by a few thousand people. But the same states have 413 mutual savings banks with no capital stock, but with $175,462,872 of accumulated surplus and undivided profits, and $1,366,710,866 of savings deposits, a total of $1,542,173,738 net assets owned by their 3,377,546 depositors. In fact, the aggregate resources of all national banks in those states are but $848,503, the larger portion of which are not net assets, but the result of loans of credit. Even such inflated total resources are only about half the amount of the actual net assets of the mutual savings banks. Will the senators and congressmen from those states go in for Wall Street and the national banks and ignore the rights and welfare of 3,377,546 savings depositors who are residents of those 6 states? In Ohio, the 3 mutual savings banks have 112,935 depositors, who own the $62,512,530 of net assets, the savings and accumulated profits. This is more than half of the entire net assets, capital, surplus, and undivided profits, $103,175,186. Of the 380 national banks of that state, the entire capital stock of such national banks being owned by relatively few persons. If Congress is to legislate for people instead of for dollars, it never will pass the Aldrich Bill to increase the excessive profits of a few 100,000 national bank stockholders and ignore nearly 8 million humble savings depositors and their families, or nearly 1/3 of the population of the United States. National banks take the profit made with the people's deposits away from the millions of depositors and give most of it to the relatively small number of stockholders. If the facts showing the aggregate losses sustained and charged off by national banks could be revealed, it would astonish the country. Hundreds of millions, if not billions, have been so lost and the facts concealed from depositors and the public. Some losses are unavoidable, but many are due to reckless, unbusinesslike, or dishonest loans made on the you scratch my back and I'll scratch yours basis by conspirators who often acquire control of a bank to obtain the deposits of the people or credit based thereon for use in outside speculations or business ventures. The United States has no real banking system, such as is found in leading European countries. Over there, those who manage a bank are bankers and nothing else. All loans are made on a strict business basis. Here, in too large a degree, bank directors have only a nominal interest in the stock of the bank, their chief business being other than banking. They only become directors to obtain adequate credit for their regular business. They cannot be blamed. It is the only way they could get sufficient credit because others were doing the same thing and would utilize all the bank credit available unless forced to divide. So they form a sort of conspiracy, grab control of the bank and divide use of the bank's credit between themselves instead of running the institution in a way to safeguard depositors and impartially serve the community that supplies the deposits and the law that created and protects the bank. In a sense, American banking to a considerable extent has degenerated into a scramble for control of money and bank credit, a sort of buccaneering adventure, a fight to gain the rich fruits obtained by controlling and using for personal profit the deposit savings of the public. This by no means can be said of all banks or bankers or of every town. But in another chapter will be found conclusive evidence that more than half of all national banks have been guilty of deliberate acts that would cause them to forfeit their charters if the laws were properly enforced. The whole system is wrong and scientifically rotten, and it is getting worse constantly. Almost every crime short of deliberate murder is believed to have been committed in this fierce fight for control, particularly in New York, of these big quasi-public institutions that exist at all only because the law created and maintains them. It may not become necessary for the government actually to seize and administer the banks impartially and honestly for the benefit of depositors and the general welfare, but drastic laws rigidly regulating the banks and their practices are imperative, or soon the whole system will go to smash. Only inordinate profits have enabled them to charge off and conceal staggering losses and survive. If the banking system was properly managed and all favoritism and graft and discriminations eliminated, the reduction in the volume of losses and increase of business would enable banks to pay 4% or 5% for cash deposits and charge only 4% for credit loans and commercial discounts, and still realize greater net profits for the banks. Every banker knows this, and many deeply regret the fact, but so many are interlaced and bound together by mutual interest and inside investments. Few seem to have the courage or feel that it would be safe to take a positive, independent stand for the correction of the acknowledged abuses and dangerous defects of the system. So any remedy must come from without instead of from within. Law is the only power that can reach and remedy the evils, and Congress alone can act. Because these conditions exist, the entire banking system quakes with fear, and influential financiers shout, "Beware of panic," every time Congress even talks about a genuine investigation of the banking system. The bankers fully realize the danger of having the curtain raised, for they know what it is behind the scenes. A bank with $1,000 cash can loan $10,000 credit, while an individual with $1,000 of money can loan only $1,000. As increasing wealth sharpens the competition between individual investors and the banks for desirable mortgage and other loans, this law-made advantage may enable banks to monopolize investments by cutting interest rates. This would tend to force individuals to leave their funds on deposits in banks at nominal interest, largely because they could not safely and profitably invest the same. Each $1,000 so deposited enables the banks to increase credit loans $10,000, which increases the power and advantage of the banks in their own competition for loans against those who actually own the deposits. As the income that individuals can derive from their capital thus grows less annually and the cost of living in general prices go up because of the resulting inflation of the volume of bank credit loans, the individual more and more will be sacrificed for the benefit and profit of incorporated wealth. The effect, if not the chief object, of the Aldrich Plan will be vastly to increase the already overswollen power and profits of the banks at the expense of individual investors. That is the whole tendency of modern banking, finance, and legislation. It is an alarming system. This course should be reversed. The law must place the welfare of the individual above that of incorporated dollars.
A central bank to be bought. $1 million promotion fund raised. Testifying in November 1911 at the public hearing before the Senate Interstate Commerce Committee, Wharton Barker, a prominent, respected, and wealthy retired banker and capitalist of Philadelphia, is reported to have positively affirmed that at that very time an enormous $1 million cash fund was being raised by Wall Street and the big banks of the country as a promotion fund to put the central bank scheme through Congress. He said that banks of Philadelphia were expected to supply or raise $100,000, or 1/10 of the amount, and were then engaged in doing so. A prominent Wall Street banker has admitted the raising of the fund, but it claims it is only $500,000. No one acquainted with Mr. Barker and his high reputation and unblemished character will for a moment doubt that he believed what he said and had ample evidence to prove its truth. And if it be true, it is a fact of grave significance. Everybody knows that Wall Street puts money into a mere gamble only on the basis of what it believes to be a 100 to 1 or 1,000 to one shot, that when it gambles with $1 million, it at least thinks it has a cinch to win 100 million or $1 billion. When the special interests put up in cold cash to promote just one bill through one Congress a greater sum than sometimes is required by all parties to conduct an entire national campaign throughout the whole United States, it is pertinent and wise for the people to ask what such special interests expect to make as the result of the passing of such bill, and who is to pay them their expected profit. What will Wall Street and the big banks gain if their conspiracy to put over a great private central bank is successful? Big banker corporations cannot legally pay money for political purposes, so this $1 million fund is subscribed to educate the people and to lobby the private central bank bill through Congress. Why can't we use this money to educate the people to nominate for the presidency and Congress in both parties candidates who secretly will pledge themselves to support our national bank scheme? Wall Street? Sure thing! Educate! That's the proper word, Pard. Havemeyer had the right idea. The Sugar Trust contributed to the Democrats in Democratic states and to the Republicans in Republican states. In doubtful states, it financed both parties. It's cheaper and much safer to buy a man before he is nominated or elected, or buy the party boss or machine that will control him. We must stir up the tariff issue to divert public attention from our bank scheme. If we can keep those pesky progressives divided between the two parties, we always can elect the men we want. Barnum was right. The people want to be humbugged. Former Secretary of the Treasury of the United States, Leslie M. Shaw, is reported to have publicly stated that a private corporation could well afford to pay the entire debt of the United States, which on October 31, 1911, amounted to nearly $1 billion, or to be exact, $963,349,390, for the power and opportunities for profit which the Aldrich Plan for a great central bank would have Congress confer free upon just one private corporation, the National Reserve Association. If this be so, and in fact it is a very moderate estimate, high finance can well afford to put up $1 million, or $10 million, or even $100 million to lobby the bill through Congress, and to bring about the nomination for president in 1912 a candidate of one or each party who will not veto the bill, and of congressmen and senators who will support the measure if it happens to fail in this Congress and must go over to the next. And high finance generally knows what it wants, the surest way to get it, and is not stingy or slow about putting up any required amount of money needed when the game is big and the reward large and certain. Nor has it a burdensome and inconvenient excess of moral scruples to interfere with the spending of its legitimate campaign fund, wherein in ways to ensure winning what it is after. Not simply in an election, but rich legislative, executive, and judicial favors and immunities after the election. With the giant trusts fighting for their lives and their officials to keep out of prison and demanding from Congress legislation to that end, with 235,000 miles of railroad dependent more or less for profits upon the will of an interstate commerce commission appointed by the president, with 24,392 banks and trust companies scattered over the country, hoping that their power and profits soon will be vastly augmented by act of Congress, and with Wall Street organizing and financing a nationwide campaign to induce Congress to grant for 50 years to a private corporation, it will manipulate a complete monopoly of the entire money supply of the people and power to rule the banks, and through the banks the business of every individual and corporation, by inflating and contracting the supply of currency and $15 billion of bank credit. The true friends of the people and of popular government may well stand aghast with anxiety, if not fear, as the ravenous flock of financial vultures assembles above the campaign of 1912, ready to devour the expected feast to follow, unless conditions now apparent change or all signs fail. The national campaign of 1912 and the preliminary struggle for control of the nominating conventions, presidential and congressional, will be full of intrigue, secret deals, selfish compacts, unpatriotic political and financial bargains, and the most venal and corrupt and degrading of all American history. It is an approaching climax. Will it destroy one or both of the political parties? At last, will it break the corrupt and dominating small balance of power that so long has terrorized and controlled many of the acts and destinies of both parties, because, though small in numbers, it has ruled by keeping the great majority, composed of patriotic citizens, completely divided? Will it force a union somewhere of the unselfish, law-abiding, and patriotic of all parties? The present air is surcharged with potential possibilities likely to lead, under the unseen guidance of an all-wise and merciful Providence, to a grander republic and greater hope and happiness for the people. High finance cares little for the fate of parties or of statesmen after it has gotten away with the legislative spoils. As a certain insect invariably destroys its life in giving birth to its young, so Wall Street would gladly welcome the political death of a president or a party first serving its purposes by giving birth in perpetual corporate life to its private central bank financial monstrosity. The interests consider this a republic in name only. They doubt the intelligence and capacity of the people to rule themselves. They hold that money should be master, and they own the money. Therefore, that from its throne in Wall Street the special interests, as an imperious monarch, must and shall rule the republic. They are mistaken. This is a republic. In fact, the people can and will rule. Their wonderful patience, spoken of by the immortal Lincoln, that makes them conservative and cautious, soon will be exhausted. Then their turn at the wheel of events will come. They have the power, for as yet the Constitution and the laws have not been abolished, even if often they have been ignored. And these are effective instruments for the protection of the people and the execution of their will. Already there are laws prohibiting corporations using corporate funds for political purposes. Banks are corporations. Such acts are ultra vires, beyond the corporate powers. There are criminal penalties. It is said to have been reported at the recent American Bankers Association meeting that body last year spent about $200,000, much of it for missionary work, presumably for a private central bank. Since the insurance investigation Yellow Dog funds have been under the ban of law, is the Albany House of Mirth now to be moved to Washington? Are the banks of the country to join Wall Street in financing their corrupt and criminal orgies that will make the Albany exploits that so shocked the whole country mere Sunday school picnics in comparison? We soon will know. But beware, the people sometime will have their inning. There will follow public congressional investigation that will lay bare the entire conspiracy and every corrupt or criminal act, even if every denizen of Wall Street and every banker is summoned and on oath forced to reveal to the committee or to a grand jury the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. It is passing strange what some big men will do for money, for a little more money that they do not need. Mene, bene, tekel, upharsin. Daniel 5:25.
Wall Street stock market. A fixed Monte Carlo. The game in detail exposed. United States Attorney General's strange opinion. A banking or currency reform plan that does not take into account the constantly, daily, monetary, financial, and banking practices of Wall Street will be ineffective and useless. There, conditions constantly prevail that decisively influence the supply and flow of currency and credit, the rates of interest on both time and call loans, the making and calling of bank loans in vast volume, the international ebb and flow of the tides of gold that now measure all values, and the quotation prices of $20 to $30 billion of listed securities, a total 3 times the value of all annual crops of the soil
and 8 times all the money of the United States. If these forces were moved only by natural causes, natural supply and demand, values would be relatively accurate and stable, fluctuations and changes comparatively moderate and harmless, monetary conditions would be sound, and financial institutions safe. And Wall Street as a barometer of the nation's prosperity and a governor on the financial engine moving the wheels of all American activities would be an accurate and useful indicator and regulator of steady and inestimable value to the entire country and all of its inhabitants. There would be no dangerous extremes and consequently no possibility of panics. But, unfortunately, in Wall Street, everything is artificial. Nothing is natural or logical. Therefore, the unexpected always is happening. Every effect is the result of a planned and purposeful cause. Whatever is done usually was intended, procured. If prices soared to the swallows' nests, they were put up there. If they slumped to the coal cellar, they were dumped there. And only the few big inside operators know which will be done on any particular day. Consequently, everybody else in the United States who either speculates or invests in listed securities is merely gambling blindly, recklessly, without the slightest knowledge or chance of knowledge. A mere guess as to whether that day the masters of the machine will decide to lift the lever up or push it down. And he will not and cannot know or have the slightest idea or inkling until after, figuratively, he has dropped his money in the slot, made his bet, heard the whirl of the unseen wheel behind the impenetrable curtain, and the attendant, the broker, opens the little peak hole and, as usual, calls out, "You lose. Try your luck again." The fact is, the putting up or down of the price of a given stock or bond is simple and easy. The shares of the company are limited. It is not like speculating in wheat or corn against every bushel in the world. A large portion of a corporation's shares of stock never change hands, however much the price may fluctuate. The proportion of shares on the market usually is relatively small. It is only necessary to organize a syndicate or pool with sufficient available means or borrowing power to put up as a margin a sum equal to 10% of the quotation price of whatever shares of that particular stock may be offered. Usually, but 10% to 25% of the stock of the smallest or largest railroads or trusts will appear on the market, even if prices are forced far above conceded value. Most holders want steady investments, dividends, not to gamble on stimulated changes in prices. And the manipulators must furnish only 10% of the value of the relatively small amount offered. Another 10% is furnished by the brokers and the balance 80% by the banks, loaned on the securities as collateral. Thus the banks are the chief factor in every stock market manipulation. While the great Wall Street insurance companies, controlling in their reserves hundreds of millions of the accumulated savings held for the widows and orphans, are prohibited by law from investing in stocks, the law does not say that they cannot, to help out their stock market masters, deposit $100 million of money in the banks, and thus enable such banks during a great market manipulating campaign to loan to inside operators $400 million additional credit to aid them in running the gamble against the public, the living fathers, husbands, and brothers of such future widows and orphans. Whatever the amount, they certainly deposit many millions in the big banks. Such a pool always is formed and operates in absolute secrecy. Often its members do not know the plays to be made from day to day with the common funds for mutual benefit. That is a blind pool. Only the manager, usually one of the pool members, knows the moves made or to be made. A pool of that character has the price of that stock, the welfare of the corporation, its stockholders, officers, employees, and the public absolutely at its mercy. And yet no one outside of the pool itself even can know of that fact. Sometimes it is a long, exhausting, wearing, heartbreaking, strangling struggle. Often it is just a quick, deep stab in the dark, always from behind, and all is over. The guilty never are caught or detected or even suspected, for the stock exchange is created and operates to hide the identity and completely screen the actions of the bandits of high finance. Very often, the different pools manipulating the various stock and bond issues of the many trusts, railroads, and other corporations quietly put their heads together and cooperate, or conspire. The whole list of price quotations goes up, a bull movement, or down, a bear movement, according as has been predetermined. The public that owns most of the securities, but does not know until too late which way prices are to be put is, of course, always fleeced, the profits going to the insiders. In fact, it is the regular practice of the manipulators to put out hints and tips through the daily press and otherwise to cleverly induce the uninformed public always to take the wrong side of the market and lose. Sometimes dividends are increased and decreased for the purpose of manipulating quotations for the speculative profit of insiders. An honest, legitimate trading market for securities would be a useful national blessing. But the Wall Street Monte Carlo, in its practice and results, is the most colossal, crooked, and financially dangerous den of gamblers and robbers the world has ever seen or dreamed of. Quotation prices sometimes are pushed up or down 10 to 50%. The overwhelming consequences of these fluctuations can be realized from the fact that an average fall of but 10% means a total loss to holders of the nearly $30 billion of securities amounting to $3 billion, a sum exceeding all the money in actual circulation in the United States. A few such swings each year and the losses will equal 8 or 9 billion, the yearly value of all the crops. In this and other ways, high finance, silently and constantly and irresistibly, harvests an ever-increasing portion of the fruits of all human toil and effort. Yet the methods and means employed are so secret and mysterious, the victims may not even realize they have been intentionally victimized, and never would suspect the right parties in any event. Indirectly, most of the losses fall on the people who never buy stocks at all. It is high finance against people, with the cards always stacked, the game always fixed. It is hard for the people to figure out just how it is worked, but a large portion of the prevailing high prices is due to the machinations in one way or another of high finance. The inflation of the volume of securities out of all proportion to assets, increase in interest rates on billions upon billions of dollars of municipal and corporation bonds, and upon the loans of bank credit, are some of the agencies used, the extra burden falling always and only upon the people. Mr. Carnegie is said to own about $300 million first mortgage bonds of the Steel Trust. Writer heard him testify a few years ago before the House Ways and Means Committee to the effect that he refused to accept as a gift with his bonds an enormous quantity of Steel Trust common stock because it was all water and worthless. The issued common stock amounts to $508,302,500. Its market value now is about $70. If Carnegie told the truth, the stock is worthless today, except as unlawful use of the power of monopoly temporarily gives it a fictitious earning power that creates an illegal value by extorting illegal prices and profits from the public. But stock quotations do not depend upon or register intrinsic values. The will of the secret manipulating pools determines the quotation prices of listed securities. These pools can advance and maintain quotations far above values because they control the banks and can borrow as much as needed of the country's entire supply of money and credit. And they also can prevent the public, against which the pools are playing the game, from borrowing from the banks relatively $1 of credit or money. Money makes the mare go. This old saying is particularly true in Wall Street. Those who control the cash supply rule and dominate everything else. A few men of giant wealth own a large share of the available cash. They put it in the banks and thereafter are masters of the banks. For upon every million cash put into bank reserves, the banks build up and loan for interest profits 4 to 10 millions of bank credit. The banks are at the mercy of and dependent upon the owners of the cash, because every million withdrawn forces contraction of bank loans 4 to 10 millions. A financier with $10 million cash can get the interest only on $10 million if he loans or invests the money. But if he owns a bank and puts the $10 million in its cash reserve, the bank for his profit can, based thereon, increase its credit loans $40 million to $100 million without the investment of one additional dollar. The banks serve Wall Street and devote their limitless resources to further stock gambling, and 75% of all stock exchange transactions are conceded to be fictitious gambling deals, for the reason that the owners of the cash, who are masters of the banks, and the organizers of the secret price-manipulating pools often are identical. And by a succession of consolidations, mergers, arrangements, gentlemen's agreements, interrelationships, pools, and combines for mutual profit and advantage, practically all of the large banks, insurance, and trust companies containing the deposit savings of the people and the reserves of outside banks and controlling all important loanable funds, together with the trusts, railroads, and other large corporations, generally have fallen under the absolute power of the same few Wall Street men, who are the big operators of the stock market, the masters of high finance, the architects and beneficiaries of vast tidal wave flotations, and the instigators and originators of the pending private central bank plan, by which they expect to corner and control and manipulate and turn to personal profit the entire public currency and all the revenues of the republic. The outside individual, whatever his wealth may be, who either invests or speculates in any stock or bond dealt in on the stock exchange, is blindly playing the game single-handed against the combined power of all these cooperating pools. And because of the control exercised by these pools over the financial institutions and their ability to borrow without limit the money and credit of the Wall Street banks and the reserves of outside banks deposited in New York banks, the outsider, to a large extent, is playing against the invincible power of the marshaled and intelligently manipulated combined banking capital of the entire United States. And if the Aldrich Central Bank Plan is adopted, he must also play against the weight of the entire public currency and the total revenues of the federal government. What chance has any individual outsider in such a game? The central bank plan is a dazzling, daring scheme. If it succeeds, the government, the people, and the banks forever will be chained helpless to the Wall Street machine like the conquered and abject slaves to the wheels of the chariots of the returning and victorious Roman generals. Money is the supreme magnet. It is the sun that attracts and holds in place and regulates a universe of credit. The interest rate, like the moon, is a lesser magnet, performing, however, an important office in the world of finance. It is unlawful in New York to charge more than 6% on time loans. That would be usury. It once was the same as to call loans, but years ago, when the people were not looking, Wall Street stole up to Albany and had the law changed. Now it is lawful to demand the pound of flesh and to cut it out close to the heart, for any interest rate from 1 to 1,000% may be agreed upon and enforced in the courts of justice of that state, and in the federal courts respecting deals made in New York, provided the loan is always left payable on demand. And in recent years, it is a common thing to see interest on call loans bid up into the clouds, 10, 20, 50, 100, 200%. Many times have been the ruling rates for call loans, and once, during the cornering of the stock of the Northern Pacific Railroad and the resulting panic, the interest rate actually was run up on the New York Stock Exchange to 1,000%. It has been admitted that after the instigated brokers have run the call loan rate up to ruinous figures, over and over big banks have called the loans of customers at one window for the sole purpose of forcing them to go to another window of the same bank, or to another of the cooperating banks, and submit to an interest extortion and robbery that would be a crime in another state and once was in New York. The great Empire State will not right this glaring and growing wrong to the whole country. For about $4 million annually in stock transfer fees, 3/4 of which is exclusively from mere gambling transactions, it has sold its independence and honor and licensed the gamblers to prey upon and plunder on its own soil the citizens of that state and the people of the whole United States. It is common knowledge that big Wall Street banks daily ignore and break both the spirit and plain letter of the national banking law, illegally loaning sums aggregating untold millions to further stock market operations of the Wall Street masters of such banks. High finance knows no law, human or divine. It is a bold and daring outlaw on the highway of commerce, making frequent raids to hold up honest business and plunder American prosperity. The practice of high-interest extortion falls heavily upon legitimate business, for commerce and industry must compete with the gamblers for the bank's favors or get along without money or credit. This is because many banks ignore their obligations to the public, whose deposits they use, and to the law to which they owe their existence, immunities, and special privileges. They are only out for the coin, every last dollar, and they often auction off their credit to the highest bidder. And the gamblers can afford, of course, to outbid honest business. High interest on-call loans is advertised in the daily press and made to entice away from outside banks their deposits and to induce country banks all over the land to deny the legitimate and necessary demands of local business that the funds of the institution may be sent hunting for usury in the deadly quicksands of Wall Street's great paradise of gamblers. And when this enticed money reaches the metropolis, call loan rates suddenly are put down to 2%. By that time, the fierce stock market struggle is over. The high rates demanded prevented the public borrowing so as to hold on to its securities until the artificially disturbed condition again becomes normal, the banks forcing the public to sell to insiders at bottom prices by calling the loans, to secure which such securities are up as collateral. But the high rate as a magnet attracted into the reserves of Wall Street banks enough extra of the country's cash to enable such banks to loan hundreds of millions of additional bank credit to insiders, to enable them to carry the securities the public thus was forced to sell cheap, until quotations can be manipulated and again marked up, and the operators unload at a profit on the confiding public. And during these long periods of rest, while the public is getting ready to forgive and forget, the banks charge the insiders on such call loans only the nominal rate of 2% per annum, while everybody else must pay at least 6%. In this way, the monetary balances and currency streams of the whole country are altered and deranged, causing distressful and dangerous conditions tending toward panic. And the interests and the banks that repeatedly work these giant wrongs upon the country are the identical interests upon whom the Aldrich Plan would confer 1,000-fold greater power for evil and unearned and unjust profits by means of a great private central bank under their control. The banks of the United States foolishly may be anxious to become the willing concubines of Wall Street in the mere hope of increasing their profits that they may wear finer clothes. But the business interests of the country depend constantly on the banks for an adequate supply of bank credit in order to make any money, or even keep their business alive. Surely they are not going to commit business and financial suicide by helping to persuade Congress to create a private central bank that in Wall Street's hands will enable it, by contracting the currency, to force the banks, even against their will, to call in and cancel bank loans to business borrowers suddenly and unexpectedly to the extent of billions of dollars. No important deal now can be financed in New York, or in fact anywhere, without the consent of the few ruling high financiers. Their consent usually can be obtained only by surrendering to them control and most of the profits of the enterprise. Many a deal is financially sandbagged because it does not first get the okay of the masters of finance, and no matter how attractive and sound it may be. All our banking laws play directly into the hands of these few men. They tend to force everybody in the United States to go to New York for money. This monopoly of American cash and credit by Wall Street is due chiefly and directly to the natural operation of federal laws pertaining to bank reserves. These laws should be changed so that every city in the country will be on an equality with New York, with an equal chance for business. David H. Moffett, multimillionaire president of the great First National Bank of Denver, a man of character, integrity, and influence, recently died, disappointed because for 15 years, and to the last, the money masters of Wall Street blocked in this country and Europe the sale of his gilt-edged bonds on the new railroad from Denver to Salt Lake that is half completed with money Moffett personally advanced. The road would open up a vast new territory that has no railroad, but between the terminal cities it would compete with the Union Pacific on the north and on the south with the Denver and Rio Grande, a railroad also built by Moffett. It is reported that the bankers who first considered financing the splendid independent electric railway scheme between Philadelphia and Atlantic City gave as a reason for dropping the project that they had been ordered to do so by financial interests behind the Pennsylvania Railroad, such interests intimating that if they went ahead, every scheme they tried to put through in the future would be fought and blocked. The bankers said that it was one of the most sound and profitable deals they ever had considered, but that they could not afford permanently to antagonize the powerful men behind the Pennsylvania Railroad. So, Wall Street has its black hand. In 1908, Ryder suggested to the General Assembly of New York a legislative investigation of Wall Street and drafted the bill introduced for that purpose. He urged the plan at a public hearing in Albany, at which John G. Milburn, as counsel for the Stock Exchange, publicly consented to such investigation. Evidently he was not serious, because agents of Wall Street blocked the measure, notwithstanding Governor Hughes twice urged its passage in special messages. Mr. Milburn said the members of the Stock Exchange were all honorable men, had nothing to hide. In reply, Ryder read from the 1908 official report of the State Comptroller the direct charge that each year the members of the Stock Exchange swindle the state out of more than $2 million of stamp transfer taxes on deals they do not report. As brokers always collect this tax from customers, instead of paying it themselves as was intended, it would appear that the offending brokers steal the $2 million from either the state or their customers, or both, and pocket it. The Stock Exchange has 1,100 members. The franchise value of a seat, or membership, increased from $35,000 in 1900 to $96,000 in 1909, a total value of $105,600,000 for the 1,100 seats and actual property, its building worth perhaps $3 million. It is the right to participate in the rich fruits of the vast gambling operations that makes men pay $96,000 to join that club. The rules allow the brokers to charge customers 1/8% commission. In margin deals, this is figured on the 100% face value of the stock bet on. It is 1.25% on the actual cash involved, the 10% margin put up, and it costs another 1.25% to let go to close a trade, 2.5% for the round trip. Brokers can also charge 6% interest on the 90% of wind or imagination, the difference between the 10% margin and the face value of the phantom stock. Figuring his margin money worth 6%, customer pays 60% interest on the actual money he puts into the deal. Broker will soon get all of his customers' money, even if quotation prices remain the same. The interest, commissions, and state tax speedily rob customer of all his cash. The stock exchange is not incorporated. It is an irresponsible, unregulated, unrestrained private club. Yet its transactions total 20 to 30 billions annually, several times the value of all crops, and daily affect vitally all American life and business. No law of state or nation exercises the slightest effective public control over the exchange, its members, or their transactions. Yet every panic was caused or intensified by this body and its dangerous manipulations. As the stock exchange regulates the state of New York and dictates its legislative policy, it is folly to expect that state effectively to regulate the exchange. Have we 48 little despotisms within the borders of the Republic, each with supreme power permanently to inflict on the other states and the nation the grossest wrongs and most dangerous evils? Can one state that gets a big share of the profits forever maintain, in spite of all the others, the greatest gambling institution in the world and plunder the citizens of all states by crooked means out of more than $1 billion every year? Is there no defense, no way of escape for outraged people? Congress surely has power under the Constitution to regulate any exchange dealing in the securities of interstate railroads and probably of any corporation engaged in interstate commerce. It can and should prohibit margin gambling in the shares of such corporations because that practice interferes with their business and tends to increase their expenses and the rates they must charge. That margin gambling is the most dangerous, panic-inciting practice is evidenced by the reported fact that during the Panic of 1907, Morgan's first imperial order when he took command of the situation was, "Stop all margin trading." He was obeyed, and instantly the strain relaxed and the danger grew less. If there was no margin gambling, there never would be any real panics. The gambling or fictitious deals, largely wash sales, total between $10 and $20 billion every year. Congress at once should prohibit the pretended selling of shares of corporations engaged in interstate commerce that vendor does not own. This would abolish the 75% of gambling deals without harm to legitimate business. It would make the exchange a genuine securities market instead of a gambling institution. Quotations then would be a true index of value. Severe criminal penalties for violators should be provided. Congress has power and should make it unlawful for national banks directly or indirectly to charge more than 6% interest or discount on either call or time loans. This would force state legislation imposing the same restriction on state banks, trust companies, and individuals. Congress should also forbid any usurious loans being made on any such stock exchange. These two things would do much towards settling the monetary problem, increase the elasticity of the currency, and the volume of bank credit available for legitimate business, remove the cause of panics, and save the people $1 billion of losses annually. It would be the greatest blessing conferred on the country by any act of Congress in 40 years. Evidently, no help from the present administration can be expected. In an interview in the New York World, May 27, 1908, Attorney General Wickersham is reported as saying that margin trading, as carried on by the New York Stock Exchange, is perfectly legal and not gambling. He adds, "Actual deliveries of stock are made. It is not simply betting that a stock will go up or down. The men are actually buying and selling stock." As the Attorney General is an able lawyer, is reported as saying that he has been counsel for a very large number of the biggest financiers and interests in Wall Street, it seems impossible that he is ignorant of the fact that a large majority of the hundreds of thousands of people who play the stock game on margin never get or even see or expect to get one share of the stocks on the quotation prices of which they merely bet. The Attorney General as well might justify horse race betting and claim that there is an actual delivery of horses to the bettors. There may be mentally, but not legally. Billions of dollars of margin deals are made every year in which the customers never receive into their possession a certificate for even one share of actual stock, or have title to any stock legally transferred to them on the books of the several corporations, and no one knows better than the Attorney General that this is true. A wonderfully clever scheme has been evolved to confuse and hide the true character of margin deals, but everybody in Wall Street realizes that it is gambling and nothing more. To illustrate, in one day, say 100 purchases and sales on margin are made, each for 1,000 shares New York Central Railroad stock at par by 100 brokers for 100 customers, one deal each. The price of 1,000 shares at par, $100, is $100,000. Each of the 100 buying customers puts up $10,000 as a 10% margin with his broker, a total of $1 million margin money in the hands of the 100 brokers, or $10,000 apiece. Each broker goes on the floor of the exchange and buys the 1,000 shares, the transaction being entered on the exchange clearinghouse sheet as a purchase by one and a sale by another broker. Stock never is delivered on the floor, but at the broker's office by messenger next morning. Each of the 100 buying brokers bought in one deal and sold in another. At the end of the day, in the clearinghouse, these deals are matched or offset. The whole 100 deals are settled by the last selling broker, handing the first buying broker one certificate for 1,000 shares of that stock. 100 sales of 1,000 shares each, total 100,000 shares, worth $10 million, is settled by the delivery of one certificate for 1,000 shares in just one of the 100 deals, and $10,000 instead of $10 million is all the money paid by the only one to whom any sort of actual delivery is made. The other 99 caught no stock at all. Yet, behind each of the 99 brokers is a customer betting that the price of New York Central will advance, ready to take his winning if it does, and with $10,000 up in the hands of the broker as a security wager to cover commissions and pay the loss to the customer behind some selling broker who took the other side and bet that New York Central would go down. Neither wants to bother with any certificate of stock. The customer who sold had no actual stock to sell or deliver. The customer who bought got no stock and did not want any. Both are interested only in the shifting quotation figures on the blackboard or tape as the game goes on. If there was any sort of real delivery by the last to the first man, there certainly was none to the 99 between, not even mental delivery, for they did not expect or want any actual stock. Each just bet the price would advance. If these had been genuine sales, it would have required 100,000 shares and $10 million money to make the deliveries. As it was a gamble, 1,000 shares was enough to make the sham delivery for the whole 100 deals and $1 million to protect the 100 brokers in case quotations happened to go down instead of up. But even the first buyer did not actually get any stock. The certificate never was legally transferred to him on the books of the company. There was no stock actually delivered to him. He never saw any stock or expected to. His broker got the 1,000 share certificate. It was endorsed in blank and thus transferable by mere delivery to bearer. Without any consent or action by the customer, the broker takes this certificate to his own bank and pledges it as collateral security for his own note for $80,000 or 80% of its market value. If broker defaults, the bank hands the certificate to a different broker who sells same to anybody desiring it. The bank pays itself and the expenses from the proceeds and gives the balance, if any, to the defaulting broker. Unless the legal title to the 1,000 shares vested in the customer, clearly there was no delivery and the deal was a mere gamble, a wager or bet on the quotation price, and as such, illegal and a violation of the New York State Constitution, which prohibits gambling. On the other hand, if there was delivery and title vested in the customer, then the broker has committed a felony and violated the statutes of New York by converting to his own use the property of another, pledging his customer's stock at the bank as security for his own personal debt. Margin dealing in either case is an illegal, criminal proceeding, and the distinguished and able Attorney General should know of that fact. If he does, why is he apologizing for what is conceded to be the greatest of the many Wall Street evils, defending the stock exchange in its lawless course? In the above situation, only 1,000 shares of actual stock worth $100,000 is involved, and yet $1 million cash is up as a security wager, with 100 brokers who charge their customers 1/8% commission on $10 million for buying, and another 1/8% on $10 million for selling, and also 6% interest on an imaginary $9 million while the deal is pending. Also, the state transfer tax. And the Attorney General is said to see nothing improper in this proceeding? Likewise, he seems to see nothing improper in over half the national bankers violating the United States laws that he took an oath to enforce, for he takes no action in the matter. It is believed that in a United States court, money lost in a margin deal can be recovered by the victim in a suit against the broker. This view should be tested in the courts. Congress is the only power that can throttle or curb this most deadly of Wall Street's instruments for the spoliation of all the people. If Congress had acted 25 years ago, more than $10 billion of wealth, now dangerously concentrated, would have remained scattered in the pockets of a large portion of the 94 million people of the United States. Panics natural or artificial? Inside facts about 1907 panic. The Aldrich Plan is loudly advertised as a sure cure-all for every panic. The country needs a preventative rather than cure. This can be provided only if we discover and disclose the cause or causes of these repeated calamities. Are panics natural and therefore inevitable, or artificial, and for that reason unnecessary and avoidable? Do they just happen, or are they sent? Are they the work of providence or of man? If panics are not a visitation of divine wrath, if they are man-made, who does it, and for what reason? Investigation leads us first to ascertain where panics start. History and common knowledge answer as to that. It is conceded that every American panic began in Wall Street. Why? Are they accidental or incendiary? If accidental, due to financial conditions likely to produce panic, we can avoid panics only by removing these panic-inciting conditions. To do that, we must go where they exist, to Wall Street. We must learn why these conditions prevail, who creates them, and for what purpose. On the other hand, if panic is incendiary, deliberately started, we must find out just who does it how it is done, and for what object or objects. This done, it will be relatively easy to find and apply an effective remedy. The first overt act at the beginning of every financial panic is the violent and sudden contraction of bank credit, the wholesale and imperative calling in of bank loans. This always will cause panic instantly. This panic-inciting step by the banks may be involuntary or voluntary. If deposits are withdrawn by depositors through fear or otherwise, cash reserves shrink and banks must contract loans about 10 times such withdrawals. This is involuntary and not the fault of the banks. Big business thus can force the banks to cause panic through violent contraction of bank loans caused by the simultaneous withdrawal by the interests of bank deposits in large volume. If panic results from unnecessary and general cooperative contraction of bank loans voluntarily done by the banks to put pressure upon businessmen, generally for the purpose of inducing them to influence Congress to pass legislation beneficial to the banks, or for the purpose of steering the course of politics and influencing a national or state election, it is a deliberate crime for which the banks and guilty bankers should be severely punished. In seeking to prove the guilt of a prisoner against whom there is circumstantial and no direct evidence, the first thing is to establish that the accused had a guilty motive, that he got some profit or advantage as the result of the crime committed. Circumstantial evidence, often, is as unerring and convincing as direct, pointing irresistibly and logically to the guilty party. Many a man has been justly convicted and hung for murder exclusively on circumstantial proof. Once the prosecution conclusively shows that the accused benefited by the crime, the prisoner is more than half convicted. Practically, he must then prove an alibi or produce other evidence of innocence. By this legal standard, let us test and judge Wall Street, accused and indicted as the criminal author of panics, and now arraigned on trial in the court of public opinion. The specific count under present consideration is the one charging that Wall Street caused the panic of 1907. Seeking a motive, let us first show what that panic accomplished and who profited thereby. The New York, New Hampshire, and Hartford railroads obtained control of the Portchester Railroad that soon would have been a completed competing line between New York and Boston if the panic of 1907 had not forced the promoters to sell when banks and trust companies called their loans secured by Portchester Railroad securities. The Morse Coastwise Shipping Trust, that had become a serious and successful competitor of that same railroad by cheap water route, was wrecked and ruined by such panic, and sold out for a nominal price to interests said to be affiliated with that railroad. The Georgia Central Railroad had a similar experience with like results. Morse committed the unpardonable Wall Street sin of quietly buying up control on his own hook of a string of the smaller New York banks, with the alleged object of using their deposits and credit to manipulate his ice company and other high finance flotations. He had seen others do the same thing, men higher in finance than he. Why should he not do it? He tried it and was sentenced to serve a 15-year term in Atlanta prison. And the financial world now knows it is not wise for any individual to try to corral any New York banks and build up a financial power independent of certain well-known powers that be. Of course, Morse broke the law and deserved his fate, but the woods are full of others guilty of all the same crimes, except the crime of trying to avoid playing second fiddle to the great masters of Wall Street. For years, the big trust companies of New York paid higher interest rates for deposits than were paid by national banks. The trust companies, such as the Knickerbocker, the Lincoln, and the Trust Company of America, were state institutions and not subject to the reserve and other restrictions of the National Bank Act. Millions of dollars of deposits thus were enticed away from the banks and into the trust companies. These companies had many sources of profit denied to banks. They were rapidly growing large, rich, and powerful. They were handling underwriting, financing many profitable flotations. They were largely owned and run by different men than those all-powerful in the big banks. The banks increasingly became jealous, envious, sore at the trust companies. They would not allow trust companies to join the clearinghouse, forcing each to clear its checks in the clearinghouse every day through some bank member. But the trust companies refused to lower the rate enjoyed by depositors, and their deposits kept climbing. All at once, something happened, and presto change. The deposits of the trust companies shrunk, and the deposits of the banks increased some $50 million in a few days, or enough to decrease the credit loaning power of the trust companies and increase that of the banks more than $500 million. What did it? Panic. The panic of October 1907. How did it happen? Let us see. Times were fine. Prosperity was in the air everywhere. Business was expanding, demand increasing, prices high, profits big. Everybody was making money and happy. Factories were running full-time or overtime. Everybody had a job at good wages. Surely the people had followed the pursuit of happiness, had caught it, and all, men, women, and children, were enjoying it to the full. It is alleged that one night a quiet conference of some of the big ones, interested in the banks, was held in New York to devise ways and means. Writer has it on the word of the editor of one of the great New York dailies that late one night an official of one of the big financial institutions came personally to the newspaper offices with an article for publication, stating that a certain big bank, named, had decided to refuse to further clear for a certain big trust company, named, because it considered the trust company shaky and unsound. The news was sensational, and when published with big, black scare headlines, of course it frightened trust company depositors into runs, not only on that, but on other trust companies. Most of the vast withdrawals went into the banks. Very grave and ugly charges against very high financiers and big banks have been privately made, and some things have become public. For instance, Oakley Thorne, president of the Trust Company of America, one of the large institutions made to grossly suffer, is reported to have publicly testified at the Steel Trust congressional hearing that the panic of 1907 was artificial, deliberately caused or stimulated, and named the high interests responsible. Wharton Barker, a very prominent, respected, and wealthy retired banker and capitalist of Philadelphia, is reported as testifying in November 1911 at the hearing of the Senate Interstate Commerce Committee that he had definite information and proof that the panic of 1907 was deliberately planned in advance and purposely caused, naming the parties, the time, and the place. The trust companies begged for mercy and help. Mercy is free, but help in Wall Street only comes in exchange for quid pro quo. The runs continued, it is alleged, until control of part or all of the stock of big trust companies was surrendered to the powerful interests behind the big banks, and until the trust companies gave up possession of certain stocks held as collateral by the trust companies to secure large loans that the runs and the panic forced the trust companies to call in, then the runs are said to have stopped and the panic soon was over. It is alleged that control of the Tennessee Coal and Iron Company, the most powerful and dangerous competitor and rival of the Steel Trust, was obtained during the shuffle in the midst of the panic of 1907. Why should not Wall Street have panics once in a while, when they shower upon the great masters of high finance so many rich and glorious blessings obtainable in no other way? And if Providence won't send a panic, why not make one, when it is so easy and will be so useful and profitable? If insiders caused the panic, of course they knew when it would happen. Did they first sell short and thus reap the billions of dollars the public lost by shrinkage of quotation prices on the $20 to $30 billion of listed securities? Wall Street banks flatly repudiated their obligations during the panic, refusing to give up demand deposits comprising cash reserves of banks all over the country, keeping the money so that they could supply cash or credit to the big operators who were buying at half their value securities the panic forced the public to sell. Possession is 9 points of law when it comes to money in a panic, and the insiders need it. Panics often go further than intended and may endanger even insiders. 1907 did so. Even the big operators became frightened when the people kept withdrawing, hoarding, and hiding deposits. They appealed to the government to help the people by helping relieve and save the banks of the country. The Treasury responded by turning over about $120 million of public monies to the Wall Street banks. It is alleged that instead of properly helping country banks by immediately releasing reserve money arbitrarily and illegally detained, much of the government's money was salted and kept by the Wall Street banks, and their loans to insiders for stock speculations greatly increased. But the most important advantage expected to be derived by Wall Street and its banks from the panic of 1907 is a great privately owned central bank, a huge private money trust to monopolize and forever control the entire public currency and the deposited revenues of the United States. The people always have been jealous of their money supply. They never have taken kindly to control of the entire monetary circulation, the lifeblood of all trade, by private parties for private profit. Nothing but extreme emergency and the most urgent necessity could possibly induce the people to consent to that course by Congress. As Wall Street was bound to get control of the public currency, what more natural thing than that it should cause a panic to inflict upon the people distressful conditions that comprise extreme emergency, and thus induce them to consent to a private central bank and surrender to it of $1 billion of public currency as an urgent necessity and the only possible way of avoiding future panics. That's the big game. If the interests caused the panic of 1907, the chief object was to make it serve as an object lesson to the people and induce them blindly to drive Congress into granting a private monopoly of the entire money supply of the people to a central bank corporation owned by banks controlled by Wall Street. And if it is necessary to have another panic as a new object lesson to pinch and drive the public into hurrying favorable congressional action on the Aldrich Plan, there is not the slightest doubt that Wall Street can cause it on short notice, and those who know or realize the daring and desperation of high finance and its determination to put the central bank through Congress at all hazard and whatever the cost, do not doubt that it will cause another panic if necessary to force its will upon the country. For this reason, businessmen, no doubt, will think it the part of wisdom not to expand, but to keep near shore with their financial sails snugly furled until Wall Street no longer has so much reason and temptation to start another panic. The panic of October 1907 immediately preceded the introduction into Congress in December 1907 of a central bank bill based on the plan adopted by the New York Chamber of Commerce long before the panic or any public signs of panic were visible, the bill being practically identical with what now is called the Aldrich Plan. When the greatest of all Wall Street organizations, that combine of the brains and power of the financial metropolis, the New York Chamber of Commerce, formulated its demand in 1906 for a central bank, it was not to stop or cure a panic. There was then no panic in sight and no natural conditions to cause one. Was the panic later worked up and staged after the insiders had put their own financial house in order, and just before the session of Congress in which the central bank bill actually was first introduced in December 1907? Right after the panic, in November 1907, and just before Congress convened in December 1907, a meeting was held in Philadelphia at which prominent Wall Street bankers urged Congress to authorize a great private central bank as the only cure for panics. Was the panic of 1893 also deliberately caused by the same interests to help induce Congress to repeal the Sherman Silver Purchasing Act and adopt a gold standard, as has been charged. Was the Panic of 1873 also artificial, caused to compel Congress to pass measures for resumption of specie payments and destruction of the greenbacks, that they might be replaced by banknote currency yielding regular profits to the banks, as demanded by Wall Street? Was the panic before the Civil War deliberately caused by high finance in its fierce struggle with President Andrew Jackson over the private central bank of that day? As each panic in history was coincident with some great contemplated raid by Wall Street upon Congress to obtain legislative privileges and special advantages of priceless value and limitless power, is not panic, planned panic, the one great, invincible, and final instrument of torture applied on great occasions by Wall Street to the country in its continuous campaign of conquest? In a later chapter, inside facts about the bank-made panic of 1893 are given. Panics cause privation, poverty, sorrow, suffering, bankruptcy, embezzlement, larceny, suicide, and murder. Everybody knows this fact. Therefore, any man deliberately cooperating in acts that he knows will or may cause panic is both morally and legally guilty of causing every crime induced by such panic. If all or any one of past panics was deliberately caused or intensified by Wall Street interests, the most important work ahead for the people of the United States is to either shackle or exterminate the bandits of high finance. The Aldrich Plan would give such bandits power for 50 years to shackle the people and exterminate their business and prosperity. It grants to them by act of Congress a hunger hold over the people, their business and welfare that in effect will enable the soulless incorporated money power to establish in this country a condition of human slavery as real and more terrible and merciless than the black slavery abolished by Lincoln after the sacrifice of about 1 million lives. But instead of enslaving a few million Negroes, this may plunge permanently into direct or indirect bondage the larger portion of the 94 million inhabitants of the United States, white and black. Money is the power. Secrets of high finance exposed. Steel trusts $75 million cash. The real money trust. Heart of the trust problem. We, the United States Steel Corporation, keep about $75 million on deposit in the banks of the country, which we can shift about where it is needed by our business. The above is from the published report of the testimony of Judge Elbert H. Gary, executive head of the Steel Trust, before the Senate Committee on Interstate Commerce in Washington on December 7, 1911. Without intending hereby to make any specific charges against Judge Gary or that corporation, we hope to evolve a short, useful, hypothetical sermon with the above quotation for a text. Readers may draw their own moral conclusions. At times, say before dividend periods, no doubt this cash fund is much greater, perhaps double, $150 million or more. Remember, this is not bank credit or deposits merely offsetting loans. It is cold cash. As such, when deposited, it instantly becomes part of the cash reserves of the favored banks. Such banks under the law, on the average, are permitted to inflate their ordinary loans of credit, an amount aggregating about 10 times such increase in cash reserves. In reserve cities, banks must keep a cash reserve on hand equal to 25% of their deposits. In other places, 15%. But 3/5 of the 15% can be kept in reserve city banks and therefore is twice used as the basis of credit loans. This is the reason the volume of loans of all the banks happens to aggregate at least 10 times the total money in their cash reserves. 90% of all bank deposits are mere checks or discounted notes, not actual money. In other words, the Steel Trust, by depositing $75 million cash in banks, substantially enables such banks immediately to swell their loans of credit and to collect interest on about $750 million extra without investment by the banks of $1 additional. Likewise, if the Steel Trust suddenly should withdraw the $75 million from the banks, it would force such banks immediately to contract their total loans $750 million. That is, require borrowers from banks to pay up loans aggregating $750 million, and the banks would lose the chance to get 6% per annum or other going rate on that vast sum. There will be some reduction of these figures, not more than, say, 25%, if the money should be deposited in banks in reserve cities where a cash reserve equal to 25% of total deposits is required. These figures, in relative proportion and size, are substantially correct, but any ultra-captious critic is welcome to reduce the figures 50%, and still we will have the same grave dangers modified slightly only in degree. Bank inflation and huge profits. According to the United States Comptroller's Report of December 4, 1911, the 24,392 reporting national and state banks and trust companies of the United States on June 7, 1911, all combined owned and possessed just $1,554,147,169.28 of money, in round figures $1.5 billion in cash. With only this amount of cash in their reserves to use for all purposes, the banks and trust companies have piled up liabilities that total the enormous sum of $23,631,083,382.67, more than $23.5 billion of dollars, the larger portion of which represents loans of credit on which they get regular interest and which cost the banks relatively nothing. It is similar to getting pay for endorsing another man's note. In other words, they have 15 times more liabilities than cash. All that a bank really owns net is its capital, surplus, and undivided profits. The balance of its assets merely represent and offset its debts or liabilities made in buying such extra assets. So, to be fair, we should take the combined capital stock, $1,952,411,085.56, and the combined surplus and undivided profits, $2,065,574,839.70, add them, and we will find all banks and trust companies have combined net assets amounting to $4,017,985,925.26, a little over $4 billion, and over half of this is excess profits earned over and above profits paid out as dividends. According to the United States Comptroller's said report, the total net earnings of all the national banks in 42 years is $3,107,185,441, practically equal to the $3,214,000,000 that represents the total money in circulation, all the gold and currency of the United States in the hands of the people, banks, and federal treasury. And such national banks have actually paid out as dividends $2,236,815,679, while some national banks earn 20, 30, 50, and even 100%. The average earnings of all last year exceeded 15% on their capital stock, and their dividends averaged 11.38%. And yet, they are not satisfied and now seek to have Congress vastly increase their profits by law. In 1907, there were only 418,057 stockholders of national banks, including duplications. So most of the vast profits go to a few persons. The bulk of the profit was made by relatively few of these stockholders, and in recent years, because while now there are 7,331 national banks, more than half of them were organized since 1900. And since that date, 3,086 small banks with average capital of $26,060 and aggregate capital of $80,425,500 have been organized. Just one New York bank, the National City Bank, has $25 million capital and $27,733,860 surplus and undivided profits. Total, $52,733,860. And under the Aldrich Plan, this one Wall Street bank will own nearly 1/3 as much National Reserve Association stock as these entire 3,086 of the total 7,331 national banks scattered in every state. Returning now to the summary of all banks and trust companies, deduct $4,017,985,925.26, their combined net assets, capital, surplus, and undivided profits. From their $23,631,083,382.67 of total liabilities, and we have $19,613,097,457.41 as the total amount they owe in excess of what they own net. And this $19.5 billion of excess liabilities is 12.5 times as much as the $1.5 billion cash they possess. So the basis herein used of 10 times as much credit liabilities as they have in cash was far below the average. And these figures are from the official government report available without cost for everyone on request to the United States Comptroller of the Currency, Washington, D.C., his December 4th, 1911 report, or through a congressman or senator. This inflation of credit out of all proportion to cash reserves is the danger point in the banking system. It has been getting worse and worse, banks taking greater chances grabbing for more profits. Banks loan their credit usually for 30, 60, or 90 days and cannot require payment until the time matures and the discounted note falls due. Usually banks do not loan actual money. They give borrower a bank book with the proceeds of the discounted note entered therein as a checkable credit. He then is a depositor, and his credit is payable on demand and can all be at once checked out. This seldom is done, and the bank profits accordingly. But to be in debt $19 billion or even $15 billion, most of it in shape of credit deposits payable on demand, and to have all combined only $1.5 billion cash to pay with if the avalanche starts, would get on the nerves of an ordinary mortal. Whether the fact that most of the money belongs to and is risked by the stockholders and the people, and relatively little by the men actually managing the institutions on salaries and sometimes indirect profits, acts as a nerve tonic, and perhaps often as a daring narcotic, bankers can best answer. It is a serious defect in a banking system that puts most of the power and profits in the hands of those who will lose the least by any calamity. The people who have deposited actual cash savings and businessmen whose loans unexpectedly are called in are the greatest sufferers when panic occurs. The banker can get his out quick, if he has any in. To borrowers, he can shrug his shoulders and say, "Very sorry, sir, but the panic is the work of Providence. Business is business. Go sell your property for any price you can get. We must have our money." The bank loaned the businessman $10,000 credit and no cash. He sent checks right and left to pay bills for goods in stock and unsold. Now the bank, instead of renewing as expected, demands $10,000 in actual money to settle a debt that was for credit. And at a time when $2 or $3 of property must be sold to get $1 of cash. And the humble depositor whose deposit was not credit but actual cash may be told that he must wait for his money, perhaps 30 days, and take the intervening risks. In the 1907 panic, most big banks were legally insolvent, refused to pay deposits in cash, repudiated. They were saved only by the patience and good nature of the people. And now, in return, they swell up with lordly air and join Wall Street in a conspiracy to take away from the people and the government for nothing. Just appropriate, by act of Congress, $1 billion of public currency, money, to put in their vaults as cash reserves, to enable banks to increase their loans and make the people pay regular interest on $10 billion more credit than they might not need if the banks would allow Congress to increase government currency so that more business could be done on a cash basis. Owners of cash rule all banks. Returning now to the Steel Trust's $75 billion of cash. If the banks had made the $750 million of extra loans based on this $75 million of money, payable in, say, 30, 60, or 90 days, and the Steel Trust suddenly should exercise its legal rights by demanding immediate payment in money of its $75 million of cash deposits that are payable on demand, the banks might be utterly helpless and fail and close their doors, unless they could get other banks to come to their rescue and save them from ruin. And a bank thus asking for help to save its life often must give control of its stock to the interests furnishing such help. And if the banks thus were forced to close and liquidate, the losses to small depositors who had put in actual cash savings and had no timely warning would be a real calamity. Take a single country bank, for example. Say its capital stock and surplus, all that it really owns net, is $200,000. Its total deposits, say $2 million, 10% cash deposits and 90% credit deposits. Suppose a man should deposit $200,000 additional cash in that bank. Perhaps he would be paid interest thereon at 2% or 4% per annum. The bank could, based on such $200,000 cash deposit, swell its loans of credit and its nominal deposits $2 million, making its total loans and deposits $4 million. On such extra $2 million of loans, it would collect interest at perhaps 5% or 6% per annum. The $200,000 cash deposits enables the bank practically to double its loans and deposits and its income. And obviously the owner of that $200,000 has power any time simply by withdrawing the money to decrease the total loans and deposits of the bank 1/2, or $2 million, and to take away at least 50% of the earning power of such bank. These figures are strictly accurate and will be varied only in localities or in degree, according as a bank may keep relatively a greater or less cash reserve. The $75 million cash divided and deposited in the 3,086 smaller banks that have $80,425,500 aggregate capital would practically double the loaning power and profits of them all. This accomplished, and the aggregate loans of such banks expanded, say, $750 million, put out for 30, 60, and 90 days, every bank would be in the absolute power of the owner of that $75 million cash on deposit payable on demand. Is there any action, political or otherwise, in any or all of those 3,086 cities and hamlets in every part of the country that the owner of the $75 million could not get for the mere asking? Could there be a greater or more dangerous political machine? It is the power to control the actual cash that is the evil, the danger. Suppose now that the real object in depositing that $200,000 cash in that bank was ultimately to acquire actual ownership of a majority of the shares of the capital stock of such bank, say $101,000 thereof. How could the bank safely refuse to induce its stockholders to part with 51% of their stock holdings, even if the price offered was low, if the alternative was the possible sudden withdrawal of the $200,000 cash deposit and forced contraction of loans $2 million, and possibly the closing of the bank's doors, Because it might be unable to collect in its loans fast enough? Often, in such cases, no threat or demand for stock control is necessary. The mere intimation that tomorrow the owner probably will withdraw the $200,000 because he will need it to invest in some securities he thinks of buying is sufficient to make the bank suggest, and finally to beg, that he invest in the stock of such bank instead of something else, which he permits himself to be persuaded to do in case enough stock to control the bank is turned over to him. And of course, he gets control. Control of more than one great financial institution in New York City and elsewhere, containing millions upon millions of the deposit savings of the peoples, have been obtained by big business in this or other questionable ways, or in the midst of runs or panics deliberately caused or stimulated by high finance adventures for sinister purposes. Again, suppose what the owner of this $200,000 rapid-fire cash gun is gunning for is control of some big local industry situated in the small town where such bank is located, such industry being a successful and troublesome competitor of a big trust. It is easily discovered that the industry is a large borrower at the local bank, necessarily so at times to carry an adequate supply of suitable raw materials and large quantities of finished product up to marketing time, and the accounts of customers until due. Gradually and secretly the net is spread. The $200,000 is deposited in the bank, not by the trust, but in the name of some individual or several persons. The bank is thus encouraged to expand the volume of its loans. The industry in question, being perfectly solvent and sound, is persuaded by the bank to borrow greater sums, which it does to effect a saving by larger purchases of raw materials. All now is ready. The trap is sprung. The money suddenly or gradually is withdrawn from the bank under one pretext or another. The bank hastily presses for the repayment of its loans. The local industry is importuned to help. It turns over its cash balance. It crowds its customers, urging, begging, demanding payment. These proceeds are handed over to the bank, but the amount relatively is insignificant. The bank demands, even threatens. It can do nothing else and comply with the cash reserve law. The industry slaughters prices and sells large quantities of its products at a loss. It reduces expenses by laying off large numbers of its workmen, although the market demand would justify an increase rather than decrease of output. It discharges some of its office help and traveling men, and even reduces the salaries of its officers and managers. Every dollar the bank insists on having, for a bank in distress usually thinks only of itself. All this is done quietly, even secretly. The public knows nothing of it. If it did, local depositors might take alarm, withdraw more deposits, and increase the peril of the bank. There is no panic, no hard times. In fact, there is general prosperity. This transaction has nothing to do with general conditions. It is just a quiet little game of freeze-out, and the bank and the industry do not even know they are sitting in a game. They think Providence is the architect of their misfortunes. Superstitiously, they consider themselves the victim of fate. But the trust and the manipulators of that $200,000 know differently. At the psychological moment, the darkest hour, some entirely different party just casually happens to ask one of the officers of the industry if any of its capital stock is for sale, or could be bought at a reasonable price. Or perhaps the inquiry is made of the distressed local banker. Wonder of wonders! The miracle of the ravens dropping manna from the sky to save the life of the famishing prophet of old, lost in the wilderness, was nothing compared with this modern miracle. A chance to sell out for real money, and the buyer does not even know the financial hole the industry is in? The rest is simple and easy. The bank, for its own benefit, helps induce the stockholders of the industry to accept a low price and part with control or all of the stock. And lo and behold, the bank is saved, the former owners of the industry fleeced or ruined, and another competitor has been benevolently assassinated by the trust in the interest of cooperation and the logical and inevitable development of natural and immutable economic laws. Bosh! It was just a common low-down bunco game, and the present banking methods and control and use by the selfish few of a dangerous quantity of the actual money of the country were the agencies employed, or, more likely, the pinched and terrified officers of the local industry, perhaps under pressure from the bank, themselves rushed to the trust with an offer to sell out, and the trust kindly consents to buy, of course, against its interest and desire, solely for the benefit of suffering humanity and to prevent the possible spread of public fear and alarm that might perhaps cause failures and general panic, or what not. Oh, fiddlesticks! The real trust problem is not merely high prices and a way to lower them a little, but it is to regulate or destroy trust power over money and banks and railroads and politics, that deadly conspiracy of all the interests of Wall Street for mutual power and profit. If we must have monopolies, the law should effectively and permanently deprive and take away from such corporations every extra profit, power, and advantage obtained by use of the power conferred by monopoly. And should not all excess profits due to monopoly be confiscated by law and be returned to the people through the federal treasury? Once more, suppose the owner of the $200,000 wanted to borrow, say, $2 million for himself and associates in some stock market secret pool, organized like the Hocking Railroad pool, to manipulate up and down 50% the entire stock of some particular corporation. Say, artificially to force the stock up to twice its value, unload at the top, and after selling short, knock the props from under the market by withdrawing pool support, profiting again by letting the quotation prices go to smash, the public as usual being caught both ways and left to hold the bag. He proceeds by putting the $200,000 cash in the bank. The bank under the law can then increase its loans about $2 million. The man is to get the backing of the bank and the use of its credit in the shape of ordinary loans for $2 million in his stock market campaign, and the bank will get 6% or perhaps only 2% on $2 million of extra loans, less, say, 2% or 4% the bank will pay on the $200,000 cash deposit. No doubt the man and the bank between them can devise a way to get the entire $2 million into the hands of the pool by loans to various of its members, or to their office boys or colored porters as dummies or otherwise. For there are 40 ways to skin a skunk when black fur brings high enough prices. The utter fallacy of the old saying, "A man cannot lift himself over the fence by his own bootstraps," may begin to dawn upon the reader as we study the bank methods of inflation of credit, or financial wind. Wind is cheaper than water, so banks just pump wind into their holdings, and the secret of the enormous profits and rapid rise in stock value enjoyed by many banks now can be better understood. If all this could be accomplished, or only a fraction of these things, by use of a paltry $200,000 of cash, what is impossible to those possessing $75 million or perhaps $750 million of actual money ever ready for instant use, and which can be shifted about to further their business? We are not saying the trust would do it. Our present purpose is to show the power to do so. The people must judge as to the safety or danger of lodging such unlimited, unrestrained, and unregulated power in private hands. Is it not mere child's play to put the quotation price of the $508,302,500 of Steel Trust common stock up to $70 or any other price, so long as the trust with its $75 million cash can increase the loaning power of the banks enough to supply sufficient credit to the pool sustaining that stock to buy every share in existence? What chance has anyone trying to buck such an omnipotent financial power? Power of the money combined. So far we have shown but a fraction of the evil, the danger, We must multiply the $75 million of the Steel Trust by the cash controlled by every trust, railroad, insurance company, bank, trust company, or other corporation directly or indirectly dominated by the small group of men in Wall Street who usually act as a unit for mutual profit and private advantage. The Northern Pacific Railroad alone has over $60 million cash or cash assets. The Tobacco Trust, $20 million. Express companies, $70 million, or nearly as much as the Steel Trust, and every other system a greater or less sum. 3 of the many Wall Street banks have on hand nearly $300 million of actual cash. They have $750 million of resources, and they control directly or indirectly other banks with vastly greater resources. The Standard Oil interests are said to directly or indirectly control many times as much ready cash as the $75 million of the Steel Trust. And 2 or 3 Wall Street firms are believed to be in position to command, when needed, to be shifted about to further the business of the money combined, unlimited portions of the billions of dollars of ready wealth said to be owned by the 4 European branches of the great banking Rothschild family, and other individual and corporate foreign capital in unlimited amounts. Those who control the depositing and disposition of the vast cash funds of corporations have within their reach rich and sure opportunities for personal profit. They are in position often to swap favors with the banks. It is not their own money, but that makes no difference. Money is power, and control of large money is both power and opportunity. Directly or indirectly, this one financial Wall Street group is believed thus absolutely to control much more than half, and perhaps a sum equal to all, of the $1,500 million comprising the total cash reserves of all the 24,392 banks and trust companies of the United States. If this be true, that group has power, simply by withdrawing this money from banks, to easily and quickly force the financial institutions to contract by calling in and canceling more than 1/2, if not all, of their entire $15 billion or more of outstanding loans. By thus extinguishing or forcing the banks to require the repayment of at least $8 billion of bank loans made to industrial, mercantile, commercial, and other business borrowers, an amount nearly 3 times the total of all money actually in circulation in this country, those few men could, if they would thus deprive the financial institutions of at least half, if not all, of their entire gross income, plunge such institutions into grave peril, if not into bankruptcy, cripple, if not ruin, a large % of active businessmen and corporations, close factories, mills, and mines wholesale, cramp the operations of agriculture, drive millions of toilers into idleness and their helpless dependents into distress and poverty, and in fact to easily inaugurate the greatest and most devastating financial and industrial panic in the world's history. These few men possess absolutely the power of life and death over every bank, and through the banks over the business of every individual and corporation in the United States, because they control the money, the lifeblood of all business, and the source of the credit, oxygen, necessary to the lungs of commerce to sustain its life and vitality. If the country enjoys prosperity, it is because these few men grant it and have loosened their purse strings. If the republic is plunged into the horrors of panic, it is because these few men so willed and have locked their guarded steel vaults with much of the needed cash of the nation on the inside. Think of the nationwide and powerful political machine this creates. Wall Street turns the switch, and the current, its order, flashes over the wires to a distant bank. The bank tightens the screws on its customers by calling loans or threatening to do so, of course, as a matter of prudence for the safety of the bank, made necessary by fear of a possible panic if Congress does not quickly pass the Aldrich Plan, etc., etc. Thus the bank's customers, all influential constituents of the local congressman, are sicked into the representative and the senators until they are made to believe that the measure is popular and a great public necessity, and against their better judgment reluctantly they join those supporting the scheme in Congress. Wall Street from the first realized that its only possible chance of passing the bill was to so tempt and enlist or coerce the banks of the country that they would go to the limit in helping to force the congressmen of both parties to support the measure as a nonpartisan affair under pressure of constituents inspired to action by the local banks. It has been charged that the Panic of 1893, which also came suddenly in the midst of general prosperity, was largely caused or accelerated in just this way, the object being to stop the government issuing more silver money in particular and more money of any kind in general, because the banks desired for profit to supply all the money as well as the credit that the people use. There are, as we have seen, different and equally effective ways to control a bank and its actions other than by owning a majority of its capital stock, and also to control the making of its loans and the purchasing of securities and even the political actions of its officers, directors, and customers. It has been said that interests friendly or affiliated with Standard Oil long maintained a cash deposit sufficient to increase by over $1 million the loaning power of a certain financial institution outside of New York City, of which institution a well-known and very high public official is an officer. How could that public servant oppose the special interests, even under his oath of office? As the curtain now is drawn back, we behold the majestic and imperial power of Wall Street and the easy and invincible methods of employing that power for the ever-increasing enrichment of the few at the expense of the many by the great masters of finance. We discover just how the rapid concentration of banking capital and control and the consolidation of industries and railroads can be forced. We find the banking system willing or unwilling slaves chained to the wheels of the Wall Street machine, helpless to resist and afraid to protest. And through the banks, Wall Street has a strong, strangling rope around the neck of every borrowing individual and corporation in the United States. It is the physical control over the actual money that is the power. For actual cash is and must be the foundation upon which rests that vast, inverted, and inflated pyramid of bank credit that is at least 10 times larger than the volume of money. Many of the evils of the present system are directly caused by improper state and federal banking laws, particularly as to bank reserves. When now the combined wealth of just 2 living Americans, if turned into cash and withdrawn from the banks and hoarded, would rob every bank and trust company in the country of practically all their cash reserves and force them to call in most, if not all, of the $15 or more billion of credit loans legally resting on such cash reserves. The power of such men will be understood, and we may well be gravely concerned about the future as this concentration continues at compound ratio. The banks in the country have a greater need of legislation to remove the possibility and danger of frequent silent raids on the cash reserve of the banks by powerful manipulating special interests than to protect against infrequent panic-inspired runs by small depositors, for usually the runs are only the effect of the panic which the raids cause. If the causes of panics are removed, the effects automatically will disappear. In the Panic of 1907, the first important withdrawals and the major part of all the cash taken out of menaced trust companies was owned or controlled by the big interests of Wall Street. And it was such withdrawals by these very interests in 1907 that caused or helped to cause or stimulate that dangerous and far-reaching panic that involved the whole country and all its business, and was only stopped when, at the earnest pleadings of Wall Street, the vaults of the Federal Treasury were opened and millions upon millions of public money was dumped into the financial institutions of New York City as an advertised bluff to quiet the general alarm and restore confidence in the banks. Money is power, control of money. Growth of this power must be checked now or never, and there is no time to be lost. Law, backed by the strong arm of the federal government, supported by the popular will, is the only force that can resist, regulate, and effectively control the overswollen power of money. Will all this insane lust for profit and power end in general confiscation as the one alternative to financial, industrial, and political serfdom to some one uncontrolled, irresponsible, insatiable, imperious man-master who has all power and no responsibility, and whose only virtue is that he has got the coin? All lovers of orderly government hope not. Will the interests madly drive on over the cliffs to destruction? If the banks dared to do so, instead of joining with Wall Street in a private central bank conspiracy to help corner every other dollar of real money not already controlled by high finance, such banks would be on their knees in fervent prayer to Congress to rescue the financial institutions from the greedy and ever-tightening grip of Wall Street. The one remaining chance for salvation for the banks and the business interests dependent in any way upon the banks is the creation of an independent financial power bigger and stronger than Wall Street and its allies, a government central bank or institution absolutely owned and controlled by the federal government to supply banks direct and the people through the banks an adequate quantity of public currency to keep the cash reserves up to standard and thus maintain an ample volume of bank credit based on such reserves always available and ready at reasonable cost and on fair conditions for the legitimate and fluctuating needs of business. This done, the $75 million or the $750 million can be withdrawn from banks if Wall Street and its foreign allies so desire. It will do no harm because as fast as it is withdrawn, its place will be taken by government currency supplied on fair and reasonable terms by such public institution issuing the currency. This plan absolutely protects the banks and the entire business community, takes all excessive and dangerous power away from Wall Street, makes future panics impossible, and does not harm or endanger the banks, the government, or the people. And this or some similar plan is the only way of escape for the people and the country from present evils and dangers. Wall Street then would not withdraw its funds because it could gain no advantage by doing so. The banks will find the government, the people, a better friend and a more generous and safe master than Wall Street. Their rights and privileges will be clearly defined and enforced by law, and not left subject to the greedy will and pleasure of interests that will promise and not perform, help only that they may better rule and exploit. The welfare of the banks and the people are or should be mutual, and Wall Street is the deadly enemy of both. The sharp claws of high finance can be clipped in no other way. It is the only way to emancipate the banks, individual and corporate business, the people and the government from the intolerable and increasing financial despotism of Wall Street. End of chapter 13.